thing again. And we're live. There we go. We're live on YouTube as well. Fantastic. That's what we're looking for. Oh, dude, no wonder no one saw it yesterday. It wasn't public. Okay, we're fixing that now. Okay. So, I think YouTube is live. I recommend staying on Twitch, but it's just for the people that, for whatever reason, absolutely don't want to use Twitch. As Twitch is definitely the leading point for the community interactions on live streams. But let me just double check. We are live. There we go. All right. YouTube meet Twitch, Twitch meet YouTube. Fantastic. So, let's get ready for the action. We are going to be kicking off with some Louis MT versus Puppy Paw games. That's right. By, like, regional logic, they shouldn't be on at the same time, but they are. And I'll take that every day of the week. So let's get to it. Alright, I've seen many matchups since the expansion, but now that I think about it, I never get to see this one. And what a show we're going to have seeing it as well. These two players, Puppy Paw and Louis MT, facing off to show us what the Order of the Dragon looks like going up against the Chinese. We are, of course, going to be on Mongolian Heights. Welcome, one and all, to the Age of Empires 4 action. This is a high-level game, a very high-level game, in fact. These two players are tippity top, easily in the top 12 players, I'd say, in the game right now. They are that talented. Louis MT always consistently in the top 10, and Puppy Paw, no stranger to top 10 placements as well. In fact, at the time of recording, the time of this game, Louis and Puppy Paw were literally just 4 ELO apart. 2,282 for Puppy Paw, 2,286 for Louis. So this is about as close as you're going to get. And an interesting map for it, actually. Mongolian Heights recently got added back into the map rotation. I don't know how everyone else feels, but I, for one, actually missed it. I think this is a map that, you know, after they changed the way the crossings work and there's more access points now, it became less of a wall-a-thon. Now, in conjunction with the fact that these days, compared to when it was last prevalent, shoreline fishing isn't as good for fishing boats, all of a sudden you have a more interesting dynamic that occurs on this map. But to open up with, the Chinese are going to go out for the pond, as often they do. I say the pond, it's a river in this situation, but look at the response already from Puppy Paw. He immediately dropped the racks at minute 0 in this game. Popular play actually on land maps, but a pretty smart play here on a water map as well, considering this one spearman can do some pretty decent damage, especially if you add in a second. Remember, the torch damage that comes out of these bad lads is essentially double what it would be for a regular Civ. So a lot of damage already being added in there. Puppy Paw, I wonder if he tries to go up to 3 spears here. It feels a little bit greedy, but it might be necessary to get him over the hurdle. Then again, considering that the Chinese have gone for fishing, their tech-up time, even though they get it faster because they build faster, is going to be notably slower than it would be if they were only on land. But just to be safe, Puppy Paw is going to add in that 3rd spear. And in fact, he's now going to pull 7 villages himself. And this is a deer play. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. I didn't expect that. Puppy Paw, this is very creative. We are, by the way, on 2x speed. Order of the Dragon aren't that OP that they shoot this quickly. It's just because the early game typically doesn't have too much extra to see. We're just speeding through it. But this opening is really smart, right? Like, Louis didn't really get much value out of this fishing adventure, especially considering they had to spend 150 wood, they had to spend 75 wood each. So you wouldn't need to get 300 resources back. But then you have to think about the idle time and the alternative choices made. Even if you made 300 resources, it still doesn't feel great here. What just happened to Louis? Puppy Paw, though, in a fantastic position now. Moving forward, Barbican the Sun is going to be forced out here. And you know Louis doesn't want to go for this because every Chinese player under the sun wants to be able to go for an Imperial Academy. Unfortunately, when you see Spearman from a Civ like Order of the Dragon on the opening of a game, you don't really have a say in how the next 2 minutes go. So, Spearman might try to dive this, by the way, considering they're very tanky, and it doesn't take many hits to kill. There you go. Just 2 stabs in, although a lot of damage in return. Quick on the fingers there, Louis. Doesn't give a clean opportunity for Puppy Paw to get away. Yeah, that's actually an expensive loss for Puppy Paw. Like, yes, the unit's still alive, but being down to 57 health from a 160, just think of this as comparatively if you had a knight go down that much health. It feels absolutely terrible to just do a little bit of idle time. So it looks like it's going to move away now that he knows the Barbican's going up guaranteed. He did actually put a decent amount of damage in. This seems kind of like pointless, maybe if you're watching from Puppy Paw's perspective, though. It has a reason behind it. Either Louis has to spend wood repairing this now slightly damaged Barbican, or if Puppypool chooses to go for a feudal all-in, he's now going to have an easy capability to ram this down easier, right? Because all of a sudden, it's missing 650 health. To put it in ram terms, that's 3 less ram hits. On the other side, that aggressive opportunity might open up here. Mindwarp Palace is on the way, so Puppypool probably not done with the offensive just yet. How does this matchup actually work on paper as well? I'm wondering, like, obviously we have about as close of a matchup between two players as I think we can get in terms of skill level. Looking at the highest level of play, at least since the most recent patch, Order of the Dragon actually has an 80% win rate against the Chinese. That's absurd. Then again, the Chinese, how are they performing? They're actually a mid-pack Civ, 49.7% win rate with 152 games played, which is actually quite a lot compared to the other Civs just a few weeks into the patch. Well, let's see if Louis can actually make it a little bit fairer for Order of the Dragon. I think if there's any player that could, it would have to be him. The 20-year-old prodigy from China has to be one of the most threatening Chinese players I've actually seen in the game to this day in Age of Empires 4. And is even capable of taking games from the absolute tippity top, right? Like, I think Beastie even said this recently. Like, if this game goes into the late game, Beastie thinks that Louis is the guy that can actually take him down. That's no small praise. Louis he's trying to trade out here. Surprised he's standing still so long, but he's just trying to min-max. It looks like he's going to lose the Archer in the end, but one Spearman versus one Archer. This is a fight that Louis will be able to win, and now it's a rush up at the docks from both sides. But Puppypool, because he had 7 villagers out here on the deer, he will, of course, get it up quicker. The question is, what's the follow-up going to be? We've already got Golden Cuirass prepped. We've already got Men-at-Arms coming out, which means that actually Puppypool can't easily afford to now go into boats. They might be forced to. Honestly, if Louis just gets himself an Archer ship here, sure, the Men-at-Arms can eventually run past, but this dive across the central lanes is going to cost him a decent amount of HP as he goes. And also, the fact that these Archers are able to reach this eco means he might not have the option to head towards the enemy base. Archer ship now coming out. Puppypool going to get kited for quite a while here, but once the galley comes out, we'll be able to finish off these longbows, Archers rather. Behind this, Louis is adding in more bows, though. Interesting choice by Louis. I guess you kind of have to do this, right? Like, you kind of get sucked into the whirlpool. If you sit back and just try to play land, you know that all of the dented are going to escalate off of the sea, and then that won't turn into greed. That will just turn into the offensive, right? Like, Puppypool very clearly has Golden Cuirass by the fact he's opened with Men-at-Arms at the start of Feudal Age, which means he's going to look to just commit every piece of food he has to a full-on offensive. In fact, we can see that already with Siege Engineering being prepped by the OOTD. Outpost being rushed up here. And Arms, oh, they actually get rallied round there, so it looks like a little bit of a miss micro. Puppypool will not be able to find himself any villager kills. He will be able to idle this area out. This is actually very important considering what Louis wanted to do. He wanted to get into an extra TC by the looks of it. He does at least get the stone required for some outpost upgrades, though, so this hand cannon slit should be enough to keep him away. An interesting question, are Springald ships better against Men-at-Arms? Yes, undoubtedly. You always get a reliable hit. The base damage is 35 versus an incredibly low base damage of 6 over here. If you do the logic of, like, let's say you're going to hit for 2, right? Because the 4 armor at this stage. So you're going to hit for 2 times 6. That's 12. Or you can hit with the Springald. And it does take longer, as you can see. But the difference you have to keep in mind is not just that this Ballista hits harder to make up for that difference in attack speed. It's the fact that although you'd hit for 12 and you'd basically hit close to what a Springald is, right? Like, you'd actually hit... in the same amount of time, you would hit for, I think, about 28, maybe, at a cap, while the Hulk hits to 35. The difference maker is that one is reliable, the other is not. A galley attacking a Men-at-Arms, not all those shots are going to hit, right? Like, how many times have we just seen all the shots from an Archer ship miss? It happens more often than not. So, against one unit, definitely has to be a Springald. If you're saturating the area, it's a little bit closer, but Springald ships are still going to be better, and they also have the benefit of a very comparative tile range here, 6 versus 6.5. Speaking of those Men-at-Arms, well, they're not going to be threatened by a demo ship. It looks like Louis will lose the dock before he's able to get a reaction to this, and oh my dear God, Louis, what the yeah, I should think so, buddy. He was floating 1,000 wood here. You can see how badly he wanted to get back on water there. This is bad, folks. Like, Louis right now, I mean, he shows his intent there. Not to Puppypool, but to us. This was all about getting back on water, demo shipping your way out, and then taking control of the central crossings. But now he's up against mass men-at-armsing. They're supported by fishing, which is scaling. And he has 1,000 wood that just doesn't do anything for him. Even if he rushes into archers now, it's still going to be mass men-at-arms or a tech up. Either way, this comp doesn't work. And as we can see, Puppy Paw, he's choosing tech up. Oh, man. That's tough, man. How would Louis ever recover this? I mean, he's going to go for the pre-standard choice to go multi-TC. He's also setting up the Imperial Academy, so that's going to be Song Dynasty, so he will have a lot of eco-inflation. The flip side of this, though, is he's an entire race behind against a Civ that uses relics better than any other Civ in the game. And they're going to get their free. They might even get 1 or 2 of Louis'. We all know how we feel about 5 relic HRE / Order of the Dragon games. We don't feel good for whoever's on the other side. Puppy Paw now on his way up with 13, so it's not going to take him long to get there. The reason he can afford to have this many people teching up is because he has got the shoreline fishing going, so that kind of compensates a bit so you can afford a faster pacing to your tech up. And remember, it's even quicker than that because, of course, the Gilded Villagers are quicker at building things than your standard villagers. Not as quick as the Chinese, mind you, but it's not like China's going to have the resources to ever get there in a rush. In fact, the fact that he just activates Song Dynasty means he's got more food actually going into villager production than into a defense force right now. Tech up complete. Rules also up. Well played on the timing there. Louis was looking to wrap around the back and maybe find his way towards those relics, but now he has to take the short route. The problem with the short route is there should actually be galleys guarding that. Louis will be able to walk past. Actually chooses to attack the fishing boats, though. A good opportunity, right? Does get rid of one here, but that means now the galley should be able to react quick enough. In fact, it's on its way downriver. Unfortunately, Puppy Paw, it looks like he was at the end of his patrol route there, so he's not going to arrive quick enough to cut off the leak through, but with a Gilded Knight coming out, this entire army is going to die. I mean, it might even die before the Gilded Knight gets here at this pacing. The other side of the map, we've actually got Unmounted Knights moving in here. Gilded Men-at-Arms in on the IO's perfect target here. Of course, with the Imperial Academy, you do get a discount, only 105 resources, but it's much more effective still than taking out a villager. Dive continues. More showing up in the base. Meanwhile, on the other side of this, it looks like the Men-at-Arms are starting to get sniped down. Prelate walking back will be spotted and will be sniped. So, well played by Louis to at least deny this for the time being. But now, with a Gilded Knight out, this is the end of his poke. Well, you know what they say, if you poke the bear, you better be ready. And I think right now, Louis is not looking like someone who can wrestle a bear. He's looking like someone who's going to just lay there helpless on the floor and not make a move while the bear is above them. Sometimes that does work. I think that's the tip they give you, is that if you're attacked by a bear, don't move. Good news for Louis is he literally can't move. There is no move he can make in this game right now. His only option is going to be to try and hold, tech up, and then catch up. If he does anything else right now, he just dies. He's sending out the remaining archers because, honestly, if the enemy army turns up in his base, it's not going to make a difference. He can at least try to delay the prelates from picking up relics. But as we can see, first relic already banked. Second relic is on the way home. And we're already going to see him starting to move out, likely shifting across to Louis' side of the map to take even more away. In fact, he's already moving the troops up to the relic closest to Louis' base. Dude, this is like one of the most dominant matchups I've seen. Now, this is a water map, so that kind of skewed it. The opening by Puppy Paw is very creative, and it completely threw Louis off. But now they arrive in this mid-game, it's very easy to see why Order of the Dragon is at an 80% win rate against this Civ. Of course, on very limited data, right? Like I said, there's only a handful of games played in the last 2 weeks on this current patch. But it's still insane to think about. And it's kind of weird, right? Because you think, surely Chinese can just mass Chicken Nu, and Chicken Nu are actually like 3 times better than archers against men-at-arms. I mean, in some ways, sure, but they take so long to scale, especially compared to if you were playing the cousin Civ, the Zhu. They're able to get into that escalation quicker. Well, things being done quickly. 9 villages on the astronomical clock tower, which is quite a lot for China, actually, but he needs it. His one hope of recovering this is going to be Nesta Bees, especially against these chunky units like the Gilded Men-at-Arms and the Gilded Knights. The problem is you need so many of them to actually do notable damage. The walls are being burnt through quick. And the Men-at-Arms on the other side actually means he can't repair this, so there's going to be a leak into the base. A sneak out on the right side here. Louis doing what he can to try and stay alive in this game. He has found his way onto the gold. Meanwhile, His opponent's finding gold of a different kind. We've got 2 more relics on the way home. There's going to be a 3rd. This archer will eventually kill the prelate, but not before he moves this closer. In fact, just wall lulls. Louis. Just in time. And Puppy Paw is off with it. He will eventually die with this, but he'll probably get it to around about where the boar is, if not further, before he goes down, which is a big deal. Means this could very easily turn into a 6-relic game. Charge comes in from the Knight of the Gilded. Looks like crossbows are now here, so Louis starting to man a defense, but now Puppy Paw, the switch up into Gilded Crossbows, has a perfect answer. A better range crossbow with a higher base damage. Oh my god, dude, please tell me he's going to get it. He has to. Like, he's going to get it. The Sprued ship might have actually been able to save the day. It would have been tight there, but looks like it didn't react in time. But now this relic's in a position that Louis can't do anything about it. And in fact, the south side one might also be taken away from him soon. I wouldn't be surprised if Puppy Paw goes for it now. Good Knights, in the meantime, are going for everything. Nesta Beast does come out! That needs repairing. That really needs repairing. That's not quick enough! That is an expensive loss right now. You're like that kid that just breaks the family vase that's been in the family for 200 years and is probably worth $20,000 at least. That's the type of feeling you get when you watch the Nesta Beast go down like that. Puppy Paw isn't that kid breaking a vase right now, though. He is a bull in a China store. That China store's about to go out of business. Louis is not looking good here. He can't get enough crossbows together to actually defend this. Like, you need about 15 to start taking down these men-at-arms at a good pace. They're just way too tanky at this stage in the game, especially with the Golden Cuirass, even if you get them low enough. I mean, for God's sake, there's double hand cannon slit hitting them at all times, and they make it look irrelevant here. Crossbows, walking towards the Gilded Crossbows. It's just getting worse and worse. I mean, Louis, at this stage, I want to give him props for actually not just GGing out. Many players would, but he's trying to weather the storm, hoping there's a moment, a breathing room down the line. But with Puppy Paw already prepping the farms on the other side of this, I'm not seeing anything good in this future. Everything's moving to that corner. Well, Louis is like, you can only kill Eco if you can find Eco. And right now, of course, the weakness of this comp for Puppy Paw is it doesn't move very quickly. If it's ever able to touch something, it's like the plague, but it does actually have to get on top of its targets. Overall, this is not looking good, folks. Even if Louis lasts in this corner, he's limited on what he has, right? There's a decent amount of food here, yes, but compared to what Puppy Paw has access to on that river, with all the shoreline fish, as well as the permanent food now with these farms, it doesn't even come close to scratching what Order of the Dragon have here. Crossbows, I mean, 6 of them, they're not targeting the right thing, though. Going for the men-at-arms, it feels like you have to here, but it just means you're losing to the Gilded Crossbows still, which are scaling upwards now, right? 4 now on the front line. And this is where Louis could easily just die off. This is the moment, right? The men-at-arms were in some way kind of survivable because they don't easily trade well. They idle you out, but it's very difficult to get an edge. But the Gilded Crossbowmen do it very easily. Remember, this is a 6-tile range crossbow. Louis, quick to garrison, though. And now that he does see more crossbows and not many men-at-arms, he is going to start buying more of these Nesta Bees. Other side of this, Puppy Paw, what are we looking at here? I mean, he has got a stables. I'd love to see him actually just get another Cav unit. Probably a Horseman would be a good way to go here. Like, Horsemen are pretty effective against what Louis is doing. He's just building crossbows and siege. Neither of those get bonus damage against Horsemen, and the Horseman gets bonus damage against both. But for the time being, Puppy Paw is just going to keep it slow, but impenetrable here. Men-at-arms and Gilded Crossbow moving to the corner, and he knows exactly where Louis is hiding, and Louis' reaction to this is in the wrong place at the wrong time, unfortunately. He sets up the wall, but he's going to be too late for the one that matters most here. Dive in, men-at-arms, they get through! Oh no. And Louis needs to leave quick. Gilded Crossbowmen trying to chase him down. Villagers trying to get out of here. Textiles means the casualties will be minimized. And it looks like maybe Puppy Paw is slightly overextended here. Army not big, but out of position. The Gilded Crossbows are outnumbered in the corner, but if he actually just targets them down, Louis, funnily enough, if Puppy Paw actually just microed this, he could destroy Louis' army right now. He's going to start to do so, but he's overkilling. What? I can't believe this is even close. I mean, he doesn't realize it, right? If he'd realized that and just targeted down each individual crossbow, that would have just been a GG moment. Louis would not have had any access to this food long term. Instead, he clears up the Gilded Crossbowmen, And Puppy Paw has to reset and go again, but this time, he's going to have a keep to back him up. In fact, Louis now trying to contest that keep. Timing is terrible for it, though. He got split a little bit too wide. Sacred Sights have also now been locked in. Puppy Paw just kind of changing the pace, and now Trebuchet's also coming out, so controlling the siege from afar with Sprinkles and Trebs. He's going to look to start denting the base. And while Louis is surviving, and I'm impressed by the fact he's able to survive this long, the problem he now faces is one of a slow, retracted siege. And in that situation, he doesn't have a great answer. He's trying to get into the clock tower. Trebuchet's here. But even if you dent this keep, by the time it goes down, you could easily lose your secondary TC as well as half of your production here. Nesta Bees. He's going to bait in the army. How do you actually claw this back if you're Louis? I mean, he has a decent eco lead, right? He's actually up by 23 right now. The problem is he's running out of food quickly. He's exhausting the deer close to his base. After that, it's berry forward, and that's kind of it, right? The ball's already been taken away by Puppy Paw. So food options are limited. Somehow, Louis has to survive long enough to make a farm transition happen. You know, I've said it a million times. I'll say it again to remind people that that is the point in the game where China is the weakest, where they're the most exposed. He could easily be dead before it's complete. Louis standing his ground here. Nesta Bees is going to be protected. Puppy Paw now chasing away that Nesta Bees with the Springle, though. The Gilded Crossbow numbers are insanely large here. Remember, take this number and double it. It's more like an army of 30 crossbows. Dive in. Men-at-Arms do get traded out. Springle now trying to snipe out the clock tower Nesta Bees here. The Gilded Crossbowmen failing to get rid of those villages means that Puppy Paw once again has to walk away. And a fair point is being made. Is he up against Order of the Dragon? Yes, he is still up on eco count because remember, some of this eco is fishing, and also even if you add on an extra 30%, it's still a lead for Louis. But where you are correct to question it is the fact that Louis is up against 6 relics. Oh my dick. Puppy Paw has 960 passive gold. I don't, like, honestly, if he loses this game, I'd uninstall for a week. This feels impossible to lose now. I don't see a way. I mean, Louis, you know, if he'd been able to deny 1 or 2 of these relics, it wasn't a 6-relic map, as Mongolian Heights always is. Maybe. But now this just feels over. Springles are diving into the main base. Crossbow's trading out, but always worse here for Louis. He just doesn't have enough damage to one-hit kill anymore. And that is going to be GG. Order of the Dragon, an 80% win rate Civ versus the Chinese. Feels like 100% if they get this type of map. 6 relics. Order of the Dragon. Absolute insanity. Dude, 6 relics? Like, bro, he's already got an uphill battle and you do that to him? Damn, I feel bad for Louis. He kind of got like double dirty there. Whew, lordy. Yeah, that's interesting. That matchup. I'm surprised China has that hard of a time based on stats, right? Like, I was expecting Order of the Dragon to maybe be 65, 70, but 80% plus is pure insanity. All right, one sec. Let me. All right, there we go. I don't know if that one's uploadable. I don't know. I don't feel like that was very close, but it's kind of interesting to think of the ramifications of Mongolian Heights with 6 relics, isn't it? So we'll see. There was another game between Puppy and Louis, though, so we'll also be checking out that one. Seeing as we're here, you know, I mean, we might as well invite ourselves in. So we got Golden Pit for Rus versus Japanese. You know, I don't think I've actually seen a single Rus pick on Golden Pit. How about you guys? Like, I legit can't think of a single time I've watched it. Maybe I'm just, like, erasing it from my brain. Someone's going to be like, KP, you're an idiot. You've cast it before. but I can't remember ever watching this matchup. Just trying to get the mic the right distance. Okay. Alright, game is loaded. Let's slot on in. You know, I don't think I've actually been able to cast Roos once on this map so far. So what a way to do it. With these two faces. Two faces of Age of Empires 4 that we're all familiar with. Maybe not this guy, I need to explain this. 111 is none other than Louis MT. China's prodigy kid in the Age of Empires here. Playing in the yellows, the Japanese. And across the way, showing off the Civ that I have yet to see once on Golden Pit. I do not know how I've cast this many games of Golden Pit and none of them in Roos, but Puppy Paw is here to fix this. The Canadian prodigy is going to kick it off in the teal color. And what an interesting map for it as well. You know, the more I think about this, I'm wondering why we haven't seen more of Roos on Golden Pit. Because the interesting thing is with a lack of long-term gold access, you'd think a Civ that's able to just generate crap tons on the fly for easy with hunting cabins would fit in nicely here. I mean, just look at the ramifications of this map as it goes on. Imagine the high trade house placements you can get on these type of spawns. The hunting cabins, you can just slot in these tiny gaps. There's so much gold waiting to be had, and that's before Puppy Paw even needs to consider the center of the map. On the other side of this, Louis is going to have a harder time there. He's playing a Civ that can't just sit back. He's playing a Civ that actually uses a lot of gold. So what's an interesting thought here is as this game goes later and later, I think the Roos are actually more and more favored. At least once you get into Imperial Plus. And interestingly enough, looking on the ladder in the last few weeks, Japan versus the Roos actually sits at a 59% win rate for the Roos. So favored based on those statistics in Conqueror Plus games. And I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Like generally, Roos have some very good timings in the feudal age. I'd say the Japanese tend to lean more towards the fast castle builds. And then on top of that, the other interesting thing about the Roos is if the game goes hyper late, you can dictate siege warfare. You can also play infinite gold-based units, while as we just highlighted, the Japanese, who are very reliant on gold, are going to run out. They can have Yoroshiros. They can even have some relics. But if you think about the gold drain that usually comes from the Civ and what the other side does, it's a tough matchup unless you're able to outmaneuver. What I mean by that, for example, is that Puppy Paw, when he gets in that late game, you can argue every day that, you know, oh, I can get X amount of Onabagishas for the price of Streltsy in terms of gold. And you'll be correct, right? Streltsy's cost quite a bit of gold compared to Onabagisha. The difference, however, is Onabagisha are a cannon fodder unit. You're expected to lose 5 for every one thing you kill, quite often, right? Unless you're hitting eco. So if a Roos player is able to kind of entrench themselves and play it slow and scale that Streltsy number, that's where I fear for Louis. So hopefully we've got something very aggressive coming out from him. Opening-wise, it's going to be Kura Storehouse. Pretty standard play here. No attempt to push the deer in. He just had to snipe them down. I think that's actually one of the awkward negatives about playing against Roos on this map is if you're up against another Civ, you actually have time to do things like pulling a boar or pulling deer, as in pushing the ones in that closely spawn to you. But when you're up against the Roos, that option simply doesn't exist. And, well, looks like it was a good opening overall, right? Like, Puppy Paw, he didn't get enough to get into the wheelbarrow straight away, but he still got a pretty good tech timing. We see this by the numbers, right? Like, make no mistake about it, Roos will always be the quickest Civ to tech up into Feudal Age, on average, out of any Civ in the game. But the interesting thing is, although Wheelbarrow has been delayed, I don't think it really hurts him on the timings here, right? He'll be ready to shift across to the deer, plus the berries, by the time he exhausts the sheep. And after that, he's got boar and more deer behind him. This is a jackpot spawn in so many ways for the Roos. It's actually insane how good of a spawn it is. It's funny because had Puppy Paw spawned on the other side of this map, it would be a terrible spawn. He wouldn't have had a great hunting cabin placement to begin with. He wouldn't have had great follow-up ones necessarily. The boar would have been further out and exposed on the ford. Meanwhile, look at his side. There's like no way in here. He just puts 2 tiny walls here, another tiny wall here, and all of a sudden the back of his base is as safe as can be. That's worrisome because I think Louis will be heading towards a fast castle build as is pretty meta right now for the Japanese. In fact, the outpost on the gold almost guarantees it. And for good reason. I think in this matchup, if you play long feudal, you lose about 9 times out of 10. Because the issue is you're going to be up against knights, archers, and all you really have to play with is you can try for horsemen. Still going to lose to Knights. You can try for Yuumi. You have mobility, but the problem is that if you choose to go Yuumi, and this is actually an interesting dynamic, Yuumi costs 15 resources less, right? So as a raw percentage of the cost of an archer, a Yuumi is 20% cheaper. What do Rus get 20% more of? The primary resource for archers. So that's already stripped a lot of your options. So what are you left with your Japanese? Samurai? Onabigisha? That's not easily scalable. Compared to Horsemen that have a little bit more flexi to maybe trade better, going into Knights as well, it just feels like you're setting yourself up for failure. And, well, you'd think at that point, surely KP it's Spears. If you have to resort to Spears as the Japanese, something has gone direly wrong. There's a reason why people just try to go for the fast castle instead of playing Spears against Cav Civs. It just makes a lot more sense. It's not like this is a Civ that gets value out of Spears early. I know I before have said that I think that the Japanese Spearmen are a top 4 Spear Civ in the game, but that's later in the game. That's when you've got Bannerman, that's when you've got Nagayari. Earlier on, you are absolutely trashed here. So we have got that ball play. Second TC comes up. Pretty meta so far from Puppypaw. Nothing too unordinary here. And yeah, I think Louis, is this the first time he's seeing this? It is. So it's the first time he's scouting just how absurd this spawn is for Puppypaw. And his only reaction is to go for a tech up as quickly as possible, right? Cool thing about this, actually, I'm looking at the relics. They're all condensed in one area, so you can quickly kind of loop out. And Puppypaw is going to be notably slow in his tech up. Puppypaw, by the way, hasn't chosen to add in their stables. So although parts of this game look grim in the hyper late game for Louis, in the starting spawns, I think one thing that's really good for him is with this tech up timing, he should be able to get access to at least 3, if not 4 the relics before Puppypaw has a sufficient answer to the Shintos. Looks like he's going to go for the archer range opening. Puppypaw does, of course, see this to make your mind up. So this is kind of one thing that I find is really frustrating about the Rus is, and this is interesting when you think about it and dig into it, the Rus already get rewarded for building extra scouts in multiple ways. They get rewarded by the fact that they can kill units to get gold with those scouts. They get rewarded in the fact that they can gather more sheep, usually with those scouts. Now that balances between the two, so the sheep pool usually ends up being kind of even Stevens, but you still get the edge of the gold. It's why this Civ gets one of the fastest feudal age timings in the game. The follow-up is what's really disgusting, though. You cannot hide anything from this Civ. Even with just 2 scouts, look at what Puppypaw is able to do. He's able to corner and eventually kill off Louis' scout, while simultaneously seeing what the play is for Louis. If this was another Civ and you were chasing scouts away, all of a sudden Puppypaw would have to kind of guesstimate what he's going to be up against. But now, he perfectly sees it. He knows it's archer range, he knows it's going to be Onimusha, and now, with just a few walls up, he has nothing to be concerned about. He's going to set up an archery range because archers will deal with Onimusha fine and he has plenty of wood. But realistically, there's no need to now overreact because by going into this archery range choice, Louis lacks a sufficient way of breaking into the economy. First Shinto out, Yoshi has been dropped. Now, one upside for Louis, and I wonder if he's considered this, is now that he's forcing his opponent to go towards archery ranges, and probably horse archers here, right? The cool thing is that you are able to pick up the relics at a decent pace, rather, right? Like the high trade house is coming in now. Puppypaw will eventually have horse archers out, but he's going to be bogged down in a peppering of arrows between 2 sides. Now, over time, Puppypaw will win that fight. Onimusha suck against horse archers. They have the same attack speed, less base damage on Onimusha, and 5 less health as well. So overall, it's a fight the horse archers will always win. That's before we even highlight the fact that it's a 140 resource cost on Onimusha compared to a much lower 120. And it's also a more valuable resource, gold, compared to wood. So overall, it's a very good trade opportunity now for Puppypaw. But Louis should be capable of bogging down his opponent in a fight long enough that he could easily get 4 relics before Puppypaw can answer it. Wait, what? He's going crossbows. Interesting. So Puppypaw, this means he's probably forfeiting all the relics then. There's a reason why Puppypaw is going crossbows. It does make sense in the grand scheme. He could have went horse archers first, matched this, and kept it away, but what he's prepping for is wave number 2. Right now, the meta comp when you open archery range is to go for stables afterwards so that you get Onimusha plus the Mounted Samurai. Which sounds really neglectful, right? It sounds very silly, because why would you want to do that considering your opponent could then just build spears and archers and beat you out more efficiently? The reality is that spears aren't that great against Mounted Samurai, because the spears, their first hit just gets absorbed by deflective, so it's a bit weird. But it's not even going to be an opportunity to get that counter. Puppy Paw, Louis is one step ahead, man. He's got Euroshire on the way. He's gone into the Horseman. So Puppy Paw now at a disadvantage. He should at least be able to get one relic here. I don't think that Louis can be quick enough to block this out. But the other three that are still, the other two rather, that are still in play, because one more is on the way home already, are all Louis to be had. And no, there is no passage here. It's just the deceptive element of the maps and sometimes how they look. So it is cut off. Puppy Paw has himself fully encapsulated. Shinto, a little bit ambitious there. Tried to ride for the most aggressively placed relic. I don't know if Louis is going to be quick enough to block this out. It's going to be close, actually. If he cuts off the return, the Warrior Monk could easily die. Puppy Paw now spamming into the Spearman as quickly as he can, but he hasn't upgraded them yet. Also, we are seeing Tatara come in, so extra melee techs for the Horseman, but quick. Go quick, Louis. Oh my god, that idle time may have just cost him. I mean, it's going to be tough to try and thread it here anyway. Veterancy came through on the Horseman, so you can at least trade out with the crossbows, but needs to be careful that Onimusha themselves, they are susceptible to dying quick to the crossbows. Another cool thing about this is the Onimusha do have the extra tower range, right? So you can actually skirt out the crossbows a little bit. It's a bit dicey, though. The main reason is you have to look at the size of the hitboxes. So you have an extra 0.5 tower range, but if you look at the circle, you're shooting from the center of that circle, right? Look how big the circle is on crossbows. So, like, the true range is more accurate than horseback range. I think it'd be fairer to say that if you match these two up, it's not a 0.5 difference in the tower range, it's more like a 0.25. So it's very difficult to skirt that with the Japanese. So Puppy Paw for the moment, able to push this away. And also keep in mind, a second TC has now been dropped. So although Louis is behind on eco, if he locks in this fourth relic and starts dropping Yoroshiros, his economy will be capable of matching Puppy Paw's. Another interesting detail is Puppy Paw still has an uncomfortable phase of the game ahead of him, right? He's going to have to make a farm transition. Beautiful thing about playing the Japanese, folks. Everything about the Kura Storehouse opening encourages it. It gives you these farms for free. As a follow-up, you're also going to be able to buff your farms to be better and better as the game goes on. Game is basically doing everything it can to just kind of push you into it smoothly. Louis is hitting those times right. Daimyo upgrade comes in, so 25% more gathering rate coming on the food. For the time being, Puppy Paw is much better off. You can actually see it in the food numbers. And that's to be expected here. But in the next 3 or 4 minutes, that's where things get a little bit weird. Don't get me wrong, Puppy Paw is still going to compete quite well. One interesting thing about this matchup is, remember, that the Japanese don't have the eco-techs, right? So they miss out on a 45% gathering rate, but you can get farms up to a 75% gathering rate increase. That sounds like a win for Japanese. Here's where things get a bit spicy, though. It's the bounty system. The fact it can give you an extra 15% gathering rate on food means that the roost will be at 60% compared to the 75%. So all of a sudden, your biggest edge of the Japanese isn't so big anymore. And that gold issue is still a big question mark. Even in a game like this, where it's going to be 4 relics popped in for Louis, look what's happening on the other side. 151 gold here, that's essentially 2 relics. Hunting cabin over here, 30 gold. He could easily plop these along the tree lines as well to get himself another, say, 200 gold, and all of a sudden his passive gold is going to be better than the Japanese. Even when you add in Yoroshiros, he'll be able to keep up. Horsemen messing with each other in the meantime. I don't think you want to be in Horseman long term, which is why I like that we're now seeing a switch from Louis to go into Onimusha. Pretty natural transition here. The reason you don't want to play Horseman long term is you just lose that fight every day of the week. Even with the Uma Bannerman, it gets ugly because your opponent is the Roos, and they have access to a thing called Boy's Fortitude, which gives them bonus health on all that cav. I just love how these guys are trying to bump through the wall, and this one guy has the smart idea to just go around. It's like, wait a second. Louis, whoopsie, will look to move away, loses a few villagers for his trouble. I don't think Louis is ready to defend this. This is way too early. That crossbow mass is undeniably huge here. Louis is going to need some siege. I really hope the Siege Workshop is on the way here. If you try to mass Onimusha, I mean, in theory, it's good, right? If you can reach, but you need enough to get in there. And right now, there's over double the Onimusha in terms of crossbows. He's going to hide behind the TC. Only a level 1 Daimyo upgrade, so really not that threatening right now. Horseman also soaking a lot of that arrow fire. Crossbows will start to step back here. Onabagisha are going to get in, though. A good initial clash, but the numbers still not quite high enough. Louis needs that second wave ASAP. Horsemen are going to re-engage. No Saint's Blessing is a mistake here, by the way. I don't like what Puppypaw is doing, where he doesn't actually have a Warrior Monk. If you have a Warrior Monk here, that +1 armor and +1 damage, the damage is nice, but the armor is even more important here. Onabagisha attack low damage, but regularly. Which means if you have just a +1 armor, all of a sudden, the big edge that the Japanese get all the time with this Civ, with this comp rather, is that they have the extra melee tech level. So even if you're keeping up in your melee defenses, all of a sudden, there's always an edge for the Japanese. If you're playing Roost and you go Saint's Blessing plus the melee armor, these Onabagisha do nothing. Funnily enough, Puppypaw is not even prioritizing it. He's going for the Wedge Rivets instead, so gets the range 2 upgrade. Crossbows about to be overwhelmed here. Onabagisha count is about even to the crossbows on the front side, so Puppypaw is going to lose this fight. Just a matter of how slow. Aura also glowing on them. The Bannerman just adding a lot more damage in here. Enabling the chase, but they have moved out of range the Aura. However, Puppypaw, with such a lack of movement speed in comparison, is unable to turn around. He needs to be getting something out of this elsewhere. Either a transition or some sort of gain. If there was a farm transition, I'd respect it, and, well, it looks like I do get to respect him. Puppypaw. Timing is good, right? 10 farms already, adding in another 8. At a time where he's got his opponent defending. And sure, he's losing this fight, but now he's able to get the switch going. Men-at-Arms are being queued up. Voice Fortitude as well. So this is the scary point I was talking about. The Horsemen aren't going to be a match for the Onabagisha necessarily, but they guarantee the Men-at-Arms can now be protected because the Japanese's response usually in this situation is maybe to add more Onimusha in. The reason is because if you have Onabagisha and Onimusha, you have mobility. The correct read by Louis, if you want to get ahead here, would actually be to switch into Mass Samurai. Mass Samurai, Mass Onabagisha is really all you need. Crossbow count is incredibly low. Puppypaw is now going to set up a keep to hold this area, though. After the reset, we are seeing moves onto the flanks. Louis not ready to make that full farm transition, right? Very expensive phase in the game, so he's floating his way through by playing on these limited resources. Well, in fairness to him, he has got the final level of Wheelbarrow, which means that he has got an insanely good gathering rate from these. Remember, you get an extra 25% gathering rate per level. By level 2, you gather quicker from berries than the Abbasids. By level 3, to the moon. So we've hit the 18-minute mark, and funnily enough, these guys are actually about even Stevens now. I mean, Puppypaw is still ahead on eco, but like we said, that number's kind of deceptive here. Like, remember, the Japanese have got all these Yoroshiras coming in, so they've actually dropped them all in the buildings for the time being, but eventually they can switch them over to eco. But even with that in mind, we're talking about a 3 relic lead for the Japanese. So it's shrunk the gap by several more villages, right? I'd say there's less than 10 villages difference between them. However, it does mean we creep closer and closer to that late game scenario, right? Imp plus. I think the beginning of Imp can be a very big edge for the Japanese. Oda tactics in a well-timed Onabagisha spam can actually break the best of Roost players, but the scary part is if you miss that timing at all, then we start talking about the Streltsy mass. It takes a while to get online, but once it is there, they mow down Onabagisha like there's no tomorrow. I think we are going to get there, folks. 2.4k food income a minute at this stage. I mean, it's crazy, right? He's got more food income than the Japanese. Isn't even close. And the reason it's not close is we're only now seeing the level 2 Daimyo queued up. Louis isn't as strong as you typically see players being at this stage because he wasn't able to just hoard the stone, right? He didn't rush out onto a pace here. He chose to go for the food. He chose to go for the gold as a priority. It means that he hasn't got the same level of farm power at 20 minutes that we're often seeing out of Japanese players. If you had Shogun here, the amount of food pump he'd have going, we'd be seeing, what, like 70, 80 Onabagisha? At that point, Puppypaw would be dead, but because of the way Puppypaw played this and kind of hamstrung his opponent, Louis had a lot of idle time on those farms. He had a lot of idle eco on the exposed flanks. He just didn't have that same level of efficiency that many Japanese players do because he wasn't able to shut Puppypaw in his base. It's crazy, right? Think about this game if instead of having to invest in a bunch of Onabagisha so quickly after failing with the Horseman and Onimusha, he was able to just spend all that money on Eco and get ready for a big boom timing. Instead, he has to just reset, look to move up. Tanegashima Gunsmith is now on the way. Puppy Paw did continue to invest. Now, considering his position on the map, he should look to dive the base to punish this. If he backs away after he sees the tech up, it's not a good sign because it means that you're allowing Louis to get this for free. Anytime someone makes this type of choice, investing 3,600 resources into something other than an army, you need to read it for what it is. It's a moment for you to take an advantage. And there's a few ways Puppy Paw can do that, right? He can ride towards the base. He could also actually drop a keep in the center. In that center of the map, Louis, who's now making this tech up choice, is being denied gold in the center of the map. He only has one vein left over, right? And that's only got 2.7k gold remaining. That's not much for Imperial play, folks. Especially when Louis is also actively choosing to buy a Zutsu for 155 gold a pop. Somewhere along the way, he has to find his elite techs, which is going to be another 700 gold. Then he has to find Oda Tactics, which is also going to be 700 gold. And he's probably going to want some siege along the way because he's up against 44 crossbows. That will also take gold. And although you can get 20% of what you drop off in stone as gold as well, that's not much. That's 240 stone, 240 gold rather, that he's going to get from these 2 stone outcroppings, from what remains. He's got no one up here, so overall we're looking at Louis having about 3,000 gold to actively mine into. Oh, sorry, we missed this stone outcropping here. 3,200. It's not a lot. Flash coming to the base now. Azutsu trying to trade out here, but the crossbows just aren't stacked enough for him to get enough damage in. It's going to be a pushback, though. Looks like the Spearmen are actually doing God's work here. So well played on the switch up. I think, like, you're against Horsemen here. I've talked about this before. I actually think Onabagi should counter Horsemen at a pretty efficient pacing. The reason you want Spearmen at this stage in the game is now we're talking about Nagayari and elite status. That's where these Spearmen become worth something. Where they actually are worth having against Cav instead of just having Onabagisha. Still Puppy Paw keeping his opponent in his base because behind this, folks, High Armory is on the way. And we are officially about to enter the late game. And I gotta say, Puppy Paw's not weak for it, right? 50 farms? Look on the other side. It's 28 farms on the Japanese. That's actually atrocious. Another thing to consider here is all the stone that's been invested by Louis on this primary TC. He now doesn't have the stone for a keep drop in the center, and he needs it because he's about to run out of gold. If he doesn't put this stone towards a rush for a keep drop in the center of the map, his game is over before it can truly reach even mid-Imperial here. And Puppy Paw, he has got a big enough army that he could just block that play. Louis, although he's starting to compare on numbers, the quality isn't quite there yet. Some raid now coming in. Looks like he broke through the wall. Puppy Paw knows exactly where to go. These Japanese players are always so predictable. They want one thing and one thing only. Rice and lots of it. Moves in onto the farms. We'll be able to find a few eco targets. Idles out the rest. Rocket launcher is at least denting some of these horsemen. But the problem is, you can see by the damage increments, it's going to be enough to kill these horsemen veterancy. But once they're elited up with Boy's Fortitude on its own, it will take 2 hits to kill off cav units. Speaking of those cav units, they could easily go for more raids here. Idle out on the gold. Actually, I say idle out. It's just a run out on the gold. Louis has ran out of gold, so moving over to the center of the map now. Luckily for him, the horsemen aren't there. Unluckily for him, it's because the horsemen are in the back of his base. Nagayari, only now coming. It's just so much gold, man. Like, I'm trying to think like the overall cost here. So we're talking 1,400 for the 2 elite upgrades. Then Oda Tactics, you're up to 2,100 gold. Nagayari, you're up to 2,450. Then you need to spend a 350 for the melee tech. So you're at 2,800 gold. And that's before talking about the fact you need to build units, right? That's just upgrades, guys. Then you have to spend 155 gold per Azutsu. You have to spend 20 gold per Onabagisha. The numbers get astounding. I know, man. These Azutsu counts. These expensive Azutsu might be in trouble. Puppy Paw! Oh my god! Louis! The sick micro! He insta-clicked the keep! Oh my god. And also, Puppy Paw, not optimal on the wrap with the horseman there. He ran into the spear Onabagisha instead of into the Azutsu. Wow. This kid is something else. The timing on that. to hit with the Izutsu at the perfect moment and cost Puppy Paw all the stone. Dude, this guy is sick. Louis, now looking to wrap it. Wait, Louis. Wait, what are they both doing right now? Puppy Paw is like, no, this is fine. We can keep gathering. We need wood, damn it. We've only got 1,200 in reserve. So the Spearmen are actually going to get some eco kills. Looks like they will get cleared up by the Streltsy and the crossbows. They take out a decent number of horsemen for their troubles. Now the pushing continues. Izutsu back in, denting the defenses. I don't like how light Louis' army looks right now, though. He's struggling on the food. It's kind of crazy that he is as well. At this stage in the game, like, how many farms is he now up to? It must be about 45? 45 exactly, yeah. So at 45 farms, you just still be able to just non-stop keep pumping these. The problem is he's spending a lot of food on Izutsu as well. And I think that's costing him a lot long-term. I think it's nice to scale this up to that kind of ad infinitum count. But 10 is good enough, right? Unless you're able to have food reserves that allow you to pump 50 plus Onibagisha in reserve, I don't think it's a good idea to just keep spending all this resource on Izutsu. See what's costing him. He's about to be pushed off the gold again. Well, the good news is he did get the extra Yoroshiros, right? He's got one more to come. He is at a point where he can start banking them into the forges. He does need to delete some of the structures. It looks like he already has, so well played there. So overall, what are we looking at? How many forges? Is it 2? Oh dear God, is it really only 2? It's only 2. That's not a lot of gold, folks. And now this keep drop coming in from Louis. Looks like it will be able to go up. So he will be able to get the gold in the center. But Puppy Paw, his eco is already bolstered. He still has access on the other side of this, right? And I imagine we're going to be seeing a keep drop out of him soon again. So push back temporarily. Louis is able to get a foothold here. Secure at least 8k gold. Pretty much only 8k gold, though. So he needs to keep pushing. Puppy Paw, no biology still. So this is the reason why it looks very good now for Louis. He's also got Oda Tactics on the way, but if we start moving into, say, Incendiaries or Chemistry plus the biology, that's when I'm getting a bit worried here. Funnily enough, actually, this isn't a full play into Streltsy at all. It's actually just a light stepping in. And I like that from Puppy Paw. He's yet to get all of his tech upgrades, so going mass Streltsy doesn't make much sense here. You just would stop yourself from ever actually getting your full tech unlocks. Right now, what he needs is a keep drop on the center, and he needs to be efficient about it. If he can rush the goal with 20 workers, all of a sudden the Rus are going to be pumping out gunpowder units like there's no tomorrow. Meantime, Horsemen break through the wall. Decap coming in the Sacred Site, so no timer remaining now for Louis. Send them out. Clash continues, but looks like these Izutsu are slightly out of position. Horsemen able to push this back again. Outposts are sneaking up from Louis, but these Izutsu numbers are not holding very well. Only 5 of them remaining. Okay, guy now behind this. A keep drop is coming. Puppy Paw senses weakness, and he looks to take his claim, to take the center of Golden Pit. Now, you might be wondering, why is Louis just not playing Siege? He has a little bit of gold to work with, and he's kind of just taking a hard way of winning these fights. He doesn't have a choice. For a start, you're up against the Rus. Someone already asked the question, do you have Culverins as Japanese? No, so it means you're up against Springalds at a disadvantage. On top of that, if you play too hard in a Siege, Boys Fortitude Biology Horsemen will annihilate you anyway. So like, there's no real way you win on such an open area. Golden Pit does have these choke points created by the Golden Veins, but ultimately you're in an open sinkhole, right? Like, there's nowhere to really hide here. So playing Siege is very difficult unless you have an overwhelming lead. And right now, as we can see, Louis doesn't have that type of production lead. He doesn't have enough food to pump out 50 plus units like that. He's struggling to actually keep a defense together as it stands. Louis back on the Siege though. Izutsu aren't going to last long here though. He's too split. These horsemen pulled him back in an undesirable way. He spent way too many spearmen chasing after this. He's still being idled up. At the same time, he's losing all of the Siege boys on the front side. Crossbow mass still without Incendiaries, but biology is now on the way, and this is where it gets scary. Yes, you've got Oda attacks for the time being, with biology kind of equaling this up, giving that frontline soak the Puppy Paw needs. This is where Louis is at risk of losing his hold. It's really annoying when you go Samurais like this and you're up against the Horseman. Kind of the entire upside of Samurai is forfeited, right? Adachi just doesn't work here. And it's crazy because Adachi makes up, like, what, an extra 20% damage onto what you're doing. If you can reach the crossbows, it's great, but with biology coming through, you're going to get an extra, was it 20% health for Bloodlines is 30. 20% extra health at this stage ends up putting you to 255 health on Horseman. And that doesn't cost you gold. So the whole logic now is that Puppy Paw over time will just shift into more crossbows or more Streltsy, and those are never going to be sacrificed. So what Puppy Paw is going to do is he's going to throw away food and wood to kill food and gold. And what did we say about Golden Pit? What defines this map? It's access to gold. If you're draining yourself dry that quickly, all of a sudden this keep drop that only secures one vein doesn't feel great. Meanwhile, look on the other side. Puppy Paw, he secured 2 for the price of 1. Chemistry now on the way, and this game's starting to get away from Louis a little. The Streltsy count's only at 8 right now. It's not out of control. But if we get up to, say, 30 Streltsy, that's when I struggle to see a way that Louis can just turn the tide here. Right? Like Azutsu, because they have very buggy hitboxes, their splash damage doesn't always connect correctly. So although you'd think Azutsu are a great counter to Streltsy, quite often it fails to hit. You'll snipe one unit, but you won't snipe multiples. And also, you have to remember, if you're only sniping one unit, at that point, you're just a worse hand cannoneer, right? It's 35 damage compared to the notably lower 28. Pfeffer on the wall again. I don't think that one villager is going to be good enough, buddy. He might be able to get the fortification out, though, but the decap should at least come in afterwards. Now we see the raid attempts. The keep is already up, though. And Louis, this is kind of the issue at the stage in the game, right? Is if you don't want to play a Master under Bigisha, you don't actually have a way of flanking. And also these choke points! Oh, man, so many horsemen going down, but they are lasting just long enough here. Bombard is not going to be kept alive, but the Streltsy and the crossbows have been trading out. More are arriving. Castle's down. Puppy Paw up to 12 Streltsy, though. Crossbows are reforming the lines. And although it looked like a breakthrough, unfortunately for Louis, the choke point of the double gold vein takes too long to get through. Mass Melee getting griefed by the resource that his owner wants so badly. Streltsy now beginning to dive the keep. It's a little ambitious. I think Puppy Paw's jumped the gun here. He needs a bombard. You can't rush this. This rocket launch should just annihilate you. Your Streltsy will die in one hit. Your crossbows die in one hit. The only thing that can survive diving that keep is the horseman. Speaking of which, dude, this is so annoying. This is actually incredibly annoying if you're Louis. I mean, the plus side is at least you're more melee efficient, right? Your Owner Bigisha, your backline, they're able to attack while your samurai are attacking. But ultimately, you're up against mass ranged with a small line of melee. And that small line of melee is the difference maker. It allows him to just keep flourishing in this count of crossbows and Streltsy. And this is before incendiary arrows, by the way. That's only now being researched. Once that comes through, with Louis already losing fights, you have to ask the question, what happens next? And some discussion going on about the point that we're at in the game. You should be raiding into the Puppy Paw's eco. Good idea, but here's the downside. If you go into the eco, you lose the center, you lose gold. You might take away food from Puppy Paw, but you lose gold. And right now, gold is the definition of this game. Streltsy crossbows on one side, Azutsu, Samurai, Owner Bigisha on the other. They both need it. That's why they're both tunnel vision on the goal, because any military force that goes away from the central fight costs the other their keep. Now, even with everything being invested, it looks like it's going to cost Louis everything. Streltsy mass is too big now, folks. 19 of them, plus the 30 crossbows. The Azutsu are not going to break this. The Bombard is going to break this keep, though. Good fight by Louis, but the moment he gets pushed off this gold, this game is essentially going to be over. So he needs to get a new line out here. The problem is he just doesn't have enough food. The strain on his eco right now from how many units of Dynasty Streltsys is getting insurmountable. Although Puppy Paw is also being kept down in the dirt, the difference is in the military count. Horseman now riding in with the eco. Repair crew has kept this keep alive for quite some time, but I think we are reaching the end of its life cycle. Streltsy count now up to 25. Azutsu count down to just a handful. And at that point, you're going to start losing the repair crew. That's when the damage becomes permanent. Villagers have been sacrificed here just to gather a little bit of gold to keep this going because Louis is officially capped now. 50 gold in reserve, even with 1,200 gold income. He was no match for what the Roos were pumping here. The Hunden cabins laid out like we talked about. 22 gold here, 33 gold here, 27, 24, 10. It's absurd. The amount of gold that he's managed to maintain on the map because there's 26 over here. A little bit over the ambition of the placements. 20 here, 27. It's just insane. Over here as well, 24. It's just too much passive gold coming from the Roos. It's exactly why this hyper late game is the nightmare of the Japanese. You cannot match the passive gold income of the Roos at this stage in the game. And in a matchup, that's always going to be defined by who has more gold. It's why the Japanese quite often run into a wall in Imp+. Castle was kept alive by some miracle, but it's coming at a cost. Louis' gold income is now halved. He's not able to actively work on the gold because everyone here is actively working on keeping the castle alive. That bombard has never been answered, probably never will now. 27 Streltsy. By the time you reach them, you're already dead. I do wonder, like, Louis, if he'd built more forward production, could this have been better, right? If he set up a bunch of Raxes here, had more troops in the meat grinder, maybe he pushes for a bit more aggressively. But either way, at this stage, it's too late for that type of switchover, right? Like, you pull villagers to deal with that, you've got less food income, you've not got the wood right now as it stands, and it means you definitely wouldn't have the gold income. Tough game. Streltsy have at least been reached for like what feels like the first time in the entire game, but even with the Sacred Sites locked in, it's only going to be temporary. In fact, we didn't look at this matchup on paper, did we? No, sorry, we did. We said that Roos were, was it 60% favored? Yeah, and I think we see why. Even if we go before this patch, back to the December 6th patch, Roos versus Japanese is at a 50% win rate, surprisingly there. I don't think that's an accurate result, though. I imagine that's a lot of Japanese picks on water maps, where Roos players were getting a little bit too cute and it didn't work out. But on a map like Golden Pit, I definitely see the merit in Roos. I'm just surprised that it took me 3 months of the expansion, over 3 months in fact, to see a single Golden Pit Roos game. And now that we see them here, we see them pretty much as dominant as always, right? The reason they remained a staple of the meta of Age of Empires 4's competitive, their early plays, their mid-game plays, especially their late if they ever get there. They don't really feel weak anywhere in the game right now. Gold is at least being gathered again for Louis. Looks like he has got a temporary reprieve. But I'm just seeing 32 Streltsy queued up, and I don't know what to do about this. Azutsu count is crawling upwards, but the problem is small rotations of horsemen like this can just take that down again quite quickly. From both sides as well. Unfortunately, he does get caught out. Spearmen are going to try to cover this. We'll be able to keep it alive for the moment. But now Mango's being added in by Poppy Paw. I mean, Louis actually gaining some ground. There's no way he makes this happen, right? It's looking good. I'm just a bit worried that it's a bit late, right? Like, if this happened a few minutes ago, the gold reserves wouldn't be there. But Poppy Paw, as it stands, has 30 more Streltsy queued up behind this. His eco is getting small, though. I mean, it's do or die here, right? Like, Poppy Paw, with an eco this small, has Louis somehow pulled this off? Because I feel like this shouldn't be happening right now. Poppy Paw, it's do or die. Stand and fight, no other option. Mangonel does come out. Keeper's already gone, though. Oda tactics a bit too strong. Streltsy gonna have to clean this up. Horsemen are baiting the army, but the Azutsu are moving in. Mango shots, only one comes out. Poppy Paw. Oh my god, he's actually doing it! I am shocked. at that outcome. Louis looked primed for the trash pile there. His food was struggling. His goal was disrupted time and time again. But I think it just got said in chat, Azutsu is something else. You know, if I had to put this down to something, if I had to come up with the reason why, I think it was the supply points. I didn't check in on it, right? Because the Tanegashima Gunsmith usually just goes kind of overlooked. I imagine that's where the turning point came. The Azutsu count went down to nothing, and all of a sudden it was back up again. So Tanegashima saves the day with the stockpile points. And Louis, with what looked like it was going to be a GG out for him, it's a GG out for the Rus. And despite the win rate being in favor of them right now, Louis claws one back. Oh, and I just realized, why is that? I know why that's still showing. 1 second, I need to hide that mini-map, don't I? So the mini-map should be hidden right now, but it's not. Give me a sec, guys. Just want to fix that quickly. Whew. Man. Nice level. What is my level? I don't really play the game. Oh, 69. Perfect. I need to stop playing the game. I don't know. I wonder if I had like a misread on that. I feel like that game was going against him, and then the Azutsu just came out of nowhere. That almost felt unlosable for Puppypool with all the gold he had. I'm trying to think where it went wrong. He didn't get raided on the eco, right? He just lost, like, all those workers were lost on the front line. That's crazy, man. Well played by Louis, though. Holy crap, I misread that one entirely. I mean, it did look like it shouldn't be winnable at that stage. Maybe I'm just not giving enough credit to the extra 2 Yoroshiros in Imperial. Because, like, if you do the maths right, he had 4 relics, so he had 320 gold there. And then with the Yoroshiros, he had an extra 450. So he has 770 gold a minute. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, actually, when you think about it that way. All right, let's see who else we've got, though. I think Horseman isn't that valuable. I think Horseman's fine. I think his biology came late. Yo, what is up, Orichalcos? Dude, my words today. I don't know what's been wrong with me this week. Speaking's hard. I think it's because my throat's still clearing up. Thank you for the Prime, buddy. Welcome to the Swarm. Don't forget, guys, if you've got Primes, drop them here. We are doing 30 hours of content a week on this channel. That means 120 hours of entertainment for you guys that's possible. And that means, from a ads perspective, you would end up with a lot of ads, actually. Jesus. You'd end up with, that would be 480 minutes of ads a month that you can dodge just by using your Prime sub. It's a no-brainer. And no, you shouldn't go MAA. You could go Spearman maybe, but then Onobagisha win. I think like the Horseman is fine. The Horseman is actually a logical play. Scraw? I think you mean caca. Alright, so let's have a look who else we've got here. Do we maybe go for some Give You Anxiety versus Beastie? Or... I don't think Louis had any more games. I think we've cast most of Louis' games that he's played since he's come back. Does it feel like Puppypool and Wham never quite got to the level we were hoping for? I mean, I think they are doing really well. Like, I think they've reached the level we expected. I don't think anyone expected them to just be the best in Age of Empires 4 suddenly. Like, you've got Vortex and Lucifer making a resurgence, right? If it wasn't for that, then I actually think they sit just behind, like, Beastie Marine Lord, right? But you gotta remember that the Spanish bros came back out of nowhere. They reinvigorated themselves. Like honestly, about a year ago, Luciferon and Vortex looked pretty much done with the game. And I think they admitted as much. Like when I done an interview with them, they basically said that they lost their enthusiasm, but they found it again, and it's just surged them back up. So I don't think it's as much Wham and Poppy Paw falling flat as it is the other way around. Someone else coming back up and looking really strong. And yeah, Age of Empires 4 is not a big enough scene to support many full-timers. In fact, your top players are all full-timers. Alright, so having a look at who we can cast now. Let's see who we've got. I think... I thought I saw a Marine Lord. No. Okay, no, he hasn't been playing. Numadon has, though. Ooh. Wait. Hold up. Numadon versus Core live right now. Yeah. I'm a slide in on that. That's a piece of cake I want for sure. So what we got? We got HRE versus Irobids. How curious. I guess he's done with Stormgate for now, so we'll happily have him back. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action, folks. We've got Baloo, a.k.a. Numadon, back at it. And I'm wondering, how do the Irobids fare now against the HRE? A Civ that used to actually be able to just really give a kick to the HRE and beat them to their cast age timing. But ever since they nerfed the advancement wings, there's a bunch of question marks around what you're meant to do with this Civ. Let's see what Numadon can show us. Other side of it, Core is going to be your person on the HRE. That's right, Mr. Corpium himself, the prolific HRE/Roost spammer, has gone back to what feels cozy. We are going to be on Cliffside. A good map for aggression, but I'm wondering if it is going to be aggression towards each other's bases or aggression towards these relic sites. Let's actually hit this speed up to get through the early game here. Opening-wise, I'm looking at the spawn. It looks like we have actually got a lot of safe resources behind the base for the Irobids. Numadon has got double gold close by, which normally is a bad sign against aggressive civs. We have to remember we're not against an aggressive civ here, we're against HRE. So this is actually an optimal thing for the Irobids. One outpost can kind of secure the area, worst case scenario, but you probably don't feel threatened to do that against the HRE, who typically play very safe and condensed. That being said, this isn't just anyone's HRE. This is Core's HRE. You guys are probably wondering, what does that mean, KP? What's so different about Core's HRE? Probably the most consistent double scout opener I've seen on this Civ to this day. For good reason as well. Do you want to know why double scout is very lucrative? For one, it allows you to be more optimal in your rotations because you always have to come back very early with the HRE scout because you're taking sheep way too fast with the prelate buff. An added on benefit of this, though, is if you get enough sheep, you can go for a Burgrave rush. And right now, he has 18 sheep to the 6 of Numadon. And remember, folks, Numadon has actively been looking for sheep. Funnily enough, he's been actively eating them as well. He was delayed going on the berries, which does suggest that we are getting Growth Wing, but... Wait. Okay, this is Growth Wing. This has to be Growth Wing. So it's going to be Military Wing into Growth Wing. That's the only logical reason why you start on sheep here if you're Numadon. Otherwise, you should just be out on berries. And he has started to spread the workers out on each berry patch instead of just exhausting them one by one. So, considering it opened with Military Wing, I'm expecting this to be a Castle Age rush with Growth Wing play. The other side, though, Outpost is going to come up. Core is going to be chased away with that one scout. And in the end, it looks like he still has 17 sheep to work with. And remember, he's already exhausted several because of the faster gathering rate. Also has the Archon now online next to the Golden Food. So we are getting a fast castle up from Core. It's just going to be a question mark about whether we are looking at a Burgrave or a Regnitz here. I actually really like Burgrave. Like, in a fast castle race, it destroys the Irobids because they just can't get anything together quick enough. The Ghoulims don't really protect you very well, and Lancers take way too long to scale, and Burgrave has the solution to Lancers anyway, right? You can spam spears as much as you can spam men-at-arms. So we'll see which way Core wants to go. Numadon is going to be quick on the tech up. If he doesn't go Advancement Wing, this is 100% an option for Core to go Burgrave. If it's Advancement Wing, you don't really want to contest it with Burgrave play. But considering that Numidan is a little bit slower in gathering the gold than you should be for an optimal Advancement Wing timing, I think we are looking at... Oh, God. What? I'm so confused by the berry play. I thought it was going to be Growth Wing. Oh, God, it is Advancement Wing. Okay, so he's going to get up quickly. And this is actually the right read, but I wonder... With the way that Numidan opened Sheep and Berries, I think this is a pivot by him. I don't think he wanted to go for Advancement originally, but he understood what was happening on the other side. In fact, Numidan, did he scout this? He might have seen that he's up against Burgrave play. I mean, maybe he scouted the Blacksmiths. I'm checking the vision now. He's never seen that area, but he did at least glimpse this side. So quite likely Numidan saw what he's up against and then chose to go Advancement Wing instead of playing a bit more greedy. Makes sense. You would have had to wait an extra 24 seconds, which might not sound like a lot, but against a Burgrave Rush, that's basically an extra 5 men-at-arms. We should have quite a few men-at-arms coming here, folks. Cool. He's still got 11 sheep to work with. Then he's got the berries in range of the Archon. This is going to be pumping for a 20-plusser. That means that Numidan needs to be prepped with ample defenses. He's gone for 1 stables, but I don't like this. I think you need 3. Lancers are going to be way too slow here. I actually think you also need some level of flexibility. I'd say actually archery range is being dropped makes more sense here. Considering you're about to be up against men-at-arms spam, and if it ends up being spearmen to assist it, then Lancers do nothing. Numidan, he does see it now. He has confirmation. Burgrave play on the way. No upgrades into the better men-at-arms yet, but that's for good reason. Typically, you want to get the first 5 or 6 men-at-arms out, because the logic is if you choose to do your upgrade first, that just means your men-at-arms arrive in the enemy base later. If you delay the upgrade into true men-at-arms, it means you're able to chase across the map at an early phase. All's going to come out. First relic on the way home for Core. Now, funnily enough, these Desert Raiders are going to kind of fight back with their 5 melee armor, but it's still going to be a bad trade. So instead, Numidan tries to avoid it. Crossbows are now being scaled into. And Core, how many can he afford? And how quickly can he get this together? Because it looks like we have actually got double archery range. So Numidan should have the solution to the first few MAA. Oh, Core, man. This guy, at this point, I think it's fair to say that Core loves Burgrave more than any other H3 player in the game. I can't think of someone that does Burgrave more often than him. And he has a good success rate with it, but this feels like a type of game where it's going to be difficult to close. The choice to go Lancer plus Crossbow and the fact that Numidan had all that food and gold in reserve to straight away start pumping doesn't bode well for Core here. Especially considering that he hasn't got a second layer to this, right? There's no Siege Workshop being dropped. He can't really afford that right now. If he did, then this would still be a really good position, right? Because the Crossbows wouldn't be able to fight. But now when you dive in like this, choke points, these Lancers can hold long enough. Heavy Mace is going to be there. Crossbows to start a step back. Men-at-arms. Oh, they get baited away. Okay, that's a bad trade. This one crossbow is not going to go down. Instead, he carves down 2 MAA. Sick micro there by Numidan. And Core, too slow to realize he'd been baited away. So wave number 1 is a big fat L for Core. And he's got, what, 4 minutes left to make this worthwhile. Well, he has got 1 relic so far, but you can already see this Desert Raiders guarding on the flanks. Oh my god, this is going to... Is this going to be a 4 relic game for Iobits? Numidan is so sick. Numidan has a 80% plus win rate on Cliffside, and I think we're seeing why again. See, this guy goes away from the game for 2 weeks, goes and plays Stormgate on the grind, comes back, and is still able to just destrominate people on this map. Numidan's scary, man. Although north side looks like the Desert Raider is going to have to move away here, but, I mean, honestly, you should be able to walk back in and melee him to death. No one's coming quick enough to defend him, so the men-at-arms aren't going to arrive in time to save the day. And in fact, crossbows are now stabbing in on the economy. That is going to be free. Make that 4 villages going down. Core, losses that he can't afford here. Prelate also does get clubbed in the end. Desert Raider. Wait, what the? Did you just throw your base there? What the hell was that range? All right, so it looks like there is going to be a second relic coming from Core at least. But Numidan should easily be getting free in return. Raid on the backside is going to be blunted out by the Lancer's arrival. So Numidan will be able to protect his eco here. Now he sits with a 3 eco lead. Not bad up against this Civ. Of course, HRE do have the benefit of the Arcan gathering rate. Unfortunately, that does require that you have got a Prelate inside. Huh? And Core also has 400 gold in reserve. Never built a monastery. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, this is bad. This is really, really bad. I mean, he never built a monastery, guys. So, like, anytime he wanted a new prelate, he had to sacrifice a villager of production, right? So what does he do? He says, I really want that relic. He pulls the prelate out of the Arcan Chapel, and that buff has now been missing for a minute. Wow. And although it's going to get him one relic, this is not a Regnant's relic, remember. So it's not the same level of efficiency. You've given up a lot more than you've gained, especially for the next several minutes. I mean, at this stage, it would have been what? You had 4 or 5 workers on the berries. You used to have even more workers on the gold. Then you had the free farms. Quite a lot of eco that just wasn't getting buffed here. I'd say about like a third, just over a third of his economy was not being buffed at the time. Now the outpost rush from Numidan. Oh, he's going to get a Springald, isn't he? I mean, he's not gathering stone yet. He's just moved across onto it. So he should be saving up to just go for a Springald drop. In the meantime, Men-at-Arms are going to drop on the back line here. So Numidan going to get idled up on his food. Still has some food income elsewhere on the map though, right? He's playing Berry South side as well. And he can at least just send out a few Lancers to address this. Needs to be quick about it though. He's losing more villagers in the meantime. More outposts coming. What is this? I mean, at this point, you're now 5 villagers behind, right? Because that's 5 villagers that are building outposts instead of gathering. Not to mention the idle time on the other side. Like, cool. Despite the fact this game should look incredibly ugly for him, he's actually somehow keeping it going. Now he's switching to Mass Horseman. Mass Horseman is brave here, by the way. He doesn't have long-term food. He's got deer on the backside, berries as well, but he only has 3 farms under the Arcan. So, like, this is a very risky play coming out from Core. And also, having to go Horseman after playing Burgrave essentially just means you're playing a losing HRE, right? Because you haven't found great value out this Burgrave strike. Now you're stuck going Mass Horseman, which drains your limited food because you've already drained yourself dry from all the Burgrave spam. It's quite an awkward stage in the game for Core. It's an interesting idea. If he's able to find attacks on the flanks, he could actually just shut down Numidan's economy. But now, with Numidan setting up the walls at this timing, that's about to be 10 times more difficult. Oh, man. What do you do if you're Core here? Show me a build that makes you wish you'd picked Minework Palace. I mean, I feel like we are legit looking at a game where Core's probably sitting here going, kind of wish I'd gone Minework. Everything about it, right? The fact the Arcan is buffing a grand total of 3 villages, the fact that he's gone Spearman Horseman. I wish he could turn back time right now. Show a game where Minework would have made sense. That is not the way Age of Empires works. Numidan now prepping archers. I mean, funnily enough, if you just go archer spears, you actually win here, right? Like, HRE have a bit more mobility on their spears, but your spears are just outright better for attacking. Crossbows in the meantime. How many horsemen here to contest them? In fact, it looks like he had to go on the counter-offensive here just to block out the raid from Numidan. Lancers are getting cut down, but it comes at a price here. Not the best of trades on the fort for Core. Looks like he did at least get rid of one of the outposts, but I'd say Numidan was able to hold in a situation he had no right doing so there. All because of that Lancer raid. And you know there's still more Lancers that can come here, right? It's also really awkward because building into Horsemen feels terrible up against the Ibits. They have camels, right? It's not just the camel Lancers. They probably have this Desert Raider coming out for free. They'll have the Camulances. They basically have a way of mitigating a lot of your damage. So if you're not hitting these crossbows, it's just a complete disadvantage in these fights for the HRE. One behind this Numidan now turn it into a bit more of a macro game. Actually goes for the second TC. I like this. I don't think you should be trying to end the game anymore. Like, you tried to dive into the base. You saw Core now commit into Mass Horseman. this tells you you're playing a longer game. Because what your goal is now is to survive this Horseman raid. If you do that, all of a sudden, Core's made himself 10 times weaker because of it. Because all that food, like, think about the numbers here. 16 Horsemen, 1,600 food. That's what he would have needed for Imperial Age. That's literally the difference right now. So he knows that Core can't go there quickly because with limited food remaining, rushing up to him, even if he tries to rush it now, isn't going to be quick. Although we have got farms now finally coming in, it's on such a delay. Usually at like 16 minutes, I think we're used to seeing like 10 farms already, and then an extra stack of like 8 being added in. Instead, we're currently sitting at 12 after we just watched 8 be rushed in. Cool with the Horseman raid on the backside though. Lance is there to meet him, means he has to back away from this. And he doesn't even know about the TC, right? No, he didn't see it. So great reaction there by Numidan, pushing away just before he would have known. Cool. It is going to be the macro up now for him. Has been delayed. Numidan cannot contest this. This is kind of awkward now. He has to try and survive, so he's walling himself in. He's restricting the opportunities for Core to get in. But even with his second TC, things are about to go against Numidan pretty aggressively. Yes, he's got 3 relics versus the 2, but it's Palace of Swabia. The eco-inflation is going to be undeniable here. Numidan, he could go for additional TCs, but right now he cannot go for an age up. Horseman rides in. We'll be able to get out in time. Not really any way you can truly get out here, though, right? The walls are up around the area, so eventually he should end up getting cornered. In fact, Core, I don't think he even knows about these walls yet. So in for a rude awakening as he shifts to the south side. Lancers are on the prowl again, so Palace of Swabia will not be spotted in time. Tech up is going to complete, but Core still with a lot of exposed economy these Lancers can go after. Core, bad news, buddy. End of the line, baby. It's going to run through. 2 Horsemen lost. I mean, that's absolutely fine. Core's even going to hang around to stab at some of these villagers, but they've got textiles, so it's a little bit of a bait for him. Mistakes made there. I think he misread the situation. The Camelonese came in, so he done practically no damage to those textiles villagers. Good read there by Numidan, but now with Palace of Swabia online, like I said, it's undeniable. You're going to start falling behind. Yes, you've got a 3rd TC coming in, but you're talking about 3 TC versus 4 TC effective. Not just 4 TC effective, it's 3/4 of Core's TCs having an insane discount as well. Quite the problem. Numidan basically has to try and survive until full military mass. The scary thing of doing so is by the time you arrive there, your opponent could have all his elite upgrades. So it's not just about reaching mass you can eventually tech up. It's also about forcing fights so that Core never invests in elite statuses. Instead, he has to keep investing in replacing his army. So good choice by Numidan to go on the offensive. I think if he actually walked back right now, the game is just over. But he needs to do some damage. Eco or military. Either way, it needs to be a favorable trade. Anything less, anything even, and he will fall behind. I love the walls now going up. Numidan just trying to make sure that he can focus on the forward, that he doesn't have to come to defend at all. Really cool read, just keeping a small little gap so that Core just gets funneled towards there if he keeps relying on cavalry. I'm wondering, do you just go Adabeg here? I feel like you go Adabeg. Spearman plus hand cannoneers in the late game for Ibeards with Sultan's Mamluks, or Mamluks Bravery, with the Adabeg health as well is kind of insane. It's probably the strongest comp you can get as the Ibeards post-Imperial Age. Calming moment in the meantime. Horsemen are going to ride in again. We'll hit the fast forward a little bit because I'm expecting a little bit of idle time before they get into a proper clash. Core looks like he's getting ready to force one, but Numidan doesn't want it yet. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, is he starting to save up? I think he's just going up and giving up and going home here, right? Which is kind of awkward to see. I mean, Core actually has a very strong opportunity to start taking this game now, considering Numidan isn't keeping him down anymore. Eco lead begins to build. Breakthrough attempt on the wall here, but Manjaniques are being built by Numidan. Wall has broken already, though. And funnily enough, he goes to those houses, as they always do. Trying to pop lock. Horseman try to peel off. Camel are going to mirror them, though. And now the stabs and the choke points, able to hold this area. Numidan only needs a few spearmen to stand here to protect the crossbows at the back. Camels are going to come in the body blockers. The Desert Raiders all free here. And Core, this assault is not going to work. Manjanique cannot be accessed. Crossbows are too effective here. Core just throwing away a lot of meat and not getting much in return. Horseman, this is so annoying, actually. When you're trying to raid like this, just having camels pursue you. It just means anytime you try to go in for a stab, right, with that 11 damage, it's just going to be worthless against textile villages. You're going to have to come do it 2-3 times even to probably get a single kill. It's like he's going to hang around, but that's a mistake against the Desert Raiders. A bad, bad fight here. So Core is going to lose all the cav units. I think he only killed about 2, maybe 3 villages max there. Lost a lot of cav in return. For a player who hasn't set up all the farms yet, that's actually an expensive loss. All right, look at his food income, 1,400 food, and that's because some of it right now is out on berry farms, out on other resources. Numidan still not ready for that tech up, though. But he does now have a military lead. This is an opportunity to push. He needs to be fast about it. Love that he's leaving a keep behind him just in case this fails, right? If it backfires, he wants to have a defense to fall back upon. For now, an opportunity to shut down this farm area. In fact, this is a critical ingredient. If Core wants to win this game, he can't afford to go idle on these farms. And unfortunately, the way Cliffside is designed, you quite often find yourself building the farms closer to the enemy base than intended. Raid by a few of these men-at-arms will be cleared up. We have actually got some plays on the flanks on the deer here from Core, so he's still taking risks. I love that he's doing this. I can't see a world in which you can just sit at home and be fine right now. You have to take risks. But still, if that one detail gets spotted, it could be curtains closed. Core looking to poke back against this. Crossbow start step coming out from Numidan, and we are seeing the activation coming in from the Mamluk's Bravery, just making it much quicker to snowball here. This is the thing I love about Ibid's Mamluk's Bravery. It's kind of a sad reality, though, that typically the unit that gets the buff then often keeps getting the buff, especially in small quantities. I wish there was a way of like spreading the buff so that like each time you get a kill, if X unit already has it, it passes it to another, but I imagine that would probably be a bit too OP. I've now got Culverin Bombards coming. So Numidan has to just go for a tech up now, right? Like, this is no longer negotiable. The moment that Core made that switch in the Siege, you just have to stave up. If you don't, you never can win Siege. So he's now going to move up, and it is going to be Growthwing. Okay, this is sick. So, right now, Core has got 110 eco. Of that 110 eco, only a sixth of it is getting the 40% Archon buff. On the other side of this, Numidan, 100% of his eco is getting a 10% gathering rate buff. With the Growthwing tech, he's about to get an extra 10% on top of that. Think about the efficiency of that. He's going to be better economically than the HRE. Because the HRE are only buffing a fraction of their economy. But no matter what you do as the Ibids, everything gets touched by that buff. It's a sick read. I love this. I've been saying like Growthwing is the imp choice is kind of underrated. A lot of people typically get it very early in the game. If you can hold on this long, if you can find a way to grab it at this stage, that 10% buff rate actually puts you ahead of the Abbasids before the Eco Wing techs, which is kind of nuts to stay out loud. Especially for a player who's now sitting on, what, 34 farms and scaling. Other side of this, only 28 for Core, so scary time for him. And also another interesting detail here, look at the 2k Golden Reserve. The moment that tech up completes, because of the Golden Age Tier 2, he's going to research 50% faster, which means instead of waiting a whole minute for elite statuses, he only has to wait 40 seconds. That's a very small window for Core to strike with. Even with marching drills, it's still slow-moving infantry that need to dive. Core going for the breakthrough. Numidan, we've been here before. Last time, it was a fantastic hold, and I think it might be again, because once again, Core essentially has the same comp here. Mass melee into choke points versus mass crossbows and a Manjanique. What is it about repeating history that he seems so interested in? Elite Army Tactics at least a difference maker this time. Numidan is going to back up and forfeit over more ground as he retreats. But still, he should be able to hold here quite easily. Upgrades have been queued. We're 30 seconds out. Crossbows holding in the choke points. Second wave needs to be coming from Cool, but right now just a few troops are idling him out in these choke points. A few Ghoulims also just coming out to slow this down further, and I believe Core is going to be reset again. Colrin does get the snipe out on the Manjanique. The Core needs to be moving past this army. He needs to be hitting economy to win this out. Crossbow count is still big as well. A few troops just idling him out as Core just tries to shift through. Eco lead is still at 20 for Core, but military is neck and neck. And with the upgrades now in elite status complete, this is where Numidan should be able to push this back. Yeah, this doesn't feel like enough on its own. I think Core's issue right now is getting enough troops to the front side. Look at where his production is. It's right at the back of the base. I think what he really needed here was Rax's kind of set up in the center, along the center line. He just doesn't have enough meat being thrown into the blender. And that being said, he has at least dented some of the base. A lot of houses haven't been taken down, but Numidan has plenty of room to build those up behind. Also, his farms have been set up far behind the base. Relics are at least on the ground, so that's something that Core could look to grab here. He is making a switch into Horsemen, but I'm already seeing Ghoulims and Spearmans prepped by Numidan, so he's going to have the answer to these issues. Another interesting detail about this matchup now. HRE lose Siege Warfare. They pay 100%. Once you get to that Golden Age 3, or Golden Age 4, which is quite easy to reach at this stage in the game, 20% less price paid for each siege. But in the meantime, to make sure Core can not worry about that discount, he goes for the 5-finger discount. He yoinks the Relic. Well played, sir. So that's one Relic on the way home. That's going to put him up to 3. However, the details I already highlighted are something you cannot really ignore here. Numidan is in a very good position now. He's created these choke points. He's reached up into Imperial Age. He's done so with the Growth Wing, which has given him a phenomenally efficient economy. Although he's taken some damage, Core is capped now. He can't get better on his eco. He could try. Maximum you can go up is to 150 before it gets really weird. But all the while, that Archon buff, remember, it's only affecting a minority of his economy. Credit to him, he's at least put it up to 40 now, but that still means basically a third is being buffed by 40%. Everything else is getting nothing. And what on the everlasting hell of keep drops is going on here? Some funky plays from both players. It looks like Numidan made a strikeout to try and grab some gold, and that's going to send him back further! Houston, we have a problem. Numidan is about to be behind by 60 villages. Oh my god. I cannot believe this. Numidan, he needs to get the sites decapped. He needs to buy more time here. I still rate him better if he can reach the same amount of eco, but right now, Core is up by 60. Numidan starting to posture. Does have a bigger army right now. Best thing you can do is force a clash, begin the meat grinder, buy time in the center. But right now, the issue for Numidan is he has no gold to work with here. He needs to sneak on the flank. I'm surprised he actually hasn't taken the safer golds yet. Instead, he went for the risky play on the north side and paid a high tax there. Crossbows still holding the choke point, though. Core, I'm worried he's not pumping enough troops right now. In fact, Numidan, although he's without gold, if he just starts pumping Spearmen non-stop, he can push this back, remember. Beautiful thing about playing Ironbeards is the better production rate you have, right? The 20% increased production rate over your opponent in this situation. And also, with lacking melee units, of course not careful, those bombards will be sniped. Crossbows, not able to answer the bombards at least, but just one or two Ghoulims getting through is all it's going to take here. Core, he's losing ground. Ghoulims now accessing onto the bombards. Mangonel's going to come out, but sick dodges in from Numidan there. And Ghoulims are reaching into the siege now. Mangonel also going down. Bombard the last one standing, but it looks like Core, despite the fact he was up by 50 economy, is going to lose this. I cannot believe this right now. This is absurd. Core with 1,600 stone, dropping keeps on the flanks, but he needs defenses in his base. Oh my dear God. How? Why? What? Core now losing access to part of his food. Losing eco as well. Numenor finally out on the flanks, playing multiple gold sites here. Has what he needs to follow this up. And Core now creeping in with outposts. He needs to reach the farms ASAP. Like, don't even take time with this. Rush in. If you wait, you lose. Are you kidding me? Are you just here for wood? Bro. I can't actually believe this. After the way Numenor lost so many eco units in that dive, right? It looked shaky, but looked recoverable. But then the way he lost 15 more villages on that north side, as well as 900 stone. This game looked like it was going to be over. But Core never got into siege. And when he did, it was too late. And now this game just got mighty ugly. He's still got a 40 eco lead, sure. He's still got the majority of relics, but remember, it's not Regnitz. He's got breathing room on his farms again, but Numenor, this should only be a temporary reset. He could easily go into some Springles to answer this himself, or Culverin again. I believe Golden Age 3 should be online again, right? Or 4, rather. No! What? Dude, this game. This is doing things to my brain. Numenor hasn't got the cheapest siege yet, so every single Treb or Culverin he builds is very expensive here, but Trebs have moved across to the keep. The keep drop finally came in from Core, but he has not got a town center here, so no way of keeping this up ad infinitum. It's going to cost him a lot of stone to keep repairing this. Who is winning this game? It's a hard question to answer right now. Like, I want to say that Core has long-term gold access, and that's the edge, but right now, with the way that he's failing to take the main fights, and his keep drops not really being as impactful as he was hoping for, I can't really bank against Numenor. Give me a reset. Funnily enough, by the way, this is the crazy part. These fights that he was taking, they were without incendiary arrows, they were without elite army tactics. Meanwhile, on the other side, I think we did at least have elite army tactics coming in, but no biology. But that's crazy to think about. Numenor finally getting a bit of breathing room is getting into his university techs. And if Core couldn't win a fight before, what's going to happen now? Keep might be protected. TC should be able to come up in time. It's only 3 trebuchets after all, but Core has spent every little ounce of stone he had left. In fact, wait, is he going to get this? No. No. No, no. Oh my god, this is close! He gets the E-repairs, but barely. It's not looking healthy. It's definitely going to go down before E-repairs comes back, so he's going to lose this aggressive keep. Elsewhere, though, it's still 3 Sacred Sites locked in again. Raid for in the flank is going to shut down. Looks like the army did react quick enough, and Numenor limited the losses. I actually can't believe that Numenor's still in this game after losing so many workers. 85 worker kills to 24, and yet still Core is not able to close it. But apparently, the Langsneck is the detail that convinces him it's over. GG comes out. We had our doubts, but while we were looking at the keep drop, as Numenor was as well, the Mangonels going up to 5 was finally what he needed. I think someone actually even mentioned it in chat. I think it might have been Crackety. He was like, you know, you just need siege spam here. Core, a little bit delayed making that transition, but once it came in, he finally had the solution. Don't stick only melee as HRE. It's siege that breaks the game. And Numenor, I mean, credit to him for making this game look as close as it was, but a great ending there from Core. After being blocked time and time again by those crossbows, the Mangonel Langsnecht are what shuts the game down. Sick game between the two, and Numenor's unbeatable streak on Cliffside comes to an end. His win rate moves closer and closer to what is a realistic number. I don't know, man. Am I just misreading games today, or are these like funky games? That game to me felt like Numenor could still win that because Core was very delayed on the Mangonel pick. Once we see the Mango, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, I saw the Langsnecht, I was like, what? Suddenly GG, and then you see the 5 Mangoes behind. So, but like, it's kind of weird how long it took Core to get to that play. Props to him for finally doing it, but that delay almost cost him dearly. That was kind of shaky grounds. Okay, so who do we have next that we can look at? That we can give a ganders upon? Yo, you got your check mark? What up? GG. Crackety is verified. Well played, my friend. Can be a pain in the ass to get that. Glad to see you got it. Big G's. Golf clappers in chat. Golf clappers. I need to get a golf clappers emote, don't I? We've got game between Giving Zai and Zai. Yo, what is up, Super Silky Soy Boy? Thank you very much for the bits. Appreciate the support. Much love. Thank you, buddy. I never really know what to do with bits in terms of, like, rewards. Because I think there are some custom rewards you can add in, like, different emotes. I don't know. I need to think about that. Okay. Do we do G-Way versus Zerton? Could that be a good one? Lash has sound alerts, like a song or something. Yeah, that's a quick way to get DMCA'd. Songs may not be the way to go. Well, the problem is with a lot of those things I've highlighted before is I don't have sound alerts on when we're in-game because it's, like, very intrusive when you're casting, right? So like, I still have the emotes pop up, but I don't have audio. Lash has you complaining about keeps 200 bits. Wait, so he's yoinking your content? Outrageous. So Numenor had some games against Lucifron. That can maybe be somewhere to check. Alternatively, did Voldy have some extra games? I don't think so. What about Don? Mr. Donald, maybe? The new follower sounds really grind my gears. Oh man, dude, don't. I used to have some ones in. So for what, like, I've had some interesting ones in the past because I do a bunch of voices, and I think I used to have. Your size during the big guns. Your size during the big guns on repeat every time someone joined. Just had good old Jar Jar Binks line that I just made myself. That got annoying real quick when you got like crap tons of followers. I was like, I don't think chat likes this anymore. It was cute at first, and now it's probably making them want to rip their hair out. So, the AoE2 two-tone theme, interesting. You know what? Like, you know what would be very me, I actually think? If I really wanted a noise for like an alert there, I would just steal the Battlefield one. I still to this day, I mean, it's so catchy. Like the amount of times I'll just randomly when I'm doing something, just be like, dun 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 dun. It's very, very catchy. You know, it's like, such a good one. All right, I think we should do some Donald, Mr. Donster. Don Artie versus Vortex is what we'll do. Battlefield Heroes. Oh, yeah. I never really played much Battlefield Heroes. See, for me, I think if I chose a scout, it would probably be... I don't think it'd be Byzantine scouts. It would probably actually be the French scouts. Wait, no, Cavaliero is the French scout, right? I'm pretty sure. Oh, sorry. Cavallarios, you went, yeah. Cavaliero. Why can't I not say it now? Cavaliero. Cavaliero. I'm saying it wrong. My tongue is getting twisted today. I don't know. I like that line for some reason. I also love the incontinent line as we discussed the a few streams ago. That it's just these giant knights riding around that really need to pee. And they're stuck in full armor. I love that way too much. It's such a cool detail. Alright, you just knew I had to see what was going to happen here. Don Artie on the English. Do I need to introduce it more? Well, how about this? whatever he's about to do, whatever Donald is about to try, he's about to try it against El Traidor de EOE4. None other than Vortex, the Spaniard himself. One of the most aggressive players in Age of Empires 4's history. So it's only fitting that Don plays just as aggressive. He goes with a Rax opener. What are we about to get here? I think we know. It's the Men-at-Arms spam targeted towards that gold. We have seen Donald do this to many a person. Vile and disgusting as he always is. But is it going to work against Vortex? Let's find out. We're going to hit the 2 times for the first few minutes of play. Men-at-Arms are already moving out. Scout pattern-wise, it looks like the timing could not be worse. Oh, no. No. You didn't see anything. Don't tell anyone. Oh, boy. So, Donald has a problem. Vortex was already prepping a military school, but now he knows what he's up against. He's moved out a little bit earlier into the gold, and unfortunately, Don has just realized from scouting that he went to the wrong side there. So the Men-at-Arms is going to be later to arrive here. Vortex already halfway to what he needs. He's got 4 villagers out here. There's no way that this Men-at-Arms is going to be able to stop the tech up. And that means Donald is not going to find the intended value out of this early Men-at-Arms play. Vortex even optimizing to make sure he doesn't actually have to pull away too early. Gold dropped off. 201 gold. Vortex says, who's the dad now? And I think El Traidor does mean, I think it means traitor? Which would fit, because I didn't know if you know this, but like Vortex isn't just a top Age of Empires 4 player. He's also a top Stormgate player. Top 4 on the leaderboards, actually. He automatically qualified to the first major Stormgate tournament via his ranking on the leaderboards. But let's see how he does after a break away from AoE4. This game happened, I think this is one of his first games back after grinding out Stormgate for several days. So we'll see how it works out for him. Twin Minaret Madrasa on the way. I mean, in fairness, the early game has already gone phenomenally well for him, I'd say. He's got 16 sheep. Meanwhile, Don... Oh, my dear God, what? Don only has 5. And also, Don... He'll at least get the gold he needs for a tech up as well. But I would actually argue there was more effective harassment done by this spearman than there is by a Men-at-Arms on the other side of this. Oh, no, Don. Don, buddy. I got a feeling we could have a quick game here, folks. Let's see what Donati can do. Tech up hasn't begun yet. Twin Minaret Madrasa is already half done. Don, I mean, honestly, just punt and go for an Abbey of memes at this point. It's going to be the Council Hall instead. Oh, I'm a bit worried this is too late. I mean, he's going to be, what, almost a minute behind on his tech up. That's going to be double military school. That could actually just be mass archers if he wants to. I mean, it's probably just going to be Sipahi pump here. But, like, I'm expecting stables drop, second military school, the whole kit and caboodle. Also, love the fact that now Vortex moves back out onto the gold. It did cost him 50 wood when he lost the mining camp. But now he can prioritize undermesh against an opponent he knows is going to be pumping longbows non-stop. Other side of this, Don can't access his gold still, so don't expect Steel Dagger anytime too soon. And don't expect more Men-at-Arms, which is why options are open, whether it's Sipahi or the Archers. But it looks like we are going to be getting into the Sipahi. All right, guys, so how does Don win this? He's already having to transition farms, and that's not from a position of power. He literally has 3 sheep left, less than 3. Dare I say pull the villagers? I kind of want to say pull the villagers. I actually don't think that's an overreaction right now. The double military school's already been set up. The Sipahi are being pumped. Donati literally has to thread this perfectly against one of the best micros in Age of Empires 4. If he slips once, if he missteps once, it's over. Now, Donald has probably more experience with the first 10 minutes of English gameplay than any other player on the ladder, courtesy of the fact that most of his games are over in 10 minutes. So if anyone knows how to execute this perfectly, it should be him. Let's see. He's prepping himself now. Vortex doesn't know. Longbow count is at 5. You could probably snipe a villager for free here. Instead, they end up attacking the Sipahi, and that's not good. That means that the archery range is going to go up in time here for Vortex, so that means that he's going to start getting the counter out. Meanwhile, he has sent the Spearman across the field. These are being thrown away. You know they're not going to survive the fight anyway, so you just want to try to idle something out. In fairness, it is buying time for the premium units, right? We're up to 3 Sipahi already. 3 archers have already been added in. Wouldn't be surprised if we get the meta point early on here, just so that you can pump out that extra movement speed to gap close these archers. It's not ideal to have the archery range on this side, by the way. No blacksmith buff range, but it doesn't really matter. Like, it's still extra production at this stage to kind of gap close what the Lombos are doing. Don does still have a double military lead, and the army value is quite high for him, but, you know, the Sipahi, the next wave should be coming out very soon, and all of a sudden, that's going to be the point where Vortex can look to either raid or take a fight. For Don, I don't think we've got blacksmiths yet. No. So we don't even have siege engineering, which means he doesn't have a way of forcing the base. Vortex has already been optimal about a bunch of details here, right? Wood is being chopped left side. He's not exposing himself on the right at all. He's not giving an access point through to try and minimize the damage that TC would do, which means that the only thing that Don can do is burn a mining camp. Yeah, it's not great. That's why he gets some freebies as well. Okay, so this is basically the entire army, right? You're not getting more than this. Vortex is going to get dove. Don finding 1 or 2 villager kills here. In fact, it looks like there's no reactions coming out of Vortex at all. Hello? What? Oh my god, that is insane value for Don. Just needs to reform the lines now. Don't lose too many Lombos to Sipahi for free here. Spearman just need to contest this. Actually, wait, what was that stab? Dude looked like he just hurled his spear across the yard. Good god. Chase continues. Don, I mean, you don't want to, but you actually have to stand and fight here, or you just die. Spearman come forward. Numbers already shrinking, though. I think this game is about to get very ugly. That is 7 Sipahi. Oh my god. I mean, Don's doing a good job of staying just out of archer range, but that can no longer be the case, right? He gets pinched now. Has to commit. The Sipahi, which have more health than Horsemen, are more than able to just tank this up, and now they go chasing. Donald, it was a cute idea, but I can't help but feel that men-at-arms play helped Vortex. It didn't hinder him. This game is over. You know, it's nice to show both sides of the coin here, right? We see Don, we see this work a lot, and people might look at it and go, well, why do players not just do this all the time? Vortex is reminding us why it's not always a great idea. This game is basically over. Don has no tech upgrades coming in because he has no gold access now. He's got 2 farm clusters, but they're on the front of his base. And behind this, Vortex has the world. He can do whatever he wants. He's moving out in the flanks for gold. He can move out in the flanks for food. These Lombos are never going to raid him. In fact, now, I don't know if that's actually maybe an extra TC coming in. With 11 villages on the stone, I think we are heading towards 2 TC play for Vortex. Because he knows that if he doesn't win the game now, he'll win it 10 minutes from now. Is this just the military score rush on the point? No, it's too early for that. This is a TC. I mean, we have seen this play a lot, actually. Like, 2 TC Ottomans to build a lead or after they build a lead. Just sets them up long-term in the game. Now, Vortex going for the trade. Sipahi, get to the back line. They've got the Fortitude still being held right now. Not many melee units left here. It would be a perfect time to activate it, but he doesn't even need it. Don Hardy trying to defend his fields with Peasant and Bow alike, but it's not going to work. No army left. No shot in this game, and it means that behind this TC inflation isn't actually going to hurt Vortex. His army is big enough that there's nothing Don can do about it. And yeah, you're wondering why no tech up? Or why no attack move? Because he doesn't need to rush it. I don't think you need to go Castle Age here at all. I think like 2 TC makes a lot of sense. Like your army's so big that you're in a position where if you just keep diving Don, he can't build anything, right? It's like why even stop building units at this stage? Although TC kind of temporarily sets you back on production, dropping the TC on the deer stack guarantees you can just keep pumping Sipahi actively from the stables. Otherwise, you start to run out of food, so... MA aim to kill? I don't know, man. I see 2 farm clusters. Like, yes, Feudal Age versus Castle Age Men-at-Arms. The attack speed, I actually think Men-at-Arms is, like, not the winningest of plays for Ottomans here. You don't want Don Arty to get up to 3 farm clusters and somehow hold on off of Men-at-Arms. That attack speed aura with Feudal Age Men at Arms can do some stuff. Not without gold, sure, but like that, you're suggesting you go back and Castle Age and don't guard the gold. It doesn't matter anyway. Don has GG'd out. Easy clap for the Spaniard. Even after a week or two away from Age of Empires 4, he still remembers Donny's dirty tricks. Yeah, it doesn't matter. He can pretty much do anything he wants in that game, but like basically the whole argument of like he has no gold only remains true if you keep attacking. If you walk away with your army to tech up, because typically players back up to tech up, right? And he gets out in the gold while you're teching up, and at free farm clusters, you start spamming Men at Arms. The Men at Arms spam from you isn't as strong as you'd think. I think it's actually just much better to end the game. Like, Vortex understands this as well. Like, when you have your opponent on the ropes like that, yeah, you could play, like, safe and just go for, like, the tech up, but the game is pretty much over at that stage. So it's like, the worst thing you can actually do is tech up and prolong it. You might as well just go in for the kill there. I think Don would have appreciated that as well, you know. I think that's also another thought probably in Vortex's mind. He's like, oh, I'm up against Don. I know that Don, literally more than any other player, is just going to all-in me, even when the cards are against him, right? So why would you even give him a chance? You just send it. You full-on send it. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. Oh, damn it. I would have liked to have seen that game. I think that's magic. Unfortunately, both accounts in that situation are privated. Outrageous. We can, however, catch Puppy Paw versus Vortex. Ooh. Ooh. And there's two games I have in mind. There's a Jean mirror, and I am very intrigued to see a Jean mirror between Puppy Paw and Vortex. That's a really fun one. Wait, what? Why is the data showing as private? Oh, son of a... Okay, AoE4 lied to me. I thought I could see Puppy Paw's data. We can't. Big Sag. Well, that sucks. Are we got any live games right now? That'd be nice. Goddamn players and their private data. Oopsie. Free. Let's see what we've got. Ah, oui, oui. La baguette. This cactus has a kind of funky sour taste to it. I don't remember cactus tasting kind of soury. At least not from when I had the Red Bull cactus. That was some good stuff. Sheenies added. No, it's a different Sheenies, isn't it? I don't think we have any high-level matchups on the ladder right now. No, it doesn't look like it. Dimu plays? Dimu, no, he doesn't have a high-ranking opponent. I'm pretty sure he doesn't, from what I saw there. He's up against the, like, rank 200, right? God, it's even worse than that. He's up against a rank 1000 player. No. No, 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 no. I don't think we want that. Any Fallout games? There was one or two I wanted to look at Puppy Paw's data, but he's privated it, so... Sadly, I'm not seeing any Falloaks right now. Unless Forehead Gamer Core can save us, or maybe Lucifron. Let's have a look. Lucy Goosey, you got anyone interesting? Lucifron did have some games versus Numadon. Core. Nah, Core hasn't had any more games at the sec. So let me just check leaderboard. I'd rather like queue up one or two games in a row so we can hop back to back quickly, which is quite nice to do. Louis. Why are you not online today, sir? I need my daily dose of Louis. We've got Sassy, maybe. I haven't checked on the Sassy in a while. We'll see if his data's got anything interesting. And then maybe... Who else have I got? Need some Mister back in my life. Guy's been taking a break, though. Was a Mia my opponent? Person, rather? Maybe? A Clown Fiesta game. Your game versus Tips. Juji on Fort. Did you just ram rush him? Did you just do a crackety? Be honest. Actually, don't. Don't be honest. I don't want to know. Could watch that. I think what we'll do... Do we really want to watch Lucifron play Delhi against Numadon's Ibids? I'm kind of getting bored of Delhi. Am I the only one who's bored of Delhi? It's really boring if you're watching outside of tournament configuration. Because it just does the same thing always. At least in tournament configuration, there's like an elegancy behind the way that they threaded it into the draft, if that makes sense, right? It's kind of weird. Okay, so you said your game on Forts. Let's have a look. Tips. Do I need to check your data maybe? Kaiser Johan. Kaisi Jojo. Love watching the same thing dominate again and again. Yeah, dude. It's like when you just like, you watch that one scene in the movie over and over and over again. Only this would be like doing that without interesting dialogue because it's me casting. Hey! So we've got Japan versus Juji. Thank you, Kazi Johan. Let's check out this game. Ooh. Stretchy. Why is my headband disappearing? No, ignore that it was disappearing. Where did I get the background from? I made it. So I recorded some in-game footage of Heroes of Might and Magic 3, and then I edited the frame rate to get a smooth background. So look, we've got dragons. You guys like dragons? Dude, one day I'll do a playthrough of this game again. Maybe we'll do like a streamathon and make it part of it. That'd be cool. There's so many as well. There's the main Heroes of Might and Magic games. There's the expansions on top of those from the complete edition. Then there's also the Heroes Chronicles games, of which there are, I think, 7 or 8. Yeah. Still one of the greatest strategy games ever conceived. And it's not even close. All right. You know, we usually talk about the matchups and how Japan can be good against usually at X point in the game versus Y point. But I throw all that out the window for many reasons here. One, we're on Forts, which is just a wild map. And two, Kazi Johan defies all reason from the games I've watched so far. And I think you'll even agree with that. One and all, welcome back to Age of Empires 4 Action. We are here to watch some scrims between Kaiser Johan and Tips. Japanese versus Yuji. Now, this is an interesting one, actually, because... whenever we look on scrims, we get something a little bit spicy, something a little bit different, right? Usually people may be a little bit more experimental because ELO is not on the line. So I'm hoping we're going to see something curious at bare minimum. In fact, you can literally see in the chat box below the comment from Johan. If you want to see a Clown Fiesta, check out my game. And if you guys haven't guessed by how my face looks and the way I talk, I'm all about Clown Fiestas. So let's go. Opening, we're going to speed this up a bit. Forts, for those that haven't played it before, is a very defensive map. It's very difficult to breach the starting base, but the cool thing about the way it was designed with its intention is it's meant to encourage you to come out of that starting base incredibly quickly due to a lack of long-term resources. You get a fat stone outcropping, you only get a small gold, get fairly limited wood, and not much food to work with. So, curious to see how these two want to play it, because usually versus Japanese, it just kind of sounds like a matchup that's typically going to be very boomy on both sides. And looking at the map spawns, there are some decent values to the south side. I say for both players here. Boar and Deer to the south for Jushi. And also Boar and Deer to the south for Kazi Johan. Both nicely insulated near wood lines and gold lines. North side isn't too bad, but I think it's a little bit more exposed to play into. This is one of those central spawns, by the way. I think the devs are planning to make it a little bit more consistent, but we've seen multiple different spawns for for forts. We've seen corner spawns. We've seen 2 on one side of the map. This feels like one that I don't see as often, where they are centrally placed down the center. Say that 10 times. Meditation Garden is going to be on the way, though, hence why I mentioned it randomly earlier, is because I was looking at here. Zhuji getting a Meditation Garden like this, it's not too bad. They're going to get 25 stone. They're going to get their hands on 36 food, and then it's probably going to be about 20 wood. So not crazy, nothing that's going to break the bank, but this does mean that Tips is going to have a trickle of resources to play into multi-CC if he chooses. Other side of this is going to be Crystal House, and I love this detail from Kazuyohan. Actually, I hate it and love it at the same time. He drops the Crystal House right next to the TC. That unfortunately means 2 less farms overall, but he can now actively gather from the stone for a second TC. And it's optimal because you've already dropped on the forge. You wanted a quick tech timing. This is how you do it. Now, all of a sudden, Kazuyohan has an ability to get into a TC, a second TC, much quicker than he otherwise would have, because he's going to save 50 wood. Stables drop coming in. This is a Daimyo play, isn't it? Yes! Okay, so this is even more sensible now. The Lumber Camp drop is a little bit awkward because typically if you want to be optimal this play for a second TC, you just play Straggler Trees plus Crystal House on the stone, and you don't have to drop a Lumber Camp before you drop a TC. This is about the Daimyo. Putting 3 people on the stone is going to gather him enough here to quickly get into a Stables Uma Bannerman. This basically means the Japanese, you're going to get your hands on Feudal Age Knights. And he's looking to get many bad boys to assist that. It's not just going to be the Feudal Age Knight, it's also going to be the Horseman spam. This has already been scouted out by Tips. Tips, who is prepping Chugenu as well as Spears. And also, if I'm not mistaken, has he gone for it? Yes, he's been using the stone to hand cannon slit, so a smart choice there. Going to make it much harder for Kazuyohan to dive this area. Daimyo upgrade is in, though. So that's going to be better food gathering on the farms. That is also going to be him getting his hands on the Uma Bannerman. It should be queuing up in just a second. Just needs to get a little bit more food. And the mesh also being prepped. Makes a lot of sense when you're up against the Juji. It's absolutely imperative that you rush towards that. Nice thing about being the Japanese in this matchup is you get towards it a lot quicker than other civs because your forge, your blacksmith is already there the moment you tech up because it was your mining camp. This is cheeky from Tips. Is he legit trying to outpost rush? Wait, what? I mean, funnily enough, this can kind of work because I think one thing that's kind of a bit awkward with Kazuyohan's build is he didn't go into Yuumi. Now, hear me out. People were already cringing, but like, I actually think Yuumi are kind of an interesting unit to clash with into this comp. I mean, it makes sense against the Spears, but even against the Chuganu, and the reason is that Chuganu tend to overkill Yuumi because they are much squishier, right? But like when you move in with a mass Chuganu, although it looks like they're killing a lot of units, what you have to remember is although they're killing them, they're overkilling them, which means it's more cost-efficient trade for the Japanese because they pay less for each of those units being overkilled. Horsemen are going to cut off the reinforcements, though. So it looks like he's going to look to defend with Samurai while he raids with the Horsemen and cuts any reinforcements trying to move across the map. Cool thing about this strategy by Kazuyohan, by the way, is he has momentum on his side so that if he sees no troops are coming, he can then just double down on the attack force because all of a sudden you don't have enough to hold this position because you've kept back 10 plus troops at home. And what are you doing? You're not with... No, you're not one of the lads. All right. Leave him to it. Tips is having a moment with one of those villies. Well, Outpost is up. Hand Cannon Slit is coming in, but Kazuyohan doesn't really need much more gold right now. Just Horseman alone could break this quite quickly. In fact, I think they're going to get ready to do so. Horseman peels away the spears. Kazuyohan, dude, this is a sick bait. It's only 5 torches going in, but that's actually enough to break it with the Horseman full up as well. And look at where Tips' army is. So Kazuyohan just decided it's time to play Benny Hills. And Tips, this is kind of a very big whoopsie, actually, in this type of game, considering that if you look, Kazuyohan's actively gathering a lot of stone, so he's looking to scale into more farms and more value on those farms, which means his food eco is going to be much better than Juji's. And Juji are on limited resources. In a game where they haven't built a second TC, instead they've invested all that stone into hand cannon sleds. What a creative approach by Kazi Johan. Looks like he has at least been scouted out on the flank, so there's going to be a move to shut that down. I mean, KJ should sense that something's not right in this area, but of course, although we can see and Tips can see, KJ can't. He is now reacting with an outpost, but what he doesn't realize is he needs to actually rush this up. The army is on its way. In the meantime, horsemen go in, though. It's going to be a pincher, surrounds a few of the villagers. We'll cut them down, so 2 eco kills there. KJ now with a 3 villager lead. It looks like actually maybe Tips accidentally missed villager production in the game at an earlier phase, considering this should only be a 2 difference. Outpost. I actually think he's going to get it up quick enough here. I mean, it's going to be tight. Like, this is going to be incredibly close. The Chuginu might reach just before completion. It's important that Tips does not reveal himself here. Ah, thank you, Yapito. He solo trained the... That's fair. He solo trained the Imperial official. You're correct. I see the second one now. Apologies. Good eyes, chat. And it is going to be too late. Oh, KJ, your greed. Your greed, sir. All right. Villagers just got thrown in the paper shredder. 1 will be able to move away here, but 3 lost, and it means that actually Kaiser needs to snipe something else in return. Army-wise, Tips actually still has quite a lot of power behind him. A lot of Chuginu, in fact. But his army is split. Looks like that final villager is going to go down, so Chuginu will find him. One thing that does scare me, though, is Tips is running out of food here. Right? Like, the sheep are all gone. He's got berries left over. He's got idle eco. Again, that keeps happening. I don't know why. He's going to have to move out of his base soon. So that's going to spread him a little bit wide against a Civ that has horsemen. That's a weak point that KJ can look to exploit. So it's very important that Tips finds a very comfortable position to kind of set himself in and set up defenses optimally. So like, for example, here with the boar and the deer, walling this off is very valuable. You can pull the boar behind the wall and save some wood just walling through the outcroppings, and then wall around the backside. It's quite a lot of wood overall, but you can't really afford to have your army split against this much mobility. Onibigisha and horsemen. And by the way, I absolutely love this strat. I've talked about it before, why it's so good, and I'll keep tooting the horn about how amazing it is. The reason why Horseman Onibigisha is so effective is it keeps mobility. It's a 2-unit comp that is fast. It's actually one of the fastest 2-unit comps you can achieve in Feudal Age. Especially if it's full melee you're looking for. The Tips, sensing weakness at this moment, is looking to end the game. Oh boy. I actually think that on this map, Juji potentially ends up being ban-worthy. And that's kind of funky because usually they got nerfed pretty hard. People don't rate them as highly as they once did. I think Marine Lord was one of the players who say he sees it as a bottom 4 Civ now, after the nerfs. But this Ram play, on a map like this, where your opponent's very condensed, the limited resources, the exposed resources, Shugen Numas, followed up by Rams, can easily break a base, and that's looking like what he wants to do here. Moving in, KJ, about to lose the stables. He needs more troops behind this, but he just doesn't have the ability to get them fast enough. Onibigisha are being spammed out, but I don't know if it's going to be a fast enough pace. Now, keep in mind, there are some edges here, right? You've got the melee tech in on level 1. You have got the opportunity to get into the Bannerman Aura, which is going to allow you to fight back a bit better. But you're still going in with lightly armored units and even horsemen up against mass Chuginu and spears, right? And the issue with that, if this was archers, great fight for you with this many horsemen. But Chuginu shred you. 3 times more damage than an archer can achieve at this stage of the game. Brace comes in from the spears. A-clicks from KJ, a mistake there. Onibigisha did try to clear up the Rams, but he's committing to the fight. Looks like he's going to get one of the Rams. Second one is going to be protected. It shifts behind the line, but a surround coming in here. Tips. He didn't bring the whole army. Oh my dear God. No, what? Are you kidding me right now? Most of the Cav is gone. Most of the Onibigisha are gone. But Tips will not be able to end the game with this play. He'll still keep the Rams alive, but not many Chuginu to support them. Mistakes made. I cannot believe this right now. Wait, what's the rallying going on here? Just A-click them, damn it. Oh my God. How does it go from KJ being in a position where he should clear up the whole force to a position where still about 15 Chuginu are going to be left alive? And how is it the Tips decided in this situation, from this position, when he saw the horsemen were attacking the Rams For some reason, Tips continued to guard the flank play onto the Deer instead of committing everything into the base. It keeps KJ alive, but far from out the woodworks yet. It looks like actually instead KJ is looking to save up for Castle Age here. This is risky. Big shout out to Hymenator coming in with the sub. That's the way we go.
Let's go.
And then these Chiganu spammers, well, we don't say let's go about that. We see let's go when they lose. We're going to have to see if KJ can actually buff this away. He was saving up for Castle, but I just don't think you can afford it now. Not that, now that you see this, right? 4 more Rams coming out. If there have been no more Rams being rebuilt, Castle's achievable here. And if Castle happens, the game is kind of like just GG. GG will not be able to defend their flanks. But now, with this secondary wave, it turns the screws on KJ. If KJ can somehow buffle this away again, things start to look grim for Tips. But to make sure that's not a problem, Tips is now saving up. We may be seeing Castle Age in the next minute from Juji. Okay, skip that. It's a reinvestment. I don't think you want to play Eternal Feudal Age here, weirdly enough. As much hype as we give Chuganu Mass and say how strong it is, I mean, Mass Chiganu up against Mass Samurai and Onabagisha, it gets muddied. You know your opponent has Horsemen as well. This could get a little bit dicey. Military leaders are 2-1, Tips. We'll keep denting the base. Meanwhile, KJ, he goes for the economy. Unfortunately for him, there's already Spearman out here, so unlikely he'll be able to do much. Rams, although they've cleared up some of the forward infrastructure, they haven't really hit what matters here. They need to start denting these farms. I see reluctance there from Tips, though. Wait, what? Well, on the bingo card of ways to lose the game, I'm going to stamp that one as found. Tips has chosen to queue Pass Guard against Samurai. I have questions. They will probably go unanswered. I'm hoping this was a misclick. I do not rate Pass Guard highly. Pass Guard aren't that great here. The melee armor is decent against Onabagisha, but you're against Samurai as well. And the problem is they're very expensive. Like, you have limited food, right? And you're draining it quite quickly already with your current comp. Flash comes out. He finds the reinforcements! Oh, Tips. Buddy, we got to react quicker than that. Good pushback there. KJ now with Abandonment Aura. Unstoppable in this fight. The army positioned wrong here. Rams try to go after the farmhouses. That's at least going to pop block Kazi Johan here. But now, after pushing away those troops, he has a way of now clashing with his northern side force and winning. Does need to rush off more farmhouses though, KJ. Trying to be quick about it, but not quick enough. And the Shogunate Castle upgrade is in. Turns out when you take someone's gold away, there's only one thing left for them, a 2,400 stone outcropping. And now an unbreachable farm area. Army is going to march out. Those farms just got buffed up, by the way. 75% better in Feudal Age. This is an insane advantage here. For a Sith that is pumping Mass Horsemen, Mass Onabagisha is everything you need and more. Horseman now peeling off. He's going to try to slow down the armies. The Onabagisha charge on in. Ram slid off from the group. Tips realizes this is not working anymore. He got good damage done, but not enough to kill off KJ. And now, with a full commitment by both sides into a long feudal, it becomes about the farms that one side has and the other does not. Oh my god. I can't actually believe this. Is he going to make this work against Mass all-in Chuganu? I mean, the food is undeniable at this stage, right? Like, look at it. He's always floating around 1,500 food, and that's basically all coming off of farms. None of it is coming off of berries, boar, deer, anything that's going to run out. Meanwhile, the food of Tips, look at it now starting to shrink. He's playing desperate here. He's exhausted the deer. He's almost done with the boar. He's now shifting for the berries. This is getting bad. If KJ can survive another 3 or 4 minutes, that means Tips has to go for farms. If Tips has to go for farms, this is over. If Tips has to go for the northern food, this is over. Because it means he'd have to walk across the map. And that idle time alone, in a game where 30-plus military lead seems big, it's not. By the time Tips runs out of food here, he's going to be popped. If he then has to run across the map, that's just an opportunity for KJ to close the gap and build a reserve of food that could allow him to tech up. This is scary. Well, when you play Zhu Ji on forts, there's only one way, isn't there? The chat's already on it. Round 3. Ding, ding. 3 rounds this time, though. Jesus, we're getting cheaper. This is like the chocolate bars you had 20 years ago versus the ones you have now, right? Just less to them. 25% less. He's going to be spotted coming in. KJ. He could genuinely just go for a second TC here. And I actually quite like it. He's got plenty of food for that, right? Like, he just needs a TC to secure some gold. It's a bit risky with the Chicken Noon mass this big, but if you sneak it somewhere else, it can be pretty effective. Unfortunately for him, Tips is guarding the flanks. Kaiser Johan with a weird wraparound here. He's going for the outpost drop. This is a sick read. He wants to know when Tips makes that transition to the left side so he can raid it. Tips moving the army deeper. The problem is he's not finding a fight, and every minute he doesn't find a fight, it gets worse. It looks like the Samurai pick is going to come in, though. KJ, a bit wide, is going to lose some of his troopers. So as soon as I say he can't find a fight, funnily enough, he actually gets one. But while that's happening, there's a movement in the center, and this movement's more important. That's a sheer outnumber. Tips has to back away. His eco! Oh my god! The idle time we were worried about has arrived, folks. Villagers running for their lives. KJ now able to start pushing the enemy base. He's going to try to force a trade here, and the difference is that Tips is going to have to dive a rocket launcher TC. Meanwhile, KJ with mass melee has everything he needs to burn down infrastructure and kill anything inside this island. Armies march in, split up the troops temporarily. Chiginu are outnumbered on the defense here, though, not able to hold. Have to keep retreating. Rams now moving in, but this is going to get dicey for a dive. Even the Rams aren't going to feel great here, right? The rocket launcher able to do 30 damage per shot to a 340 health Ram. Eco now being sniped. Chiginu having to stand their ground. This is looking bad, folks. KJ, what a brilliant read. He didn't want to take on the Chiganu straight away, so instead he goes after the weak point of Tips. He's reinforcements. His economy. And he's hunting for it right now, right? He's got horsemen looking. He's got outposts being set up on all these flanks. Half the army does peel back to return to defend. It is going to be mass spears here because, remember, gold has been limited for KJ. So you can't afford to just spam up the Samurai and Onobugisha on their own. He does, however, need to find the upgrade on the Spearman because that is painful to look at. Tips is still almost 10 eco ahead, but, you know, if it seems like I'm being a Japanese fanboy, I just want you guys to keep looking at the food income and understanding what this game's about to turn into. The military lead, like, it's going to shrink now. Tips is pretty much at his cap. He can't get much higher than this. So he has to end the game now, or it starts to snowball against him. Jesus, you think this guy's deflecting shots back at them like a Jedi right now? The amount of hits he takes. I love how the second Katana Banner was like, oh, wow, you can tank that long? No, you can't. Stop. Raids on the flanks. Food's running out, folks. He's now moving his eco closer and closer to KJ's base. That eco lead, not growing. If anything, it's shrinking here. Tips. I mean, this is the problem, right? Like, you're going to have to dive this base. You're going to have to go for eco kills, but that rocket launcher is ready to rock and roll. And now the deer have been found! Where are you running? Where can you run here? Tips, even with textiles, the losses mount up. They're now eco neck and neck. KJ continues to back away. He doesn't want to touch these Chiganu for good reason here, but he doesn't need to now. This is starting to turn into a macro game, one that the Zhu Ji just can't win. They need to make a granary transition, but where do you do it? Here? Here? Where can you do a granary transition on this map that's safe right now? KJ stands for the fight. Chiganu are going to start shredding through this, but it's the reboot afterwards that's the problem, right? A lot of spearmen are going to be going down for the Zhu Ji. Some leak through of the Onobugisha and the Samurai are going to start reaching those Chiganu, and although KJ is throwing away a lot of troops, the food numbers allow him to do this. This was the cheap army, folks. Mass Spearman behind this. He's got 25 samurai ready to fight. Tips. He's going to struggle to clear that. Oh, man. More eco losses as well. 4 more villagers go down the tail end, and all of a sudden a 4 eco lead. Food is a struggle now for Tips. This raid group still hasn't been cleared up, by the way. They're taking out villages. And a second TC has gone up now. So KJ, we said he had a lot of stone to work with. He found a way to spend it. Second TC online. More farms now being added in. He's now up to a grand total of 30. His food income is stabilized above 1,500 food. Tips, this is very debatey. That 1,000 food is temporary again. Another thing that's kind of weird here, I don't like from Tips, is he didn't use an Imperial official out on these locations. With limited food, this is a very big difference maker. Instead of making this deer last for... what, 400, 500 more food? He dries out at 2450. If he had the Imperial official here, he'd almost be getting 3,000 food from this location. Same with the previous deer, same with the boar. It's a lot to miss out on, and now this tech up choice. With Shaolin Monastery coming out, but Tips, even with this tech up, one thing that scares me, he still hasn't solved for the food. I mean, you got what, like maybe 1,000 food left on the boar? Deer are now gone. Right, if he's down to like 500 food. This tech up is kind of awkward in that with limited food, you now have to build monks which cost food. Now, he has got a lot of rams. If there's one thing we can say, it's that he has a crap ton of rams to work with. However, the last 3 times he's had rams to work with, I'd argue he hasn't had success. I don't think he's found any permanent damage. And because he's attacking from the south side, I have to ask the very important question. What are you attacking? And the answer had better not be that Shogunate Castle. KJ needs to get some gold. And he snuck out for it as well. Here we go on the flanks. This is what he needs. It's going to be a tech up. Okay, so the fact that Tips did not block the left side mobile move there is big, right? That one villager that snuck out and set up outposts along the flank is why KJ is able to take this risk. And now with this risk, a tech up is on the way. Floating gate coming through. And the scary part is, although you've now got veteran Chuginu, this is going to be a fast tech up. This is probably going to be a Rax alongside, and that means these samurai are going to be upgraded straight away to counter the Chuginu mass. Rams are in though, Tips. Looking to end the game before it reaches that. 18 villagers rushing up that floating gate. A lot of damage coming into the Shogunate. KJ understands he may need to sacrifice the TC to win this game. There needs to be a Rax drop, though. There needs to be a Rax drop right now from KJ. This is a mistake not having it nearby. Every second matters here. Samurai, march forward. Rams are being targeted down here. Garrison on the TC, and the Chuginu are suffering from the dive. It looks like he's going to commit to keep the Shogunate up. It's going to be tight here. 2.2k HP left over, but only 3 Rams remaining, and it looks like KJ gets the pushback. The Rams go down, and Tips is unable to get the 1 kill he needed in the base. Oh my god. This is over. I mean, he has 70 Chuginu now. His opponent has teched up. And his opponent keeps the 75% food buff. I can't believe this. I mean, people saying if only he brought more Rams. No, no, no. If only he stood there. If only he committed for the kill in the Shogunate Castle. Think about what that would have done to KJ. If he lost this Shogunate Castle, repairing it in this game is impossible. It has 13,000 HP. He would have been without food income at the start of Castle Age for several minutes. That is what you needed if you were Tips. Instead, he backs away to protect the Chuginu army, and now he is in trouble. KJ has the upgrades coming in for the Samurai, has also got mounted heavy cavalry on the way. And Tips, he has got the granaries now coming in, but it's only 1 complete. He has got Song Dynasty to make it a little bit more efficient. But you're at a point now where your opponent is spamming Cav and you haven't got a wall in. Now, he has at least got 2 relics, so he's at least taken advantage there. But the food is still critical here. Army's at least going to idle this out. Looks like it's going to be a raid. Multiple angles coming from KJ. Now that he's got the bream room to move out on the map, he wants to use it. Tips will look to move away with the few villages he has out here, but the outposts are not going to last long. Just too many torches. Army's trying to react, but it's so slow. Chuganu wasting their time on the outpost. Meanwhile, this little Vanguard force could actually rotate around the back and find the granary in its infancy. If this gets spotted, the game just comes to a flat line for Tips. The other scary thing for me right now is there's not much really stopping Kaiser Johan from going into 2 mangonels to crush this entire army. Tips is too reliant on ranged units with not much to defend. He's got Nesta Bees to try and trade out, but no Springles to deal with Mangos. Instead, though, KJ, he's going to go Mass Horseman. Oh, man. 20 Horsemen plus an Uma Bannerman here destroys this army. Wall's at least going to go up. Well played. Tips does go for the Stonewall here, so no backstab coming in there. But he's moved his entire army north side, which means if KJ just gets a small group of troops together, say some cavalry, and finds his way south, Tips is in trouble. Oh, man. This is low. Really slow. KJ has to keep a big army back here just in case there's a dive coming from Tips, because his secondary food eco source is over in this area, right? But ultimately, as it stands, they're about to have kind of like this net neutral point when it comes to military count, but the army value is building in favor of KJ with this. Samurai numbers now up to 40. Horseman count also scaling. He's starting to move in towards where the economy is located. Villagers. Oh my god, the sneak out coming through. KJ, he does get seen, but it's only one Chuganu, so now he has to make a choice. Am I diving into the base to end this game, or am I chasing after the 20 eco? Oh my god, he's actually going to chase it. What? He takes the bait. It's 20 idle eco, but you're never going to catch them. What? Meanwhile, your economy's not moving anywhere. But you know who is? KJ. He's moving in. Dude, what a sick bait. I actually can't believe this. KJ, I don't know if that was entirely intentional, but obviously he's moving out here for gold. Tips wants to block it out, but now the price is going to be high. This is 1 TC versus 2. KJ can afford these losses. Tips cannot. And it's definitely going to be an even trade at the end of the day here. Eco running for their lives as a Samurai flood in. They're going to go deep. They're going to find the granaries. They're going to find everything. Tips, in a panic, rushes up with a keep. He has to be fast about this, though. Maybe it's one saving grace. Chuganu do find the villages, but they're not able to keep in range. They don't even have textiles. Oh, my God. How? How does he get away with that? He lose. What did he lose? He lost 2 villages. 2 villages through that entire process. KJ with the magic fingers. Chuganu at least peeled off to come home, but damage already done, right? The idle out on the eco. The lack of access, the fact your keep had to be dropped on the farmlands to protect means you haven't actually protected the wood lines forward of it. KJ now reaching equality on the military count, but not equal in terms of quality. These Samurai with Odachi tech are able to annihilate Chuganu. They just need to get the numbers together for it. Relics also being dropped on the ground, so that's less gold to work with after Tips worked so hard to try and get this map control under control. It's now slipping away. And the waves are not stopping, folks. KJ, this food number is only going to keep going up, right? Like, he's got more room for more farms if he chooses on the front side of his base. And for the first time in the game, it doesn't feel like if he builds something forward, he's going to lose it. Stone walls are at least up, so good read there by Tips to protect the eco. Has cornered one group of Samurai, but we know how this goes. We're 35 minutes into a game. The Japanese have got the full Shogunate farm set up. It's going to be non-stop pump. And every time you put out one fire, these guys are going to start another somewhere else. Not just that, KJ's already tacking up. Of course, you know, why cap out an eco again here? Your opponent is in for a penny, in for a pound. He's literally massed Chuganu to try and win the game. The only way you lose this game is if Tips is able to do this and go Mass Palace Guard. If he gets Mass Palace Guard, then he'll be able to flood your eco. But for the time being, he's stuck on a unit that just doesn't do anything anymore. So this tech up choice, a smart one coming out from KJ. It's going to be a dive into the base. That's going to get cleared up quickly. Only a few eco units lost. Meanwhile, Village, it's going to be a pop block. Tips. Wait, has he even realized? I don't think he knows. He's busy building keeps. Oh my god. How has KJ pulled this off? What an absurd game. The Mass Samurai now, like usually this can be kind of awkward against Palace Guard because you can't catch them, but the issue is because the Samurai are already in your base, they don't need to chase after anything. They have everything they need right in front of them. Tips, as soon as he gets out of the housing situation, he's back in it again. All houses now being burnt down. Samurai upgrades coming in. Azutsu also being built. And that's going to be the key detail that allows him to clean this base. Keep is going to be discovered. KJ will have to slow down a little bit. Backstab is at least coming in from the Chuginu, but I'm a bit worried that even Palace Guard can't save you. Tips needs to tech up. He needs to get up into Imperial right now, and he needs to rush his upgrades. Unfortunately, he's getting scouted and spotted on multiple locations here. Plays for the gold in the center, but Azutsu have already been built, folks. So if you move these across here, this keep won't last long. KJ just goes wide again, doesn't This game can simply be summarized as catch me if you can. The amount of time these Chuginu have walked, I'm surprised they haven't got quads the size of people's chests. All they've been doing is running and gunning. They run and gun more than a Call of Duty player does. This is absurd. And yet every time they arrive in the wrong location because something's being taken away from Tips elsewhere. Castle goes down. More villages falling. That is now a 20 eco lead for KJ. And remember, he's up here in Imperial Age, which means he's also been getting additional Yoroshiros to party with. Actually, no, he hasn't taken Bunrai yet. Imagine that'll be coming in soon for him. Oh, man. KJ, now ready for any fight. Hasn't got Oda tactics yet. I imagine that'll be on the way soon. At that point, I don't know how Tips defends this. He's lacking gold access, folks. He's got a 4K back here, but after that, nothing seems gainable. Meanwhile, KJ is taking away the passive gold trickle he's been getting for all this time. And this army has to defend here. Because otherwise, the food source is just gone. KJ charges in. These Samurai just so absurdly tanky now. And no upgrades yet. The Chuginu. What? He didn't supervise it. He's still got 35 seconds to go. It's a full elite army versus a full vet army. That is not going to end well. KJ with the dive in. Tips has to stand his ground here. One nest of bees, but it goes down, and the numbers are falling quick. KJ will get the turnaround after being oppressed for 30 minutes in this game. He makes Tips run laps around the map and then takes the biggest dump on him when he's ready to fight. What an insane game. Oh, Tips, buddy. I guess you didn't get the RAM memo. Dude, how do I even define that game? What is the critical detail in that game? I think that's like... Is that just... I just call that the Shogunate hold. Or the Shogunate defense strat. It's almost like it's on forts. I almost want to say the fort, but that sounds terrible. It's like the Japanese fort strat, right? You fortify the fort. Not enough Chuginu, not enough Rams. Dude, for real. Like I mean, it's crazy to me. If he just sent the entire army in on the first Ram play, I think KJ's dead. He plays Chuginu and Imp. I don't know. People who like don't like picking China because they feel dirty. Wood Ram versus Space Rockets. I mean, actually, isn't it like simple? It's kind of like I don't know. I kind of want to call it Shogunate defense strat, and then just on the thumbnail I'll put rockets in fuelage. That's pretty good. So 60 Chuganun Castle, dude. He just couldn't. The dumb part is like he would have been better served just deleting the army because he just needed a fight, right? I can imagine Tips' frustration. I can imagine him just saying, "Just fight me, damn it." But KJ's like, da 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 da. Let's go for a lap again. You're doing great, buddy. You're not doing great. Oh, that must have been so infuriating. Okay, who do we cast next? Oh, maybe we have some live games actually. I wonder, who do we have? Clem? If only. Dude, imagine if Clem came. Wait. Did we do a Japanese mirror? I got Baldy Boy playing against Numadon. Yo, we do it. It's 4 legs. It's 4 legs, man. We do it. We do it. We do it. Of course we do it. For the 4 legs. I'm okay with this. Weirdly enough. You know, usually you hate mirrors, but this is actually one of the funnest ones to watch. One and all, welcome back to Age of Empires 4 action. We have got a Japanese showdown on 4 lakes between Dumu and Numadon. 2 top players here. I'd say 2 fairly closely matched players, in fact. In a mirror matchup, there's no better way to define who is the masterclass player here. And an interesting matchup because actually I haven't been able to cast much 4 lakes. I feel like we haven't seen much played in general, as a lot of players just seem to have it vetoed for whatever reason. But the fact that they both come into this map, they don't go for Ruse, they don't go for China, they go for Japan on both sides. I'm excited to see what they got in mind. This is an interesting matchup, actually, because I think this was the first place where people saw the value in Onimusha, where every other matchup, no one wanted to build it, right, until Uma Bannerman got fixed. Even before Uma Bannerman was fixed, Onimusha dominated this matchup. Curious to see if the meta has held the same for both of these players. We did just hit the 2x speed to go live. We are absolutely as close to live as possible as you can be with a full picture of the map here. Numadon, at the time of recording, I mean, he's pretty high on the Balu account, right? Let's have a look. Balu is 31st in the world right now. He's 1989 elo. Meanwhile, Dumu, 2079 elo, is sitting in 21st place. So they are pretty closely matched, actually. Dumu, of course, will be a little bit rusty, I imagine. He just got back from casting Katowice. Of course, at the same time, you could argue on the flip side, Numadon has been busy smashing it out in Stormgate for like the last 2 weeks. So both of them, on every element of the surrounding game, shall we call it, are closely matched right now. So let's see if the timings match as well. It looks like there's going to be a pawn play coming out. At a delay for Dumu, funnily enough. Numadon quicker to move out for that second pawn. A little bit surprised by that, but it seems that Dumu wants a quicker feudal age timing. I think he's going to stop at 1 pond and rush the Koka Township here. A little bit risky what Numadon is doing, because it means that you are susceptible to being raided by Shinobi and just being shut down on one of your lakes. Funnily enough, on a delay now, if Dumu wanted, he could pull 1 villager to walk to one of these lakes to take control of it entirely. Instead, I imagine he's going to keep everything condensed at home because he probably thinks that this is Koka rushed on both sides. His scout isn't in a position to confirm for him either. A little bit surprised at the fact the scout is coming this far away instead of just hanging back and seeing what's happening from his opponent. Typically, you don't really need the sheep on this map. I feel like if you ever reach a stage where you're falling back to sheep, game's probably already over in a Japanese mirror. That does mean there's going to be a fishing lead, right? 5 compared to 5 right now, but the second dock online is going to start to escalate quite quickly here for Numadon. And remember, it's quite easy to balance that investment while teching up because those docks, the fishing boats only cost a mere 45 wood as the Japanese. Wait, what? Nani? On 4 legs? in a Japanese mirror. Okay, you have my attention, Dimu. You very much have my attention. What have you got in mind? It's Coco on the other side, so what you might have in mind is a quick way to get back to the lobby screen, because this is such a big detail. I'm wondering if Dimu realizes that his opponent was delayed, because it almost feels like he's expecting to be the defender here, so he wants land eco and long-term play, and he doesn't want to play the ninja game, because he thought he was going to be behind. But, I mean, he went one pond, faster feudal timing, but he'd done it with Kura. This does mean he's less reliant on the fishing, so it might be that this allows Dimu to get a bit more aggressive on the ponds on the other side without caring about trading away his own eco. But it's also very risky. One thing that has to be highlighted, Coca Township play is a lot weaker on water maps now. I think Relic made a huge mistake with the way that they nerfed this landmark without any buffs further in the game, because now you don't immediately get the first Shinobi. You have to wait. You have to wait 23 seconds, which is just actually absurd. It's absolutely absurd, in fact. Like, let's think about a comparison here, right? As I think a fair comparison is to say, like, something along the lines of French Knights. French Knights take 29 seconds to come out. They're much more mobile than Shinobi. And that production decrease on timing affects all cavalry for the whole game. Going Coca Township gives you nothing but this. And although it's very strong, and I understand the need to, like, nerf it for water maps. I agree that it was a bit too strong on water maps. I do think that they've kind of made it worthless anywhere else. And even on water maps, the timing now feels very skewed. So tech up is complete. First Shinobi has been queued up for free, and an additional one has been queued up behind it. But by the time he gets here, Dimu will have a defense, right? He should easily have an archer ship out, so there's no way that these Shinobi are going to do anything. I mean, he could maybe block the play onto the second lake. That's the one move he has here. I'd actually love to see Numidan consider just going in for some, like, blocker play with early Yumi or something, but instead it looks like it's a Castle Age race. In fairness, makes sense, right? Numidan is ahead by a mile right now. He has 13 ships compared to the 10 of Dimu. And Dimu has gone for double dock on one lake to try and get him there faster, but it means even once he arrives in Castle Age, he has less runway than Numidan, who's now playing double lake. Shinobi already checking that north side. Oh, man. If only he had God Vision, how easy games would be, right? But if he only had God Vision and realized the way that Dimu's playing this, it's a surprising choice as well, because now the funny part is with Numidan having more fishing boats, he can actually invest more workers in the tech up on land and still be better eco-wise. It's crazy to think about that, right? Another awkward issue is, remember, Shinobi have better scouting range than your standard units, so it's much quicker for them to just scout out the fact that there's no docks here at all. And I just want you to think about what it cost Numidan to get this confirmation. Yes, he doesn't have a Kura storehouse, but he only paid for one of these Shinobi. One was free. So he spent 120 resources to now block a second dock placement. And in a Castle Age rush, this is the advantage he needs. 10 now trying to rush it up. We already see Numidan with 12 because he has fishing boats on 2 lakes. He can afford more villages away from land eco. Timing's just going to be better. Eco afterwards is going to be better. Dimu is going to have to pull some miracle out of his hat. Now, long term, he does at least have fishing when we get deep into the game, but I think the trade-off of giving over fishing advantage in the early mid-game just isn't worth what Kura gets you later. The question is, what's the opening play going to be here? Because one downside of being the first person to tech up, you tend to blink first. Oh my god, it's going to be stables. Mash. I thought someone would try Onimusha here. Onimusha is pretty strong, but I guess the issue with going Onimusha is that because of the amount of food that exists from fishing, you can't scale Onimusha quick enough to counter the Mount Samurai. I think Onimusha works better in the mirror matchup when your opponent can't consistently pump out Mount Samurai unlimited, right? But with 820 food income and this many fishing boats, you can non-stop pump Mount Samurai. So it actually makes sense why neither player tried Onimusha here. The follow-up should be an Onimusha play, though. Okay. So pump coming out. Already a numerical advantage for Numidan. He also does have the Shinobi, which can be pretty handy. Body block attempt comes in, but the Wolf does it instead! That wolf just saved a life. The charge in from the Mount Samurai couldn't connect there. So actually, he gets away with the central relic. Already a slight edge here for Numidan, right? The rest of the relics, look at where they're located. This should be a 3-2 split for Numidan, as long as he doesn't slip up somewhere. We look at the melee tech upgrades. Where's the priority here? None coming in by the looks of it. Oh, wow. Dimmu actually prioritized both upgrades. That's a mistake out of Numidan. He's choosing to go for Tawara instead, but that means his individual Mount Samurai are much worse off. A +2 advantage now for Dimmu. Then again, you know what's better than a +2 advantage, guys? He just got Daimyo. If he immediately pumps an Uma Bannerman, it makes up for the lack of melee techs. This is quite creative, actually. On lower base damage units, it's actually better to get the melee techs, but if you're only on Mounted Samurai mass, the Uma Bannerman's worth a lot more. Dimmu already in with the transition, though. He's moving across into the Onimusha before he even has the second Yorishiro. Clash comes in. Mount Samurai. Let's go peel back here. He's attacking all the wrong units, though, so Numidan has to back away. A bad fight here. What's his follow-up play going to be? It looks like he has actually dropped a shrine. He's actively producing into more Shintos. Where is that second Yorishiro going to go? Wall on the center. We'll push back against this. A good defense coming in from Numidan. This is the critical relic. This is the one they were going to contest over. This should end up being a 3-2 split now for Numidan. However, it looks like the Shinto does get cut down before he gets it all the way to safety. I mean, where's the Uma? Like, this is the thing that kind of sticks with me quite annoyingly here. That Daimyo upgrade came in ages ago. The Uma Bannerman was heavily delayed. If he had it already, these fights would be impossible for Dimmu right now. Instead, Dimmu has got breathing room at a critical point in the game. He can now get his Daimyo, and he already has Onimusha on the way. Or it's going to be there. It's +4 versus +2. But now, it's also the plus damage to the Onimusha. Flash coming in, needs to clear this up quick to reach the back line. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work that way. And this is the turning point. Numidan, feeling like a Numidan right now. That mistake, that missing Uma Bannerman in an earlier phase did cost him dearly. And now, Dimmu jumping across into Onimusha before the floating gate was even ready was such a smart play here. He now is able to pull the relic back. He now has the lead. And although there is at least going to be 3 fishing ponds available to Numidan, that's going to take time to return their value. In the meantime, his army's at a discount, and he's now going into Rax play instead of Onimusha himself. So, new strategy for Numidan is full A-click the fight and send it. Kind of makes sense, actually. If you have enough Mount Samurai here and you break and force a retreat from your opponent, the Onimusha can't turn around to fight, and they will be chased down by the Mount Samurai. But it's very risky. Like, if Numidan doesn't get the mass together quick enough, he will get cutted. And one issue is, like, the way this now has to work, Numidan A has to get mass, and then he has to position close to the base. If he fights from his base, then he will get kited. If he fights near Dimmu's base, then Dimmu cannot walk away and kite, because he'll be sacrificing eco. So it's very gambly, but there is actually a way that this works out quite well for Numidan. Dimmu now moving out for his own dot play. Wait a second. He doesn't even know yet. Archer ship is on the way. I don't know if this is going to be quick enough, though. It's close, but not close enough. Numidan, a good idea. If it had been 1 villager, it would have worked. Unfortunately, 2. A bit too fast on the build. Another interesting thing, actually, although it came on a delay in the melee tech play, this is quite nice now. Melee tech at this stage in the game is pretty effective because you're going into Spearman. So if you think about it, like, getting the melee tech upgrade over the Uma Bannerman makes no sense because of the percentage increase of damage. On Spearman, it makes perfect sense. An Uma Bannerman would give 15%. That's basically a +1 damage. So you might as well go for the melee techs and get +2, +3. If you done it on the Mount Samurai, as a percentage of their damage, it doesn't even register in comparison to the Bannerman Aura. We already saw that, right? The +2 melee upgrades compared to the Bannerman Aura, it was +2 damage versus +4. Daimyo level 2 also coming in, so it looks like Numidan is going to have the buff for both the Imp as well as the Cav. Wait, is he? Oh, has he stopped doing Mount Samurai? That's a bit neglectful if so. I think, like, Spearmen on their own doesn't make sense here. You need a healthy amount of both for this to work. If he can maybe find a fight where there's bad vision for Dumu, he could bait the entire Cav battalion into a spearman line. That's hard to do, man. Dumu, you know, he may be old by esports standards, but he's not exactly slow on the reaction speed. He's capable of reacting to that more than quick enough. So that Spring Ship has at least guarded this area. Fishing hasn't been added in yet by Dumu, so he's still 1 lake versus 2 when it comes to economy. Army is looking good, though. I like the quality of what he's got going on here. He's also starting to stockpile resources, so, you know, if he sees an opening, if he sees weakness shown by Numidan, he can always go for a quick tech. Fishing is pretty lofty on each of these ponds. Dumu is overburdening his pond, though. He's exhausting it before it replenishes, so this is kind of less than ideal at this stage. At least be able to make up with access to a new pond entirely, though. Spinman on the chase. I love that he's trying to line formation to get a little bit of a recharge going here, but sadly, the start step back from Dumu is causing problems. Mount Samurai on the way, but they needed to be here sooner than this. It's going to be a pushback, but I just don't think Numidan has enough spears yet to successfully push Dumu all the way back to his economy. Like, Dumu could easily just keep optimizing this to snipe out more of these spearmen. Oh, man, this is actually ugly. This is, like, the value in these spears is essentially Numidan's fishing advantage, right? And he's not really doing much with them. He's not trading at all. He's buying time. He's going for Onimusha now. But you can see Dumu, seeing how effective this strategy is, he hasn't stopped producing Onimusha himself. So it's just Numidan now playing from behind and staying behind. Dock has at least been shut down. So it looks like Dumu is now going up 2 lakes. I mean, dude, if he's able to do this on 1 lake, I don't want to see what he's going to do on 2. It might just be an instant GG. Numidan's in trouble. Look at the food. Has he actually got the eco upgrades? No, no extended lines at all. Not that it matters, right? He's nowhere near pop. No extra docks, though, right? That's the difference. That's why this looks good. If anyone's wondering why is Dumu competing, it's because he has a dock here and here. So it takes much less time to drop off the food compared to Numidan on the other side, who's sending all of the fish back to 1 location. In some cases, incredibly far away. And Dumu doesn't have fishing upgrades either. But he does have fishing now coming out in the pond. I don't know, man. I think this might be close to over. Dumu needs a miracle. Numidan rather needs a miracle. Dumu out of control right now. No line formation. I think that's the only downside here. He's a bit too clustered to these spearmen are starting to reach him a bit. They're still good trades, right? Like maybe he loses 1 of these and kills 3 spears. That's always a worthwhile endeavor. And still stockpiling what he needs to slowly get towards Imperial Age. Like that's the big difference I'm seeing when I look at these two. Numidan way too much gold. No way of spending it because of his comp. The funny thing about Dumu's comp is with all this fishing and the amount of gold he's gathering, it actually balances out nicely to slowly, gradually push him towards an Imperial Age. While Numidan just ends up spending way too much food and not enough gold. Now Military Academy also on the way. Dumu might just go for a double down here. Another dock being built up. Yeah, this is I think Numidan's going to look back at this game and realize this is a key detail. Dumu's Econ 4 Lakes just looks much better because of the double docking. It's just much better for drop-off rates for the deep water fish. It's something that's been missing from the entire strategy for Numidan in this game. And now, it's costing him dearly. Numidan needs a good fight right now. Risky gold's been taken. There's double safe gold behind the base for Dumu, so he's not running out of resources anytime soon. So this clash has to dive very deep. Dumu has got the Kaburaya, which means he can easily kite this out and start to step it down. Long formation is going to be activated. Spearman will mirror it. But this just isn't going to work. I mean, once these Spearmen go down, it's going to completely turn against Numidan here. Mount Samurai now going for the clash. It's in range of the Shogunate Castle. The rocket launcher in with assist, and this is game. There's no coming back from this now for Numidan. He's just a mile behind. Dumu is going to get a win in the fight, and he's immediately going to tech up. This is a lesson on optimizing your dock placements. I think the choice to go Spearman was a bit dicey, but more than anything, even with that weird choice, had he optimized the amount of food he's getting and where he's getting it, Numidan still had an opportunity here. Instead, it just felt like a game where he was a mile behind when it mattered most. And now, with a tech up on the way, I imagine Numidan will just call GG the moment the Gunsmith completes. Especially considering he's still losing fights. Mount Samurai, tank the remaining spears, just a trickle of troops, and a quick end to follow. Numidan. Unfortunate. I really liked his opening. I liked the Shinobi play. I liked the double dog. I don't think the Kura Storehouse made too much of a difference here. That was actually extra food, in fairness to Dumu. But more than anything, it was the optimization around his dock placement. The fact he had 2 docks up on one lake also invalidates the Koka Township because it makes it difficult to sabotage both quick enough. Just a sick read by Dumu. He had a clear strategy. He didn't want to get bogged down in Koka. He wanted to ensure that his late game was better. And it worked here. I mean, it's kind of comparative to the idea of, like, you know, games where the landmark choices end the game in 5 minutes or end the game in 50. The cool thing about what Dumu done with his optimization of 4 lakes is he protected his early game while guaranteeing if this ever went to Imperial Plus and they moved away from fish onto land, he had all these extra farms to work with. His opponent did. Instead, he had to pay every little bit for each one he added in. Numidan, funnily enough, not calling it though. Guess he feels confident he can maybe just take a win in a fight because you're going to have to outplay here. In fairness, his Spearman comp does get better now, folks. Now that he's up towards it, well, once he gets Imperial rather, he will have Nagayari. Nagayari makes you a much more effective tool in the Japanese arsenal. But still, at that stage, your opponent is going to be doing this. It's Mass Onabagisha. Mass Onabagisha will kill everything Numidan's doing right now. It'll kill the Onimusha, it'll kill the spears. So, what is the comp that gets Numidan back in this? If he reads that it's Onimusha, Onabagisha plus Onimusha, he can save himself sort of with Samurai. It sounds weird because it's still Onimusha, but long term this is more about Onabagisha spam. Right? This is going to be Oda tactics, it's going to be 40 plus Onabagisha. The issue is, even if you get Samurai though, the spread out is the weakness for Samurai there. They can't chase Onabagisha. So, and this is probably why a lot of people hate mirrors. You basically have to go Onabagisha. Oh, that's so annoying. And if that's the case, you're just a step behind, right? Bunrei is coming in. I think we've already got Bunrei on the other side there, right? I'd be surprised if we don't. It's possible we don't. No, it's there. So extra Yoroshiras coming through. Bunrei is the one that gives you 2+ Yoroshiras. So it's an extra 150 gold trickle a minute. And I do not want to hear the word Yuumi mentioned in this game. Even Yuumi suck against Mass Onabagisha. They just get gap closed too quickly. It's so depressing. Yumi's more of an early game unit than the late game. It's all about zerging early. It's more cost-efficient zerging than Onabagisha in the early game. But if you get late game, you're always going to choose Onabagisha instead. And here we go. It's the Samurai trigger we talked about. Ah, boy. Guess who's about to get kited? What's going to happen here is Numidan's going to have to sacrifice the arm to protect the body, then it's going to be the leg to protect the body, then it's going to be the ear to protect the body. He's basically going to get chipped down piece by piece. Every time he reacts to one force, another one is going to sneak in somewhere else. Right now, though, Dumu, sensing the strength, just looks to force a main engagement. Numidan hasn't upgraded everything yet. The Ozutsu are in as well, and the clash comes through. Spearman to hold for the moment, but not for long. An absolute paper shredder here. Onabagisha able to slap it through. A yoink of the relic in the meantime. A Warlord to force this back, but Dumu making off with the goodies. About to make it 4 relics to the 1. That is going to be GG. Nothing left to right in this story. A weird outcome in many people's eyes, but in the battle between Koka and Kura, Kura can cure all. Kurus Kur better than Coca and water maps? Nani? Nani? That's I'm impressed actually. I think his optimization on 4 lakes around his food supplies was just so good. Like Shinobi should have mattered a lot more than they ended up mattering in that game. That was just really well played by Dimmu. What do I call that one? I know what I kind of want to call that one. I want to show both the landmarks. I'm trying to think the way of wording. I'm trying to avoid like verses in titles because I just don't think people like that. Shinobi versus no Shinobi, for example, is weird. I will just put it as Coca versus Kuro and water maps for now. So, pretty cool game between the two. Let's see what we've got next that we can line up. We've got some more players coming online, maybe? Maybe? Ooh, Anachad. Who's Ruland? I don't know. Who is that? Is that someone I should know? Let's have a look. $119th on the leaderboard right now. Finish account. Is this Kiljadi? This might be Kiljadi. Yo, Gully, does it play like Kiljadi? I noticed you faced him. Do they play like Kiljadi? Who else have we got from Finland? Because Baltin's from Sweden. KJ's from Sweden. Is it Kiljadi? Unless this is like a player that I've never heard of before. Ranked 81st, Season 1, 47, 295, 56, 119. I'm trying to think who this could be. I guess we'll just go Kiljadi in the title. We'll just call him Ruland in game, though. All right. Wait for this game to begin. Oh, that means I gain snack on. Oh, no. It's my last biscuit. No! I need more food. These are good. Didn't we suspect Smooth Operator being Kiljadi, though? I think we did. Smooth Operator face Kiljadi. Oh, okay. I think you're right, yeah. Who is this, then? Is Mixu playing again? Nah, I doubt that. Like, unless Mixu's back, that's the only thing I can think here. It's the only thing that would make sense, right? Is if Mixu has returned. Make it sound like some sort of grand story. Mixu has returned, right? Like the Emperor returning to the galaxy. The second best StarCraft player. Dun dun dun. All right. I guess if you find out. And yes, you two people, this is really live. Prediction time? I guess so. Let's do a new prediction. Second best SE player? Flash. Wait, what? What do you know about? Flash is not. Isn't it Flash? That's a Korean player. What are you on about? You pleb. Second best Finnish StarCraft player. Pleco just doesn't listen. How dare you say it's anyone but Mixu? Or not have such disrespect on Mixu's name. Right. You know what? I like AoE 4 too. What's up, Anatan? What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We are back on board for more Anochad action. This time going up against Ruland on the Rus. That's fitting. Who's Ruland, you may ask? We're trying to figure that out. This is the Smooth Operator account by the looks of it. But they are a Finnish player. They are not Killjadi. We know that because Smooth Operator already faced off against Killjadi before. So either we have a brand new face cracking into the top 100, or this is the return of a legacy player. Someone like, for example, Mixu comes to mind. Right now, this Ruland account is ranked 119th in the world. By comparison, Anochad is 26th in the world. Dude, I actually love Anochad's rise, man. This guy just has been on the grind, has been improving. Stride by stride. I mean, I'm hoping we're going to see some decent runs in the upcoming EGC tournaments from him. He's definitely been putting in the hours for it. I think Anochad may have even found some time to play a little bit of Stormgate alongside it. So, let's see what he can do with the Ibids. I think Ibids is still kind of a little bit of a question mark. A lot of people actually wondering what is the optimal build right now with the Ibids. I actually have a pretty interesting take on it. And I think that we've seen some interesting experimentations towards it already. For a start, it kind of involves playing a discount of Bassids in the other game. And then in Castle Age, funnily enough, I think Adabegs could actually have relevance. We just aren't seeing it yet. So let's see if maybe Anno wants to get a little bit creative here. Opening is coming out already. It's going to be Kremlin on one side and... What? Okay. Those are the spicy meatballs I'm looking for. Anochad is going Feudal Age Culture Wing. Are you not entertained? So why do I like this play so much? Because you can still rush Castle Age. And the funny part is if you rush Castle Age, this is no different than when an Ottoman player rushes Castle Age with Imam points. When you hit Castle Age, you're already going to have your dervishes out on the relics, ready to return them. It's a little bit risky up against the Rus because they could have knights coming out and punishing you. But the alternative play as well is if you see your opponent is trying to be a bit too greedy, more greedy than you're trying to be, it has a similar effect to the Imams again, where you can actually just show up and mass heal a Feudal Age army. This is cool, man. Looking forward to seeing which way he's going to go. On the other side, this Ruland has not secured stone. So if this is a play for multi-TC, there are risks associated with this. Looks like they actually have got a pretty desirable area to drop a TC over here. So let's say that the Ibis decide rather they're going to go all in. Could be very problematic for the Rus. Looks like actually at the end of it, he did get a reasonable amount of gold haul, right? Got what he needs for Wheelbarrow, got what he needed for the Kremlin. So a nice timing here. Also going to be quick on the tech up as the Rus always are. But Blue, not too far behind. Only 30 seconds lagging in the dark behind what Red is going to achieve here. And I'm curious, is this going to be... There's no way you go Adabegs. You could. Like, I mentioned Adabegs could be really sick here. Like, Adabegs in Castle Age means you actually just beat the Rus at Cav games. Because you go Camel Lancers while they go Knights, and Boys Fortitude sucks in comparison to the extra 20% health on a Lancer. Alternatively, we could be looking at a pretty solid play into Growthwing here. But he's already exhausting the berries in a way that suggests otherwise. Either way, it is going to be a rush towards Castle. Dervishes are out and on the move here. And I believe he's trying to hide this. The ballsy thing about what Anatan's doing here is he's making this play against the Rus, which is dangerous. The reason it's dangerous is because this Civ always has so much information on the map. 3 scouts means it should be very difficult for you to hide this information. We'll see if he's able to do it. Why flank play? Oh, man. Dude, that tree line, are you kidding me? Oh, well played. Well played, sir. Hiding at the tree lines is not going to be seen here. Now, remember, it can't be advanced wing. He did take the logistics wing, so he's not going to get the faster castle age here. This is still a very strong play. First Knight is coming out, but what a gamble here. Anatan is playing very risky. Ruland hasn't done anything about this. Like, okay, so here's the bonkers part. And it's why I love this so much. They added these icons that tell you, like, what the age up is. Do you remember what this sign is? Do you know which one it is? You know it's a culture wing, but does Red know that it's a culture wing logistics play? Or do they just think it's an advancement wing? Which, because advancement makes a lot of sense, right? Get it out of the way, still get a little discount here, get a tech up quicker. It's out of the way, you'll still go for some bed and castle. So instead, they're going to constrict the map. The problem is, the dervishes have already broken out. And you can't break in. You've got a knight, right? You can have a second TC behind this. Great. However, your opponent is going to return the 2 most difficult to access relics on the map straight away. And you only have 1 knight. How do you stop this? You don't. So you better have a quick plan in this mid game to pivot, because Anatan has been quite creative here. Growth Wing is now on the way. So he's going to go for the extra villages after all. Pretty smart play actually in this matchup, considering you know it's going to be second TC. And the second TC is so delayed that this is a big eco lead for you now. You're going to be able to get your hands on 8 villages immediately. On top of that, you can have 2 relics immediately coming home. This is going to inflate you at a faster pace than what the Rus are capable of. What sick detail, man. A little bit surprised he did exhaust some of the berries. I don't like that detail, but it's only 2. He's still going to get the extra 100 food here, so extra 400 food safe. He still has the flank berries to play with up to the north side. Just needs to break out first. Oh my god. Red is going to be scratching their head watching this replay back, I swear. Raxes are being dropped now. Makes a lot of sense. Smart play from Red, right? You know you're up against Fast Castle. You know it's going to be Lancers, so you need to protect yourself. Unfortunately, this kind of backfires for you, right? It means less mid-map momentum, and that means more relics going the way of blue. Horseman is going to ride in, but not able to find a kill there. Has got 1 knight to play with, but he doesn't want to dive that in and lose it as well, so he's just busy guarding on the food in the meantime. We are just 30 seconds out, folks. I do hope that he has rallied the... Yeah, he has, thank God. Could you imagine if he accidentally rallied them out into the berries with a knight here? That would be a catastrophe. So second TC online. Red, this is problematic, buddy. I mean, it's just so unorthodox as well. That's the thing. That's what I love about what Anna's doing here. I think finding additional builds that work that might not always be optimal is actually a very smart play, because it's similar to the logic behind why Fast Castle was so good. Players had to anticipate it was going to happen, and that's why they were able to counter it, because they played from the beginning of the game as if it was going to occur. But if you don't know about this build, you don't even make the alterations to counter it. And the timing on which Anatan moved out, and now the way that he's moving back with these relics, means he won't be seen until 2 relics have been dropped in his base. At that point, it's too late to say, I'll guard the relics. At that point, it's easily going to be 4 relics secure for the Ibits. Spearman now on the way from Red. Camels are coming out. But the Spearmen are really spread here, guys. This is not a great way to use your spears. If they're spread out like this, they can easily get sniped down. Same with the scouts. Like, Camel Lancers will take these units on 1 by 1. And running away sometimes feels like the worst thing you can do. In fact, that's going to be an insta-death. Ooh. Oh, that was so close. So he's just going to run past. Spearman now bait the chase after him. But that frees up the space, and Red just got the bad news.
Now you're my sugar daddy.
Imagine you are Ruland in this game, and you're like, I have full control, and then this just comes through. Big shout out to Tips the Raid, by the way. Appreciate you, buddy. We are watching a logistics feudal age build from Anatan, and it is impressing. 2 relics already back at the base at the 10-minute mark. And red is hard stuck in feudal age. Oh, man. What a play. What an insane play. And thank you, Fat Bop, for the gifted sub. Appreciate you, buddy. Dude, he's even got... What? The aggressive relic play? He goes to the most risky one on the map here. The one that he shouldn't be able to get right now. That was a little bit too greedy for Mano. If he just plays the flanks, these 2 relics are so easy to grab. I don't know why he's rushing for that central one. He maybe thought that red was teching up, but we can see that's not the case. Oh, man. Lancer's now moving the south side. This TC's been up for a while, right? So, yep, it's got 15 villagers here, which means you are not safe. He hasn't even taken the villager lead yet. Oh, my God. I mean, I wouldn't blame red for just GGing out at this stage. This is looking ugly. He needs to get in the base. He needs to blunt this. Spearman do try to dive the outpost, but that doesn't work out. At least gets to the dervish for it, but look at the camel lancer numbers. 7 compared to 13 spears. That's the kind of number pacing where actually Lancers can fight back. And these villages are getting annihilated. Because at least idling out, losing a camel here or there, but it's totally worth it to shut down the food source right now, as that's most of Ruland's income. He has actually moved up on the forward to gather deer from the enemy side of the map, which is a pretty smart move here. But this can't last forever. At some stage, you have to choose to tech up. The problem is, by the time you do, is Anatan going to have an army that can end you. Because he's already getting ready with the double archery range drop. God. Well, funnily enough, we do still need to see a Moss built here. I don't like that Anatan's not being greedy enough. He has 600 wood. Yeah, please. Wait, what? Anna's like, this build's broken, man. I can't garrison the relics. That would just be unfair. Finally, the mosque has been dropped. There we go. Okay, there it is. I'm being blind. Admittedly, he had sat these relics here for quite some time. Whoop, army outnumbered, though. Uh-oh. Archers needed right now. Archers needed right now. He's house. Uh-oh. Wait, is he not building any? Okay, finally one goes up. Some more archers now coming out. But the flood through continues. Red! Oh my god, that housing issue. The no Wololo as well. Red idling out the base now. Anatan may have gone a little bit too crafty for himself. Villagers idled out. Over 30, just not working right now. The Spearman dive continues behind this. Red is starting to save up quite a bit of resources, so Castle Age is getting closer. And now he does have the eco lead. Meanwhile, Anatan with a grand total of no relics garrisoned. Oh. But on the positive, he doesn't have to worry about housing anymore. Come on, are you kidding me? After the beginning of this game and how good it looked, there's no way it ends like this, right? There's no way. It's looking bad right now. I know, he's trying to play for a second TC. The Knights have at least been cleared up. There are some more coming, but they're going to be too late. So it looks like Ruland won't be able to end the game here. That was shaky, though. Oh my god, I can't believe you almost had him. Ruland is actually investing in a new army, and I think this is the mistake. Like, if you just go for tech up now, it makes more sense. I think this double down to try and end the game, it might seem like a good idea because Anachad is being greedy, going for a second town center, but now that he's got archers in the mixer, a few camel lances is good enough. Like, your knight count just got reset completely. And now we're also talking about free relics finally being garrisoned. All of a sudden, there's extra gold trickle there. That means extra lances, extra blacksmith upgrades. I don't like the fact that Ruland's still all in. I like that they went in once, but I do not like the fact they were not taking up behind this. Type of detail that can cost you a game, folks. Type of detail that is probably going to cost him this one. Food being gathered. If he had blocked that TC, it would have been worth it. But the problem is, like, he threw away the entire army underneath the TC, right? And out of time aside, like, the cost to that dive may have been a bit too dear. I know, being raided. Knights Will this force some villagers away? But the Camel Lancers able to engage there as the Spearmen are split and Archers now moving for the poke. They are vetted up. They've got upgrades coming in. And people asking who is Ruland, we still do not know. We believe they are the owner of the Smooth Operator account, which shows up as Finnish. But we know it can't be Killjadi because Killjadi played against Smooth Operator. So there's someone else from Finland playing. It could be Mixu's return to AoE 4, but I doubt that. Lancers now get pinched. They get sandwiched by the Spearmen. That actually may be worth it here. The heal's coming through. Archer's trading out against this. It's going to be a heavy loss on both sides. A weird fight from Anatan. I believed him for a second. And I was wrong to. For some reason, he allows the Spearmen to envelop him. Oh my dear God. Archers. I mean, they can win this out long term, right? There's only one knight left over here, Mass Spears. So veteran Archers should clear this up. An expensive fight again for Anatan. And once again, a heavy idle eco situation. Oh my God. I mean, I figured he had some sort of plan there. Something I just couldn't see. I thought maybe you go in with the Lancers and then you garrison in the TC after a shift out. That would have been big brain. If Anatan had done that, that would have saved the Lancers and got them away from the Spears and exposed the Spears to the Archers. But instead, he just loses Archers, he loses Lancers. Ruland gets a great trade. And now with 9 Knights, 7 Spearmen, this choice to continue feudal aggression is starting to pay off. Finds the berries on the north side. No play south either. I mean, there's no food left. I know that throwaway Lancers may just cost him the game. He can just about afford to go Archers, maybe. Oh, this is over, guys. I can't believe this, man. I don't know who Ruland is, but I want to. This guy's got some talent. Not many players would have chosen to keep going like this. A lot of players would have actually instead chosen to go for the Castle Age after they saw the push away, after the dive in the TC. This choice to double down, understanding how little food Anatan had left, was a fantastic read. I mean, I said this can't be Killjadi, but I'm genuinely starting to worry if it's wonder if it's Killjadi. Because this guy plays with the aggression of Killjadi. Outpost is at least going to go up, but more losses. That's now a 15 eco lead. Ruland is not letting up. 13 Knights. I mean, you need spears, but you've got 60 food. Oh my God. What? Oh, no. I think he cancelled it. But that's besides the point. Even with the Camel on Ease debuff, there's just too many Knights here. Even with the fact it's Castle versus Feudal, there's too many Knights. Spearmen chase away the Camels. Knights wrap once again on the Archers. Anatan refuses to give up. He refuses to surrender, but I think you don't have a say in the matter anymore. Villagers getting pinched on the wood line. Lancers are now going to move in, but the numbers are just getting ugly here. 3 Lancers in total. There's 4 Knights remaining in this fight. There's more to come behind this. And although it looks like every time Anno's just about holding on, you need to remember he's running out of resources. Golden Food is getting desperate here, folks. Oh my God. Dude, what an insane game. I can't believe how good this looked for Anatan and how quickly it fell apart. And, you know, you got to, like, I'm actually racking my brain right now wondering where exactly it went wrong. I think this is more like praise to Red than it is criticism of Blue. That double down was phenomenal. That triple down was fantastic. And now, with High Trade House on the way and the damage he's done, this game looks almost unrecoverable for Anatan. Big shout out to Das Micro. Respecting the micro of Red coming in with the Prime. Make sure you pump those Prime subs across on the Twitch side, folks. Because who knows? Anatan seems to believe there's still a shot here. I'd hate for an ad to come up for you guys the moment he strikes back. Because he's trying. Lancers riding around the flank. High Trade House on the way. And oh, baby. I don't think it's better than the primary wood line if you delete the lumber camp. But this will be decent. Get your numbers in, folks. How good is that one going to be? I mean, it's going to be like a... I think it's like one... I want to say like 148, maybe? We'll see. Bram, in the meantime, is going to clear up the forward wooden fortress, but all the resources are already taken. I mean, this is a game where you're full food starved right now. You've got one farm cluster, and that's not going to be enough to get you through the Dark Knight here. Has moved on the D on the south side. Has gone unnoticed. Camelot's, in the meantime, have rode into the secondary TC. But only 3 of them here, and against double defense, I'm not sure how much they'll be able to hang around and kill. I mean, credit to them, actually. With the Undermesh level 1, they're doing a lot of work. On the flip side of it, though, Lancers, or Knights rather, have ridden into the berry area again. Let's check how's that high trade house done. 165 gold. That's a pretty good one. 55 trees in range. All my doubters, you didn't believe. Okay, this game is looking really good. There's still 2 relics up for grabs as well. This is the moment where Anatan can try to strike back, though. Like, there's a very big eco. There's not many places to hide it. And because you went for that tech up, you made yourself a little bit weaker on army count, right? So if there is a moment where Anachad can turn the game, this is it. But he needs to be fast. Camelots need to hit hard. Villagers have got textiles, though, so it makes it difficult. They are going to dent in, but the second line of Knights is problematic now. Upgrades are in, right? So even the Camelanese, they hit much harder in this matchup. And they get freebies. Archers hang around a little bit too long here. Lancers outnumbered. I think this is going to be a pushback. Spearmen now pushing in to just deal with the remaining camels. Once they're gone, the archers will not last long. Second wave trying to come through, but it's a trickle of troops right now. Lancer count needs to bolster. The problem with that is you need more food. And although he's got it temporarily, remember, this deer is not forever. This berry is not forever. And the farm count is still only at a very pitiful 10. How does Anno really pull this off? Because at the moment he has 1.5k food income, which is nice, but that, like we just highlighted, is not long-term, right? Like, he's exhausting the berries next to the TC. Once they're gone, there's going to be big gaps in the plan here. So he needs to make sure these Camel Lancers keep trading well. That's going to get much more difficult. Crossbows are now getting added in by the Rus. Men-at-Arms as well. Oh my. And folks, this is not Bastards. This is not composite bows. These are just standard bog standard archers. They don't do much. They do die fast. Dude, what a read. We're so late into Castle Age as well. It's really surprising to see this play. Typically someone has a counter, but of course there was no reason for Anatan to go for crossbows sooner. He didn't have the food to anyway. So great read here. Gives a nice stab back for Ruland. Anno is at least going to get time to get crossbows together, but the follow-up is what's going to matter here. I'm wondering, does Ruland consider going into, say, Horsemen plus crossbows? This is taking so long to just kill one. How the hell... Wait, okay. How has he got 2 dervishes and the 2 remaining relics have not been played for yet? Also, wait, what? Wait, where's the 3rd relic? What? Oh, it got yoinked away, I guess. Wait, what? No, he... Did he use this to heal? I'm so confused right now, guys. Ruland didn't take this relic. Anatan took it out at some point. Oops. Crossbow Knights continue to push back against this. I mean, Anna's starting to lose some significant ground here. The other issue is the crossbows are circling to the back of the formation when he retreats. They're actually the first thing to die. It's quite the awkward micro. I think Anatan needs to peel them into 2 groups and keep the archers ahead of the crossbows, just so that you never lose the one unit that can win you this game. Because right now you can see Rhythm just runs in and he targets down the crossbow first. Food income starting to reset for both players. Berries are moved on to moved onto rather than the north side. No mill though. Oh. Guys, no, this is fine. This is a new strategy, just like the Feudal Age logistics strategy from Anatan. There's a reason behind this choice. It's optimal for reasons that I can't explain. No, the mill's on the way. Okay, so that's some awkward idle time in a game where you're out of food. That may seem like a nitpicky detail, but you have to remember the other side. These farm clusters are coming up fast for Ruland. Up to 34 farms already, compared to the 22. And wait, was Ruland another player, Crackety? Was he maybe a player I forgot about? Because we were just talking like, it's not Killjadi, we know that, because this is probably the owner of the Smooth Operator account, and we know Smooth Operator has played Killjadi. It's a different person. I think you might be right now that you mention it. I feel like I have seen this name in the very early days of Age of Empires, but like, I don't remember them being insanely high ranked back then. We're raiding on the farms, but man, this is getting worrisome. I think Anatan needs to catch up ASAP. Only at 22, it just doesn't feel good here. He's now only getting his hands on fertilization. Ruland doesn't have it, of course, but with more farms and the fact that he's got the bounty system is just a bit more efficient at this. You can already see it in the food numbers. I'll try and be moving up there, but there's a Mangonel coming here. Keep on the flank. Okay, so that's going to start to shut down some shenanigans. Looks like Ram has moved in on us lonesome, but no one to support it. More Lancers are trying to wrap around. I'd actually love to see Ruland set up a short wall here towards the trade post to force all attention towards the keep. It's going to be too late if he tries to move for it now, though. Horsemen, meanwhile, lead the charge. Limited Spearmen here to defend against them. I actually can't believe how close this game is after all this happened in this game. This is insane. I mean, after Anatan's opening and then Ruland's follow-up, like, this should have been over both ways at different points, but now we reach a kind of 50-50 coin flip stage. Both players having things go for them. Ano not quite able to get that 5th relic, though. Army once again getting pushed back. And now Rus Archers being added in. No veterancy just yet. The Mangonel's also coming through, which is trying to hold the fight hostage. And no Springalds being built up either. Anatan, he could just build them in the field if he had time, but the relentless aggression coming in from Ruland is stopping him from doing so. And although you do see a military lead now for Ano, keep in mind that this Mangonel is worth like 20 military in this fight. There isn't anything right now to snipe it. Our Lancers are at least going to idle out the second TC again. Army continues to dive. Ruland. What I don't like about this right now is he needs to get some more funnel points up. I like the walls on the north side, but nothing on the south means these raid-throughs are actually chipping away at the eco lead. At one point, I think Ruland was like 20 plus ahead. Now look at it. 10 between them. Is Ruland... Wait, is he macroing up? It looks like he's playing towards Imperial here. I hope that's not the case, because I think it's way too early in this game for that. It's the type of move that could kill you here. Like, Ano has already shown a bigger army. It might work out, right? Because we're actually seeing Anatan not move out. But, like, that's quite the gamble to take. You don't have the information we do to inform that choice. Oh, my dick. What? That is one of the wackiest walls I think I've seen someone try to do on Gorge. He's so greedy. It's so unnecessarily greedy. Because he's trying to get the stone and gold, but like the chances of this wall working are so low. If it does go up, great. All of a sudden, Ano only has 8k gold to play with and nothing else. It's a big if. I say nothing else. He has got 4 relics, right? But like, if you want to surge gold, you have no other options but that 8k. Pass in the center. Ruland, dude, you need to spend, man. You need to spend fast. He's finally pumping for Horseman, but look at the resources he's got in reserve. This is way too much food. He needs to be up at 200 pop already. He should already be up at 200 pop. If I click on this blacksmith and see Military Academy has not been taken, I'm going to lose it. Come on. Against the Ibids as well, a Civ that guaranteed has Golden Age 3 at this stage. They have the production speed. This is a critical blunder. Raid now comes into the farmlands. Oh my god. No, Ruland. Not like this. Villagers are going to shift away, but farms are idled out. He's not able to kill the army straight away, so out time will continue. Behind this, Ano, look at the wood being stockpiled up. He's ready to just add in about another 20 farms. At that stage, the pump is going to be non-stop from the Ibids. I feel like this was a bit of a blunder by Ruland. I mean, a missed opportunity here just to reach 200 pop and block that sort of raid through. At that stage, he would have had extra food still pumping in. He would have had enough for them reaching to Imperial Age from a confident position. But instead, now, he's kept here longer. And this ambitious attempt to get a keep up is in trouble. What? He doesn't know. He's about to discover, though, the hard way. Anno, no way he lets this happen, right? Horsemen are going to stab in. They are trickling out. The keep is being built up for the time being, but Runelund, the front line is falling. I mean, there's no way. There is absolutely no way you get this up. Right. Last Knight down. Second wave on the way, but maybe too late. Villagers are being sniped. And that is going to be a pull away. Runelund, I think you have to cancel it. Second wave of Horsemen is coming in. Maybe not. Wrap around by the Horseman. Goes off the Spring Orb. Will be able to snipe it out, but he's going to lose the Cavalry for it. But that should open the way for a Mango if only Runelund had it right now. Even with the Mamluk's Bravery, it's not enough damage. Anno has to back away. Good hold there. Runelund able to recover it. Goes back for the castle down the center. Now he's consolidating himself, right? All the flanks are protected. Anatan does at least have the 8k gold to work with, but he no longer has flank maneuverability here to hit the eco. He's going to have to fight down the center. Nano now rushing up a keep that seems a lot more doable here in one go. Army, in the meantime, is going to trade out. Archer Mass is going to remain for Runelund, so it does mean that he'll be able to win this fight, as it's now crossbows versus mass archers. The Horsemen, although they'll be able to kill 1-2 villages, the defenses are going up. However, there's still a lot of exposed territory here for Anatan. He hasn't walled himself in entirely, right? So these Horseman raids can start to hit the flanks. Little bit surprised we still do not have A, Military Academy, or B, Boy's Fortitude for a guy who wants to mass Horsemen. That's... I think this might be the Runelund from a while ago, but you can tell he's been AFK for a bit, because I'd say that this mid-game for me has been less than ideal. I really love the way Runelund opened this game. I actually think he was fantastic in the first 20 minutes. The last 10 minutes has looked quite shaky, though. That being said, his macro game is undeniable, right? 3,000 food a minute. 55 farms. Other side of this, Anno, I don't think he's added in that many. Okay, apparently it's 47. It just doesn't feel like it. A lot of them actually need to still be rebuilt. They are coming up now on the south side, but for me, Anno needs to kind of just survive what's coming. If he can reach the hyper late game, I actually think that this is one of the civs that can contest the Rus. Streltsy are really strong, but you have to remember that the Mamluk's Bravery just gives you an insta-buff, while the Streltsy have to stand still for ages. On top of that, you can get Siege cheaper, so for anyone who thinks this is dominated by Rus having cheap Siege, it's just not true. They do have the extra Band-at-Arms range, yes, but it's minimal, and Culverin trades can be a decent solution to that. Usually the big difference that gives Rus the edge is the fact they pay 25% less for Siege, but the funny thing with Irobids is they get that as a tier in their Golden Ages. 20% instead of 25, but considering it doesn't require a landmark to build, it's not a bad deal. Horseman rather, riding in. Yeah, walls need to go up fast. So the issue that you now have, if you're Anatan, is your opponent's eco is at a stage that he can keep flooding Horsemen like this to eventually kill you. So it's critical that Anno now gets a full wall up, otherwise it's never going to stop. Now, Runelund on his way up. High Armory is going to be built. Golden Age 4 is online. So actually good timing, right? I just mentioned the High Armory effect. You can kind of mirror this. But to mirror it truly, you do need to start Imp right now, or you're going to be a mile behind. Adobex could actually be a really good recovery point, especially with mass gunpowder units. So I hope we're going to be seeing that. I don't really know if I'd want to see military wing reinforcement. In theory, it's good up against mass horsemen, but it just feels kind of like you're wasting an opportunity here compared to Adobex. Oh man, dude, the raids, it's just getting kind of worrisome. It's chip damage, but chip damage is how you just chip away the big boy in the playground, right? It's not about killing in one blow. It's all about just death by 1,000 cuts. And right now, Runelund is ticking that box. High Armory complete. Boy's Fortitude now on the way. You can see he's already queued up the elite status for the Horseman. And now we reach a really sticky point in the game for Anno. He has at least started the tech up. He's now 2 minutes away. And it is indeed going to be the military wing reinforcement. I feel like the reinforcement wing is being chosen more out of desperation than option here. He needs every troop he can get together to defend right now because he knows what he's about to be up against. Horseman going in. Oh, dude, this is just unhinged now. I can't believe how this game began and how it's going now. I feel like the raids are not being addressed. Like, he's got troops in place to eventually kill them, but gradually it's idle eco, it's villagers being lost, and it's never ending, right? And the funny part is Rulin is still stockpiling over 3,000 food while doing this. Anno, just one villager building up this wall. The classic Anno strat. Elite status now in. All of a sudden, your villagers don't even feel safe up against horsemen. Moves in onto the farmlands again. Behind this, I imagine we're going to be getting the switch up into Streltsy. In fact, it's already underway. The first 4 have come out. Siege Workshop's already being built to make sure they're not threatened by any Manjaniques. Even infantry now walking into the back line. I mean, Anno's not going to die straight away, by the way, folks. I want to highlight, like, Anno has an opportunity to try and pull back for, like, 4 or 5 minutes. Then he's going to die. It sounds a bit cruel to put it like that. Like, why don't I believe in Anno, Chad? Why can he not do this? It's just, it's a matter of, like, the state of the game, right? Like, this wall comes way too late. The eco is so big, and Iobids at the hyper late game, when you do Desert Raiders, don't really have any big eco advantage here, right? I mean, plus side is at least he's got camel units attacking faster, so that with the Desert Raiders makes a little bit more sense. But against mass Streltsy, when you have no raid options on the flanks, that's where it begins to look ugly. Ruland. What the... 42 militia! Okay, I think Ruland is a returning player. He looks like he just discovered the button. He's like, oh, wait, what does this do? So the militia, he just spent, bloody hell, actually. He just spent, what was that? Was that 800 and, not 840, sorry. It's 20 per ticket, right? You get 2 per. So 420 food to burn a piece of wall and die. Oh my god. Anno, could he do this? He has got the hand cannoneers coming out. We did mention this, the Mamluk's Bravery, that's without gunpowder, by the way. He gets +9 damage without gunpowder. He has only got level 2 ranged armor, but that doesn't affect gun at all, right? So, like, with this tech, you actually do, Mamluk's Bravery, you do actually destroy Streltsy if you snowball. So Anatan will get a chance, a shot at this, but remember, this is one shot, one opportunity. The gold is now gone. Everything has been drained for this push. All Ruland needs to do is survive it. Not a good start. Bombards. Ooh, terrible trade out to start off here for Ruland. Want to back up. Castle is going to be exposed. And Cannoneers begin the dive, though. They're trying to get on top of the siege. Opportunity to take it out here now that gunpowder is complete. Castle down to half HP. Ruland needs to get more troops out ASAP. Right now, Anatan is swelling up. 25 hand cannoneers in the center and unanswered. Ruland, he needs to get the wood sword. 1 or 2 mangonels could just break this game right now. Instead, it's the castle that's being broken. Second wave now coming in. It's the 3 Desert Raiders. Elite it up and ready to yeet you out. Horseman is not going to be the solution now for Ruland. No way. No. There's no way you should be losing this game right now. Anno has no gold. He has no trade. He has no longevity in this game right now. But he's finding a way. Anno, Miracle Maker, is making it happen. Ruland in retreat. 23 military. He's in trouble. Desert Raiders are going to get cut down by the Streltsy, but those are just 3 units. The premium behind this is doing what it needs to. Bombards moving to the Siege Workshops. High Armory on the front line is not going to last long, and Anatan is swelling up at a critical point here. Elite Spearman on the way. He has everything he needs. Desert Raiders to support against the Horseman raids. He's got the Hand Cannoneers up against the Streltsy, which win with chemistry plus the Mamluk's Bravery. This is impossible if Ruland cannot get Siege. And now with double cover, and I don't see how you do. Oh my dear God. What? I mean, this is experience showing off right now. If Ruland was an active player before, they've been missing from the game. And they're getting punished for it. Anno moves in, shuts down more of the Siege Workshops. Hand Cannoneers stand their ground. Streltsy are about to get the static redeployment, but at that stage, you just move away. And they lose it again. Culverin's even capable of sniping down these Streltsy, by the way. I mean, the Bombards could assist. These Streltsy could easily just die to Siege. And reform the lines and back up temporarily, though. Anno, of course, is trying to take this steady, right? Because he's setting up Trade behind this, so he doesn't need to overinvest and lose the entire army. He just needs to make room for Trade to go online, and then he can keep pumping these gold units as well. Spearmen are on the way. Streltsy mass is getting big, though. 23 of them. Hand cannons are getting cut down as well. So Ruland all of a sudden finds a breathing moment. Does get up to 35 Streltsy here. But I don't think this push lasts. Like, this is the problem, right? Like, you know, he's got 25 on the front line here. Spearmen do arrive. You get pushed back again. Reminder, folks, like, although Anatan may not be winning the game right now, he's the only one setting up for trade. And Ruland may be playing the ruse. He may have hunting cabins spammed everywhere. But even that doesn't compare to trade cross map. 68 gold per trip coming in for Anatan. I don't know, man. I'm starting to worry that Anno's done this. Like, right now, the horseman count isn't raiding, right? Like, it's barely double digits. It's not even double digits right now. It's just all about mass Streltsy. The problem with the mass Streltsy plan is it works if there's no extra eco behind this, if Anatan is drying up. And although he temporarily has to go to Spearman plus Horseman, the fact that there's no Springalds means Manjaniques can just hold this on their own. And if they buy 2 or 3 minutes here, that's all they need. 3 minutes time, trade's going to be up to 20 plus. In fact, it's already at 15. And no, Ruland doesn't have his full wall. He's messed up here with the millers. But at that stage, you don't even have to go that wide, right? With bombards, just break this close by wall and then raid round the flank. You don't have to go that wide. Going that wide is a risk because if you send 20 horsemen on the flank, it means you've got 20 less to defend your base. I actually think Ruland's over-ecoed here. 150 is not good anymore. Usually you go 150, 160 when you're playing mass cav because you just keep stabbing your opponent's eco and building a lead. And you need the extra food, right? But when you're mass Streltsy like this, having only 50 population to put into army doesn't give you much of a front line. And if you ever lose these Streltsy, good luck replacing them, right? Like, I mean, the cost aside, the production time is really what kills you here. Even if you have 10 of these archery ranges, it takes 26 seconds to get each Streltsy out. Horseman, meanwhile, did break through the wall. Uh-oh. Ruland looks to dodge it out. And now breaking up with the troops, just looking for raid targets here. It won't be something that will instantly kill the game, right? Like, there's reserves of 4K building for Ruland, but it's still eco damage to chip him back. I mean, in some ways, he's actually doing Ruland a favor. Because as I highlighted, Ruland has way too much economy. Trade count. Now up to, like, what, 20? Yeah, 20 in total. That means the hand cannon account's going to recover. In the meantime, the Manjaniques are there. I'm baffled by the fact that Ruland doesn't have Springalds. I mean, like, I don't know what he thinks is going to occur here. He's trying to run into a base against Mangonels. You've got horsemen, sure, but you've got horsemen against Abbasid spears, basically. Oh, man. Speaking of which, spears are going to move in position quick enough here. Wait. Wait. Oh, no, that click. There's no way horsemen ride in here. I mean, they could, but they'll die. The Manjaniques, though, from the side. Has to pull away. A few horsemen will break through into the back of this. They are going to find the trade, but the spearmen, quick to pursue this, means you can't hang around. The Desert Raiders are also going to be able to shut this down. Meanwhile, the Manjaniques may have overextended horsemen, come around on the flank, but he's hitting the wrong thing. He goes for the bombard instead. Manjanique needs to get some more shots out, but unable to. Streltsy do pounce on it. No siege armor coming in. However, look at the Streltsy count, down to 10. And now he builds Springalds. Are you kidding me? You can't be serious right now. Horseman Raid has still been going on this entire time. They've massacred 30 villagers. Oh my god. Wait, was it a delete of villages? Or was it massacre? I feel like several villages went down here at least. Maybe delete some villages as well. You might be right about that. But either way, like, I don't like the way that Ruland's approached this. I mean, you can put credit on Anatan for the way he held on, but the last few minutes of gameplay have been all about Ruland's mistakes. choosing to push towards a walled-off area up against Mangoes, not having siege, throwing the Streltsy away, and then choosing Spirons after Mangonels don't matter anymore. And now, after that reset, with the amount of gold that your opponent has, guess what? He can mirror your gunpowder count. And we already highlighted that he will exceed it. Ruland, massing more horsemen. That opening does still exist, but the Spearmen, if they just reform in this area, shouldn't be able to get many through. In fact, wait, no, come on! Well, Anno's about to help him by killing the Streltsy. They have been let free. Oh my god, they should have been through so much quicker though. On the other side of this, the leak free continues. Spring was being thrown away for free. Horsemen do get in, but there's barely any of them here. I cannot believe that. That one Streltsy griefed the move. And you won't get that move again. Anatan going for the rewall now. Stonewall's on the way. And now that things have gotten more orderly for him, I think this is going to be the point of no return for Ruland. I actually can't believe this. The lead he built, the position he found himself in, but the reluctance to stop Smeagling, to be at 150 eco, to get a better front line here, has cost him everything in this game. After a dominant early game from him, early mid-game transition into the way that he handled the opening into Imperial here, to then end like this. Anatan just built Diff one step ahead of the competition. And now, he stands on the precipice of victory. Mass Horsemen and Spears, not many hand cannoneers added in right now. Streltsy has remassed up to 28, so maybe an opportunity for Ruland to hold on. The problem is you no longer have a front line. And you die fast, boy. 15 Streltsy. And de-escalating. Wave after wave of Spearmen coming. The only downside, the only negative I'd have to criticize Anatan for right now is no Ford Raxas. If you had that, this would already be over. Might already anyway. 70 to 38 military. Yes, Ruland does have the quality layered in there, but with his hand cannoneers now just trickling in, and the fact that they are just glowing with the Mamluk's bravery, the fight becomes unfair for Ruland. Yeah, this is a tough matchup at this stage, actually, for the Rus. I mean, now that you've lost the gold advantage, right? When you had that, it seemed really cut and dry, but when you just turn it into mass guns on each side and Horsemen versus Spears, it's a win for the Ibids because of the Phalanx. Those Spears are just super effective at attacking anything, whether it's going after Horsemen or going after Streltsy. Gremlins pulled again. Shame he didn't have many of these tickets stockpiled somewhere for some reason. No, I feel like at this point in the game, there probably should have been like, what, 40 tickets stockpiled? I don't know where they went. Finally, I don't know. Maybe there's like a certain moment in the game that I'm erasing from my brain because it hurts to remember. I think Ruland will want to erase this one from his match history, though. Raids in on the farms again. Villagers trying for a desperation keep, but that's never going up. And now we are going to see Anatan taking the eco lead. Ooh-wee. So a good question coming in. What's a good front line for the Rus here? Spears. He's doing it too late, though. The Horseman only makes sense if you're going to raid afterwards, but you can't raid anymore. You're up against mass Spears and Horsemen, so you might as well go Spears so you can kill one of their units and mirror out the other one. Sure, Phalanx Spears are better, but it still is all just about keeping the backline alive, right? It's also more cost efficient. The issue I think Ruland had in this game is his racks are further back, right? It's not like he's got all of his racks on the front side, so compared to the choice to go Horsemen, they wouldn't have arrived as quickly. I think like this game could have ended one way or the other very aggressively if either side set up more full production. Even with Anatan not doing that, though, this lead is getting undeniable. Ruland has been drained dry, down to just 200 food in reserve, not much wood to work with, and not much time left in this game. What is it with Anatan and hour-long games on Gorge? I swear, he has them more often than most. He rarely looks weak when he gets there, though. I feel like, actually, if the players who play Ibids, he also finds himself in the late game more than most players as well. It's kind of wild to think about there. But now that we're diving deep into the production, this is where the trickle of troops just starts dying, right? Military is down to 25. Anatan is getting a little bit weak as well. Funnily enough, he's actively queuing up Desert Raiders, which is a little bit surprising here, but I think it is just about actively shutting down the Horseman and going after the eco now. Streltsy count is on his last stand. Only 10 remaining. Hand Cannoneer count now up at 30 in total, 20 of which are in this fight. The double Manjanique to force the GG. Ruland, like, let's call a spade, buddy. And right now, that spade is used to dig 6 feet deep to bury you for good. Horsemen are going to raid around the side, but quadruple Manjanique, a 5th one on the way as well. This is the GG end condition. Streltsy are never going to mass again, and he is never going to return. Anatan gets the win in what is an insane back and forth game, but the questions will be asked. Did Ruland throw this, or did Anatan catch it? Either way, it's a win for the Anachad. Oh, man. That game? Dude, what do I even call that? I mean, it has to be the... It's definitely about the feudal age, I think. Feudal age logistics, the next meta. 100%. Dude, that was crazy. What's up, Johnson? 1 hour team game, not a clean game, but could be good content. Maybe. Maybe we'll check it out. We'll see. I'm just trying to think what the time is. Appreciate the heads up. Sorry, it's just you mentioned 1 hour game. We just had a 1 hour game. That should have been over in 30 minutes, which kind of made it absurd. Maybe we might cast it a bit later. We'll see how it goes. Just gotta see who's online, because we always want to check the live games, because obviously in some cases there are some players we can't watch otherwise. Your time says community games. I don't know, man. Are there enough people around at this time of the day? I know we've got quite a few people watching, but I don't think there's enough people around for commie games. I'm pretty sure I said we probably wouldn't be able to get into those today. Killjadi, I think he's playing private games. If I check the leaderboard... Where did all the community games go? It's more a timing issue, right? So, like, because I've been streaming a bit earlier, people aren't online. And on the weekend, I'm doing Stormgate at the moment. So it's just like, temporarily, it's not been as feasible. We also need some new mods, to be honest with you. Need new mods. I don't think there's been any extra new, interesting mods added in the last week or two. At least not from what I've seen. It's also kind of weird the way, I guess, like, the Stormgate experience. Like, obviously, we've been focusing on Stormgate because it's, like, limited access, and we have a tournament coming up, so we have been putting some time into that. But it's also, like, it's weird now going to big team games in AoE 4 of how fast Stormgate plays. It's just kind of an odd feeling. Don't know how else to describe it. Oh. Hello. Caillou made something. Thank you, Caillou. Okay. So. Seems the new patch games are getting longer. God, I hate reading that. Games in Age of Empires 4 do not need to be longer. They need to be shorter. Oof. Empire Wars free-for-all? The problem with that is, like, you need to do a fixed start to do Empire Wars. And free-for-alls, there's no map that's designed for free-for-alls in team format. In, like, big maps, right? It always configures as team play. It's just weird. Well, actually, there's one or two that kind of work, but it's a bit funky. Numenor versus Killjadi is going on in a few minutes, so we could do that. Let's see. Yeah, let's do Numenor versus Killjadi. I think that's a good shout. We'll have to wait a minute or two, but that lets me quickly grab a snack while we wait. So that works out quite nicely. We will be casting some Stormgate games from the EGC tournament on the weekend, by the way, a little bit later. I've downloaded a bunch of replays. So a little bit later in the evening, we are going to be casting some of those games. If you have not seen Stormgate before, I definitely recommend giving it a shot. The Observer tool is a little bit funky, but if there's questions people have and things they want to be like taught or have explained, I'll definitely be able to do that as we cast, because I'm quickly becoming quite the nerd about all things Stormgate. Kind of a funky, funny feeling becoming like the RTS nerd. Nerd. I think so, Johnson. On Company Heroes mode, yeah, we kind of have that. So right now, well, we do it with this single sacred site, where if you capture it, any progress you made gets like tracked by an internal clock, so that when you recap it, it starts the timer again. But I've said that before. It's like a weird thing to me that they never copy and pasted that element across in Age of Empires from Company Heroes, because it would have made a lot of sense. I'm quickly going to grab a snack. I'll be back in a sec. I'll put some music on. We've got 3 minutes until the game starts. So grab yourself some food, and then be back in front of the PC so we can watch the fun unfold. Hello. Just need to send a message quickly. Sorry, speaking with my mouth full. So, I'm just going to quickly eat my chocolate bourbon. So we'll be ready to cast by about a minute into the game, which means we won't miss anything. Just give me a sec. Still need to fix that in-game chat box. It's kind of tilted me. All right, should we get ready to go? Let's do it. the debates are already on. Who wins? Is it China or is it Japan? Especially between these two, it could go either way. One and all, welcome back to Age of Empires 4 action. Let me know what you actually think in the comments right now. Who would win? Based on civs and based on players. Would it be Japanese or Chinese? And would it be Killjadi or would it be Numidan? This is going to be a tight matchup, actually. I put these two quite closely ranked in terms of skill. Killjadi has come a phenomenally long way as a player in the last year or so. On the other side of it, Numidan, I think, has really kind of improved since his return, since the expansion. So very exciting matchup to see here. We are going to be in Mongolian Heights, and that means there is going to be fishing on both sides. Fishing that is more efficient in different ways for each player. For the Chinese, they produce these fishing boats 20% faster. For the Japanese, they get a lofty discount. Almost a 50% discount, in fact, on the cost of their fishing boat. So it allows them to more efficiently just keep those numbers pumping, while the Chinese are a little bit more strained to do so. But one beautiful thing that typically gives the Chinese an edge is once this sets up. Once they get their hands on the lumber camp and they get an IO out to supervise, that's where this Civ starts to kind of truck ahead. Between that production rate and the fact that they can also afford to keep up with it, it means that they can scale a bit faster. So curious to see if Killjadi wants to try and match this pacing by going for a second dock early on. Usually when we see both players go for a dock drop like this, the follow-up play is to drop a dock on your opponent's fishing so that you can get a follow-up play into demo ships or into some cheeky little naval outlets. For now, just non-top food pumping. We are live, by the way, so now, keeping that in mind, you know what we've got to do. I know what we've got to do. We've got to give out the points from the last prediction, and we've got to establish a new prediction as to who will win here. People were giving their anticipations of who they believe in, but now they need to put their well, not real money, their fake money where their mouth is here, their channel points on the Twitch side. Give you guys 1 minute. Get them in now. I love that noise. It's a very adorable noise. Shout out to the creator of that nice little add-on. And here we go. It's time for the Coca Township. A little bit of cocaine in life. And the only solution I could see Numidan having to this is if he's planning to drop a Barbican. Unfortunately, his food and gold numbers suggest otherwise. If he was going Barbican, this is going to be far too late. Oh, man. 7 villages as well. Now, the timing isn't as aggressive as it once was. Keep that in mind, right? It used to be that the Shinobi came out straight away, and that just felt like a GG. So Numidan has a breathing space of 23 seconds once the tech up is complete. But he needs to rush this Barbican ASAP. And here we go. Here comes the pull. Numidan. So many villages rushing this up. 7 on the way for the central crossing. He's making a statement here. Sick move. Punishing Killjadi for being too close. And the Coca Township. I mean, even if he'd rushed it up quicker, it's 23 seconds away. This is the nerf. This is how it's actually impacted water maps. I think, like, even by water standards, this nerf is feeling a little bit too strong. China is going to completely block this out. Who needs a wall when you can drop a castle in Feudal Age? Sorry, Dark Age. Oh, man. And there's no way you can counter this, right? Like, if there's a Shinobi coming out, like, look at the difference it made. By the time the Barbican completes, what you have to think about here is you've been robbed of 20 seconds of having a Shinobi. That nerf is a phenomenal difference here. With Shinshin, that could have allowed you to arrive and stab 1 or 2 villages down. You probably still wouldn't have stopped the Barbican going up, but you would have done some damage at least, right? It would at least look close, but now, since that nerf, there's not even anything remotely close about this. And the wall in! Oh my god. Numidan. What an absolute baller. The quick wall up on the north side. The fishing boats have nowhere to go. Killjadi's off water. The upside, at least, he can sabotage the efforts of Numidan. Nice little sneak in here, right? The Barbican is located next to the enemy dock, so it means it doesn't actually protect your own. So that's a crafty little detail. Killjadi's actually scaling more Shinobi, so this play has to work. If it doesn't, it's GG. Well, he's scaling quite a few, going up to 5. Typically, the most common follow-up plays to this many Shinobi is either you go into Yumi Archers or you go into Horsemen. Considering you're up against the Chinese, the most likely play we're looking at here is going to be Horseman spam. just to counter any sort of play into Chiganu. Because even though you'll be up against Spearman potentially, funnily enough, Shinobi handles Spearman perfectly. Here we go. Archers are coming out from Numidan. Hasn't even got the Song Dynasty yet, right? Hadn't got the food of gold together, and now he never will. This is permanently sabotage, folks. 2 Shinobi here means you're never getting up. Little tip, by the way, I've noticed a lot of people kind of doing this before, where they walk around the Shinobi. You can Shinshin this pond. Like, you can actually Shinshin the river. It's the same as Canal. Like, I'm giving away tips now, because I noticed no player ever done this. You can actually Shinshin across the river. You just have to choose a very specific spot to click. This is where I want to feel really smart and smug, and I want to see the pro players send question marks and what in the chat. Speaking of Shinshin. Blinkin, this is... what? I think he's got it, but that was unnecessary from Killjadi. That was so incredibly unnecessary. He's going fast castle, but he hasn't finished off the dock yet. He needs to actually get another Shinobi in here, otherwise he's going to be blocked entirely. In fact, instead, the Shinobi are scouting to the north side. What? I mean, it's going to be on fire, right? But at the same time, there's plenty of time for Numidan to pull one villager. I think that was so unnecessary. Killjadi, he just baited himself into allowing his opponent to keep food here. The difference is huge here, by the way. Like, sure, you can build a new dock up, but the idle time of these fishing boats just not dropping off would have felt painful for Numidan here. Instead, that's an extra, what, 200 food he doesn't have to miss out on due to the 5 fishing boats. Now, speaking of fishing, Killjadi has got back on the water north side. He is also targeting a fast castle build here. Numidan, meanwhile, because he wanted to counter this Shinobi, is quite a bit weaker now because of this choice to go into the archers. That was overly ambitious. No Shinshin. Shinobi goes down. 3 do remain, but they are not looking to fight, right? Because he doesn't want to invest into more military right now. Killjadi instead wants a quick tech up. Meanwhile, Numidan has gone back for the Imperial Academy. I actually really like Killjadi's position in this game. I mean, I shouldn't because of how this opened, but I think Blue's follow-up to not just try to inflate the eco on the water, maybe go for a dock closer home, has left him weaker. The archers did solve the problem, but think about what it cost him. He paid 150 wood for the archery range, and they paid 80 resources per. So he spent 480 resources on units. Killjadi did spend similar when it comes to Shinobi, but considering his goal was always to go Castle Age, not to inflate too much fishing, it's hurt Numidan a lot more, right? Like, Numidan added in a junk ship. He also added in additional fishing boats. Sure, Killjadi had to add in another dock, but the fishing boats that came out from that dock were limited and cost less. Yeah, just kind of an awkward play here. Yo, he breaks them out! The rescue mission's a success. Killjadi actually gets the 3 fishing boats out. Well played there. The cool thing about that is the junk, although it costs a bit more, you were going to need one to defend against the enemy anyway. So it's not the worst investment. However, you are going to need to invest more now. So that's going to be Naval Arrow Slits. Well played there. That's actually really efficient for him. Remember, Killjadi's been gathering gold, so he's been getting 20% of what he drops off as gold as stone extra. It means he has what he needs for Naval Arrow Slits play. Really cool detail there. It means now Numidan's going to struggle to dive too deep here. Arrow Slits upgrade about to come in. Killjadi already pumping into the Mounted Samurai. He has gone for the Yoshiro drop there. So the boats are going to get baited. This is a bad fight for Numidan to be taking right now. And the Arrow Slits is going to whittle him down. He might kill 1 or 2 fishing boats, but this is not worth it. And now the backstab coming in from the Shinshin Shinobi. Not even actually use it straight away. Torches out. That's going to be sprinkled down. But now the first Mounted Samurai is going to be able to clear up all these archers. And Numidan, he's still missing 600 food for a tech up. Okay, this gets scary because at this stage, you could also end up losing the fishing, which means you're full land eco. In a game where you're running out of sheep. Like, you're almost dry right now, folks. Your berries are on the 4. That's also an exposure point up against Mounted Samurai. And the deer's too far away. Funnily enough, despite how dominant Numidan looked just 5 minutes ago, he's now on the edge of the ring, close to being KO'd. I believe we have now also got a play onto relics. Killjadi was a little bit idle there. For a long time, the Shinto was just standing still, but he's finally playing for them. He could even try to sneak across for his opponent's relics because there was never a success by Numidan to wall off the north side of the map. And even if Numidan does now hit this tech up, his first thought isn't going to be, oh, relics. Cool thing about playing the Japanese with Flowing Gate is naturally your first thought ends up being Oh, Yorishiro, followed quickly by Relics, because you get those Shinto for free. What's the follow-up play going to be here, though? I think it makes a lot of sense to just consider going Rax and spamming Onobugisha now. You have Shoreline Fish to help you for a while. It's going to be a little bit awkward down the line if you have to non-stop pump them. So yeah, Rax is on the way. Could also be Samurai, because remember, he does have the tech advantage, but typically in this situation, it's pretty common for Chinese to go into crossbows, especially after they've opened archery range anyway. So Onobugisha just serves you a lot better. 20 on astronomical clocked out. That's how you can tell a Chinese player is desperate when he puts that many on it. Pulls a few back in the end, but Killjadi, I think what we need to prep for here is some sort of land transition, right? Like, the Shoreline Fish is not going to last forever, so I'd love to see him pump on the wood and get a second TC drop of all this surplus stone, which should be placed next to the stone outcropping here. That'll secure you the full wood line, that'll secure you a quick gather of the remaining stone, and that'll allow you to get the Daimyo upgrades to then switch over into farms. What a wild game. Am I the only one that's actually happy Mongolian Heights is back? I've kind of missed it, right? Like, I remember old Mongolian Heights and it being the biggest dog turd imaginable. But with players being a lot more aggressive in the early game, and also the changes to this map, I think it's a very refreshing sight to see. And we are seeing plenty of examples of why it's an enjoyable map to watch. Torch down the dot. Looks like he's going to be able to get rid of it in time here. Nice target by the archers to get rid of Shinobi. So Lancers, they're actually going to try to fight this. This is a vet spearman, so not a great fight for Killjadi to be taking there in the end. Does at least get rid of the dot, but it comes at a high price. However, behind this, Samurai are now massing. How does Numidan now address this? Because he needs to get a rewall, right? Like, that's my thought right now, is I'm seeing a weakness because the flanks are open. But he can never wall the north side as it currently stands. So I think he has to kind of focus on pushing upriver to take control, which has a double value, right? Not only are you able to wall off and stop these cav raids, you'll also take away the food that Killjadi's relying on right now. He's going to be relying on a lot. Only 3 sheep left alive back at home. Meanwhile, a movement out at the worst possible time. It looks like the Mount Samurai have scouted it. Spearman at least there to block it. That does now mean that Killjadi is aware his opponent is out of his base. It's something he can look to actively raid towards. It's probably going to force Numidan to double down on Spearman to defend. Which means this Samurai Onobugisha switch up is going to slap. What was the vote in the end, by the way, on the predictions? 38% went for Numidan. Quite a lot of people believe in the power of Killjadi. I wonder how they would have felt 5 minutes in this game. Oh, nice pincher there. No, wait, what? Why did the torch damage go from huge to nothing there? That was weird. I don't know how that lived. Whatever, he moves by. He's going straight after the eco. We'll move away from the deer stack, but that means Numidan's running out of food, guys. Look at his income right now. He just set this up. He was sitting at 400 food income a minute. He was going to double that. Now he can't. He pulls back towards the berries, but even this doesn't feel plausible. Like, what's your crossbow count? At 4? You got Spearmen to defend with? You're up against Onobugisha and Samurai. There's 12 Samurai here. If you try to farm this area, you die. I wonder. Does Killjadi realize it? He might be idled out long enough that Numidan gets the defense force together. He should not be taking this fight right now. Instead, he's going to forfeit over the outpost. Other side of it, we can actually see the level 3 wheelbarrow Fudasashi coming in. So it means he's going to get a lot of value out of these berries. And there is still a decent amount of food left on the map, right? 8 stack of berries the right side, deer behind, boar up here as well. So it's not like the farm transition is imminent yet for Killjadi. That's important considering that he's pumping a lot of Samurai. He still needs more to close the game, though. Interesting development in this mid game. No Nesta Bees at all, right? But I think it's the detail that matters there is because you're up against Mount Samurai, you don't want to risk it, even though they're very tanky. It's just, it would make a lot of sense if it was only Onobugisha, funnily enough, because you can just body block on on top of it with mass spearmen and archers and hold, but he's not at a point where he has numbers to justify that choice. Interesting development here, by the way. Numidan goes to the second TC. Killjadi didn't. I'm a little bit surprised by this. I actually think a second TC would have made a lot more sense for Killjadi. Feels like he's trying to end the game now. It might be worth it if he takes away all the fishing and keeps it for himself, but a lot of that is getting exhausted, right? There's still plenty of shoreline fish, but even with there being plenty, you have to remember that gathering rate is completely inferior in comparison to the farms that you could be setting up at home. So there's still 1 dock remaining. Wow. There's only 1 relic left, guys. Numadon. He didn't defend the north side. We highlighted this earlier. I just didn't think it was going to be this extreme. Funnily enough, there's even actually Yorishiro guys out here from Killjadi. He has 5 relics, or at least he's about to. 5th one on the way home. A great position now in this game for Killjadi. Yes, please send the Yorishiro back. Crossbow numbers are at least scaling, but one thing that does scare me as the game goes on is the idea of Onabgisha. I like that we've got the Pulse Guard coming in, but the negative of this is I don't see a way in which Numadon scales it. He hasn't got a farm transition underway right now, right? And until you've got the full farm clusters, you can't afford to spam Pulse Guard. You could argue, why is Killjadi doing a similar move then? But it's the fact that Samurai have more staying power in a fight, especially with the Odachi tech. In fact, they're trading great here. A little bit of clapping going on here. This is like a trade that shouldn't be that good, but now instead he also gets the IO, so that's actually a really big deal. Well, it looks like access has been gained on the south side, so Deer and Born now open up for Numadon at a critical point in this game. He could not be without that. Meanwhile, Killjadi is still getting all of his for free. No contest for his pocket resources. Ram slowly now dealing with the Barbican. This is going to open up a quick route in for Killjadi. So far, he's had to wrap around to the south and the north side to get in with Samurai. That's doubled the amount of time it takes for a raid to hit. This short route is going to be everything, which is why Numadon is going to have to defend it. Spearman are going to push it away. Samurai on the way, though. Is he going to get this? I don't think he is. He's going to lose the army instead. I mean, he dives for it, but now he dies for it. Nice Spearman. Palace Guard being lost. And not many troops now to defend this. I mean, this should be torches out. At this point, with this many troops, that is it. And he knows that Numadon has no runway left. So he runs off of Mongolian Heights. Killjadi. What a fantastic turnaround. That Barbican drop looked like it was going to GG him out, but he found a way to get his castle and to get back in this game. He takes it down with the Japanese. Curious actually how most people think that matchup works though. Let me know in the comments, like, did you expect that to be the outcome? The interesting thing actually is when you look at the statistics on the leaderboard, the highest rank of play, right now in the Chinese-Japanese matchup, Japan is actually slightly unfavored. Oh, sorry, slightly favored, 55%. But overall, like, I'd say depending on the map, especially with water maps, this could go either way. Just shows the talent of these two players though to make it look that close throughout. And well, the exact kind of player I want to see. Mongolian Heights, not just a camp fest, an all-out bloodbath. Longer the game goes, the better China is. Yeah, because the interesting thing is like Onabgisha that are really annoying get countered by Pulse Guard once you get late game because you get Yuan Dynasty, but you have to get there. So Killjadi gets the rubber-dub-dub. Yeah, dude, the weird thing about that game legit is the I think it's the way the Barbican kind of broke what should have happened. Like, that looked like a very dominant position. I think Numadon got overbaited to dealing with the Shinobi. I don't think he needed to be that zealous. Like, here's the interesting thing. If he went for 2 archers, it would have stopped Shinobi. Why? Because if he had 2 archers instead of 4 there, he just camps near the Barbican, snipes the Shinobi when they come to try and hit the building, and then when they shin in, they're diving a hand cannon slet. I don't think he needed to invest that much. And while it sounds nitpicky, that is an extra 320 resources. I think it matters a lot for your timing there, and it matters a lot in that type of game because it really was a difference of minor proportions in that early mid-game. Okay, so let's see what we've got live on the ladder. Maybe we've got some other absolute slobber knockers. Check in on. Core versus Killjadi. We've done quite a lot of Killjadi today, haven't we? Do you maybe mix it up? Cow's playing. No. He always complains that we don't watch his games. Then again, did he not pick English? So, I mean, that's a good reason not to, right? English pickers. Oh, no, he's playing Ottomans. Okay, yeah, I really want to watch OP Ottomans. Thanks, Cow. All right, so... Lucifron had a game earlier against Numidan, but once again, like we've done a lot of Numidan today. Be nice to spice it up. Predictions? No, I'm gonna like... Wait, why are we doing predictions? We aren't in the game yet. I already gave you the predictions out. Is it easy to find high level games? No. They've literally done nothing to make it easy. Like it's no easier than it ever was. We just know a lot of the names now because we cast them like so much. Oh, we could maybe do Sassy. Yeah, we put a lot of work into finding good games. A lot of work. Kind of crazy. So... Who did Vortex clash with yesterday? We already said like we couldn't check on a lot of the good games because it was against Puppy Paw. And of course, Puppy Paw is privated as is Vortex. B has not played in 12 days. Zoom gone. Voldemar versus Killjadi. Actually, Crackety's been playing, right? That was 2 days ago. Are we up to date on him? I think we might be. He had a game versus Emily Diamond. Ah, wait, no, we saw that one. That was the Corvinus game. Maybe Corv's got some games? Oh, sorry, I meant to say as well, the person earlier who said they had an interesting team game, my recommendation is drop it in the in my Discord. If I don't check it today, there might be an opportunity to check it on Thursday. Yes, Corvinus is now named Emily. Dude, like, if a day passes and Corvinus has not changed his name, I think he just feels wrong. Like, something has gone deeply, deeply wrong. I think Corvinus has just been playing a bunch of quick match games, though, from what I can see. Who has Divine DFP been up against? He had a game against Tips earlier. We have some Tips people in. Did Tips have any very interesting games? I think we caught maybe one of them earlier. Xerti's data is private. Dude, you can tell that a tournament's getting close when everyone gets sweaty and closes that data off. Like, no games. No games. I don't think we ever done the Faye versus Zertan. Did we do Faye versus Zertan in the end? I'm not sure we did. Then again, I want to spice it up. I don't want to do another Dry Arabia. I know people are like, wow, Dry Arabia, very competitively viable. I kind of get a little bit bored of Dry Arabia after the amount of games I've cast of it. I think that's why I was liking Mongolian Heights so much there. It's fresh. So, I don't think we watched any Beastie today. Maybe some Beastie? What you got for me, Mr. Beastmeister? We had those games against GOA. We never looked at any of the GOA games, did we? Versus Beastie. So what we could maybe do... Any of them interesting matchups? Jean versus Ibids. Zhuji versus Order the Dragon. Maybe Zhuji versus Order the Dragon? GUA versus Beastie? I think that could maybe work. Unless there's something spicy going on live that just cropped up that we didn't see. Killjadi, who's he up against? Wait, no. Didn't we see this already? No, we take a break. We take a break from Killjadi. We've done a lot of Killjadi today, in fairness. We've done a lot of Killjadi. We'll check in on core after that game. I'm just trying to, like, spread it out a bit. Because, like, obviously we're very limited in the amount of active players we have right now anyway. But it's nice to actually spice it up a bit instead of watching the same one or two. Has Gully got an interesting opponent? We only do predictions if it's live game. Wait, what? Okay, no, we're watching this. We're watching this. We're 100% watching this. Like, okay, we got 2.5 minutes. We have to watch this, right? Gully cues into Diakusi and picks the English. That is like some comedy sketch gold right there. I love it. Gully knows damn well what he's doing with that pick. No, not just Diakusi on Zhu, but also his opponent going English. Has Diakusi been spamming the Zhu? Let's have a look at his data. Wait, which account is this? Is this the other one? This might be the other one. Has he got, like, wait, has he made another account on top of the two he already has? Oh, damn. Diakusi OP Twitch. Yeah, I don't know. Gully checked his data. There's a 50-50 coin flip. It was either going to be Japanese or Zhu. Gully's in 170th place on the leaderboard right now. He's like, man, I got to get that elo. I need that elo so bad. Just give it to me. Oh, we can sell predictions, can't we? You guys can have 2 minutes. I mean, on paper, this is a very one-sided matchup. How it's going to get executed is something we aren't aware of right now. We could be in for quite the roller coaster ride. All right, one sec. I just need to check. Did I get a response on that message? Yes, I'll sort that later. Doo-doo. Yeah, dude, that's the better prediction. How many TCs is Diakusi going to build? How many TCs will Gully build? 18k on English? No, wait, what? Damn. All right. I can't believe he's such a sweat lord. Welcome back to Age of Empires 4 action, folks. We've hopped into a Gully Deckle versus Diakusi game. Diakusi, who, by the way, is a prolific English spammer. And ironically enough, Gully picks the English. Why? Because he snooped on the data before the game began. Diakusi OP Twitch only plays 2 civs. It's Zhu and it's Japanese. He coin flipped. He got the matchup he wanted. This is actually one of the hardest matchups for the Zhu. Arguably the most hard matchup for them is the English. And on a map like this, it feels even tougher. The question is, can a Grandmaster English player, someone who only knows English 50% of the time through their game history, figure out a way to get a win when they're hard counted? That's what we are here to find out. Apparently, my chat does not believe in the power of Zhu or the power of Diakusi. That's 90% of the votes going to Gully Deckle. If you're watching this later, or even if you're watching live right now, put in the comments, be bold, don't wait until the end. Say right now in the comments who you think is going to win. Is it going to be the English or is it going to be Diakusi on the GG? These two are fairly closely matched, actually. This account for Diakusi, I think, is down the ranks a bit, but Diakusi does actually have a pretty high-ranked account. I think he's 89th in the world right now in his main. On the other side of this, Gully Deckle is climbing again. He's up to 170th in the world. If you're not familiar with Gully Deckle, very talented kid, 16 years old, and already is on the pros' radars. I've been hosting games before, been doing community games. Gully Deckle will often be in my chat, and you'll just have some known people, some known pros come through, and they'll be like, yo, Gully, big fan, right? So kid has a promising future. I'm excited to see what he can do. But for now, I'm disgusted to see what he's opening with. These filthy men-at-arms pickers. Wait, Diakusi's actually stabbing back. I mean, that's kind of interesting, actually, right? You've only got 2 melee armor, 3 ranged armor. So funnily enough, meleeing him is not a bad idea here. Instead, though, Diakusi says, why would I waste my time on trivial things such as you? Ooh, he almost loses a villager there. But the men-arms? Wait, what? You had one job! One job! It's like the point where you've beaten someone in a duel, and then you, like, you know, you're having a bar fight and you're winning, and then all of a sudden you just punch the guy next to you for no reason. That's what just happened there. That should have been a villager kill. He gets none. He gets too low. Interesting, bold choice here by Diakusi, by the way. He sets up the mill on the berries. You don't do this against the English for a very good reason. You know why, don't you, folks? You drop a mill like this, you're asking for pain. Because if Lombos move in, they can snipe out this entire sector and block your food entirely. Gully, of course, will be a little bit later to get that. In fact, what are you doing with your gold right now, sir? I mean, he's built 2 men-at-arms, but even if you were going to men-at-arms spam here, that's a lot of gold. What? Are you, like, fast castling on me right now? That's so much gold. I mean, it could just be the rush to get Undermesh and Steeled Arrow, which kind of makes sense in this matchup, right? It turns into Longbow versus Zhuji Shukanu. But opening up, tech up is going to be much faster for Diakusi. Well, I say that. Actually, Gully Deckle has fixed his food quickly. So it looks like he has got the tech up on the way. Still a lot of gold to be holding on to. I guess in some ways it makes sense, because now he has 150 gold. If he wants to pump more men-at-arms, we'll go for a blacksmith upgrade. And instead of idling out his food, he's going to have plenty of food to work with for any choice of unit, right? He's only idling up his gold workers. Meditation Garden, once again, though, because Zhuji is something, they are actually going to mirror the timing at this pace to the English on their tech up. This is not a fantastic Meditation Garden, but they have become a lot rarer since the nerfs to this landmark. It's going to be a 36 food, probably about 20 wood and 25 golder. While it's not fantastic, do you know what it is perfect for, folks? Chuganu spam. As is this follow-up into the Jiangnan Tower. There's no way he's going to Chuganu mass against English, right? I mean, if you want to lose games that badly, there are quicker ways, like unplugging your PC. We'll see. Medigarden is going to complete soon. These 2 men-at-arms are kind of annoying. They take a little bit of resources away, but the value of idling out inside the Meditation Garden has gone down with the nerf to Medigarden, because you get less effective value for units just standing here. Tech up's complete pretty much at the same time. Slight lead for Diakusi because build speed of China OP. But Longbow's now on the way for Gully because Longbow's OP. Or at least every Reddit thread everywhere tells me this. Oh, that's kind of scary as well, actually. I just noticed. I didn't notice this on the spawn because we had the interesting opening of the game. Diakusi has a full spawning wood line here. This is very exposed against Lombos. He has got the horsemen on the way already, but remember Gully, he opened with a rack, so he already has the tools to deal with horsemen in small quantities. Scaling that might become difficult because the issue you now have is if you get pushed off this wood line, your IO is not going to be supervising. The way you're able to get defense together is because right now what you're doing is you're efficiently getting into horsemen. This is kind of crazy. Think about this for a second. You drop a stable for 150 and you get 120 resource rebates. Remember, when you build production buildings, the Jiangnan spawns a unit from that building for free. It builds it 3 times quicker. Here's the interesting detail. If all your economy is located on wood, and that is being buffed up by 20%, that means you have to apply 20% discount in a way to the cost of the building. In terms of where your economy was going to be before, where it is at because you're only focusing wood. What that means, essentially, is that actually you're getting 100% discount. In a weird way. But the upside is you're producing the unit 3 times faster. Now, I know that sounded a bit weird because you're like, well, no, KP, you're getting 20% extra wood, but you're still paying more. Yeah, but one, that's 20% extra on a finite resource. It's just being plucked out of nowhere because these guys cooked the book. And two, if your whole economy is there, it's just a much more effective trade than trying to spread between food, gold, and wood when you don't have additional Imperial officials. This landmark is kind of absurd. It's why Chuganu massing has looked so good for Zhu Ji and much better for the Zhu Ji compared to the Chinese. Looks like instead, Diakusi, of course. Why did I think for a second this was an all-in? Did you guys forget what Diakusi likes to do? I mean, someone hit on it at the start of the game. They went, you know, the only thing that we should be predicting here is how many TCs this is going to be. He wants the TCs. He's going to be punished for trying for it. Lombos, stab at this. Looks like the outpost will go up because, once again, Zhu Ji's build speed is absurd. But surprise, surprise, Diakusi wants the TC boom. I've never seen him do this on a Civ before. I don't know if the sarcasm in my voice is clear enough here. For those that have not seen a Diakusi game before, if you are watching a game where Diakusi has less than 3 TCs, the only reason he has less than 3 TCs is because he cannot build them because he's already lost the game. Diakusi's like DD from Dexter's Laboratory to get a little bit boomer on you. The stone is the big red button. Actually, no, the big red button is this one right here, Town Center. He sees it, he wants it, he'll get it every game. Diakusi, of course, can't go one without it. What on earth was... He's worried about getting hit here, right? He already lost 2 villages, so he's very slow on getting into this TC timing anyway. I love that Gully just trying to pressure him here. The hand cannon slits suck for this, right? Like, you haven't even got them upgraded yet because he doesn't want to spend it. He'll finally invest, but the problem now is he's even further away from that town center that we both know, we all know, he wants so badly. Gully. Well, that's happening. The Lombo count just keeps escalating. Another awkward issue is if you play to the stone on the right side, that's also exposed to the cliffside hold point here, right? Like, there's a lot of resources in these areas that just don't feel accessible because of where the English can park. And I love the fact that Gully's already checking on it. This is really smart. So what's the remaining options if you're Diakusi? It's probably Chuganu and Horseman. So then you've got to ask, do you actually have enough food for that? The one upside is, although we mentioned that this is risky against Lombos, because Diakusi's adding a lot of army, Gully can't go around the back. It's too risky. But if he just sits here on the forward, he can block out the stone, he can block out the stone. That's really all he needs to do because he knows at that stage, he's forcing Diakusi to play a game style he's not comfortable with. I do at least like this outpost placement, though. Like, it does block the Lombos from rotating the short way, especially if you get hand cannon slits. But to get hand cannon slits, you kind of need more stone. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Did I miss a patch note or something, or is that just bugged? Wait, what? All right. Gully's found a trick, guys. That's pretty broken. Paling suddenly OP. Lombos. Now moving on the side. Apparently, you can make permanent palings from what I'm seeing anyway. That was... What? I didn't know you could do that. That's the first time I've seen someone do that. I don't think there's a ruling in tournament play against that either. Like, usually details like that have a specific ruling. Right? Because... and unless someone's going to do crap tons of them, there's no way to, like, discern intent. Because it's obviously a bug. There was no update that I noticed anyway where it said this is now intentional behavior. Holy crap. So here's an interesting thing that's been highlighted in chat, and I'm going to lash it back. It falls under general exploits, though, if you use it in tournaments, only if you use it en masse. What if you accidentally use palings occasionally? That's the interesting thing, isn't it? It's actually why animation cancelling was allowed, by the way. Because, like, animation cancelling, how do you discern when someone is just doing it on purpose? Like, obviously they're masking all the deer, but let's say they fast kill 3 or 4 deer as the Bruce. Were they just doing it because they were trying to be very efficient with APM? Or was it intentional? It's so difficult to discern those things. Anytime you have to fall under general exploits and like intent, proving intent is difficult. I'm going full lawyer here. But it's why, like, it's an interesting idea, and I shouldn't be telling people this, but if you accidentally drop a paling every once in a while doing that bug, depending on how difficult it is to do, you aren't likely to get penalized. Because what the admin's essentially saying is, yo, you 100% done this on purpose. No, because if I have 20 Lombos but I only done it twice, how is that on purpose? Funnily enough, just doing it once or twice is all you need. DQC, meanwhile, has moved out on the flanks. I like this play. He sets up the short wall. He goes the wide flank. Lombos can't play both sides of the map, so this is actually really crafty with DQC. By the way, guess who's actually been getting stoned, and guess who's not been just building a TC with it? I kind of don't like this overbuilding a town center, though, because that's a lot of stone into fortifications that could have been spent going into a town center quicker. And it's still not protecting you. Like dude, this is absurd. Imagine if he just spent that stone on a second outpost here. Now, you get less value out of this play, you get less stone access, and that slows down your TC timing. Meanwhile, Gully has 753 wood. Would you like to guess what he's about to do next? Siege Engineering should be on the way in a sec, and after that, we should be looking at double ram. Meanwhile, moving down the flank. I love the way that Gully's just trying to extend his outpost network. No more accidental palings in this area, guys. We're fine. I do like this outpost at least. This does protect DQC's eco. However, if you just kind of like penetrate down the center, you can still reach around the side, and the Lombo count is big enough that DQC should be concerned. 27 Chuganu versus 34 Lombos. As long as Gully does not micro like a goldfish, he should not lose this fight. Even without the outpost aura. Moving in. Moves in towards the eco. DQC. Ooh, there's not enough room here. This dive, he goes for the kills. He sees blood. Villagers being chased onto. They just can't get away quick enough from this. The outpost, of course, cannot be killed, but the villagers are an exception to the rule here. Now a 6 eco lead for Gully Deckle. Does lose one or two troops diving. I think like 4 or 5 in total went down, but still worth it. He still maintains the lead. Villager killed in return, though. That's a little bit neglectful from Gully. I think maybe you need to wait a little bit longer on that outpost. Just delay it or get it up sooner. Guard until it's complete. But either way, it does cost him a little bit here. Gully, now neglectful. Just trickling troops towards their death. Wait, Gully? Okay, this is getting a little bit unacceptable. The early losses was kind of fine because you got the eco kills and you idled out. But the longer this goes on, the worse it gets. He needs to find these kills now. Funnily enough, if he rallied new troops from the council hall, which he's now doing finally, he'd cut this off. This game. Oh, we've got 7 Zhuji villagers running a lap of the map now. You know what? I'll give it to him. This is not standard Diakusi. He hasn't boomed TCs, guys. We are 14.5 minutes into the game. He had an opportunity with the stone, but he never built a second town center. Instead, he's a filthy Chuganu Massa. Looks to dive the base. Men at Arms now coming out. Gully, have you got enough food for that? Okay, for 3 farm clusters, it's actually 2.5. Once you have 3+ farm clusters, Men at Arms spam is feasible. Looks like the villagers did get away in the end, but even if they survive this, right now, this is Gully Deckle ahead by even more, right? He's actually up by a pretty impressive 9 villagers. House is being targeted. Lombos are tickling though, and this is where you need to get the hell out of dodge. Luckily for you, Lombos move just as slowly. Chuganu mass is about the same as the Lombo count now, but it's just not really a fight you want to be taking. Wait, what? What? Why? He's trying to build a ram. Questions. Many questions right now. Horseman getting baited out of position. This is great micro by Gully, just dragging him away from the ram build-up and also forcing the Horseman to commit. If you lose all the spearmen, but all the Horsemen are dead, it's just a win for Gully Deckle. Outpost also now being rushed up. Gully is going to get it complete. Horsemen aren't even attacking right now. Oh my god, and he moves in. He understands. If that outpost aura comes up, it's a GG. Diakusi gets locked in an engagement he wants no part of. 40 bows versus 27 rapier crossbows. It's just a one-sided affair. Now the attack speed aura coming in. Gully Deckle able to bait him into his death. Diakusi will be Diakusi here. And now we get the opportunity to push. Gully, what has he got behind this? Please tell me. Yes, Siege Engineering is there. He's got enough wood for 3 rams. Ironically, he can build the rams where Diakusi just tried and go in for a killing blow. Meanwhile, guess who just set up their second TC? Guess who settled for wood in the corner in the end? Here we go. It's ram time. Don't build one. Okay, no. They made these cheaper, sir. More than one, thank you very much. 1 ram to rule them all, I guess. I mean, he could have just built 3. I think like this is an unnecessary slow pace to take this at. You have a huge Lombo lead now. Stopping off for 2 or 3 rams is not going to lose that for you. Right now, Diakusi... Did he actually think he was going to ram end the game? He has 1,000 wood in reserve. This isn't about a farm transition yet. He's still got berries and deer he hasn't exhausted. Outpost Aura is going to maintain. Ram's going to move across to deal with the outpost. Villagers now being sniped. Diakusi. Oh, you are dead. You're as dead as a zombie, my friend. There's no coming back from this right now. Lombo count is just getting out of control. It's 50 Lombos to 28 Chuginu. Outpost will get the hand cannon slits, but that's all it's going to get. Even the Lombos could kill this off quick enough. Ram will arrive for the 1 tap, and that's all it's going to get. That's all it needs. No fortified outpost behind this. This is over. Gully would... Okay, so here's the thing. Gully would have to basically click through the base without A-clicking to lose. That's how far ahead he is right now. He still has an eco lead of over 10. His military lead is phenomenal. Army value speaks volumes to this game right now. With the men-at-arms layered in, it means once this clash begins, the Lombos just keep stepping forward instead of retracting, because the men-at-arms are going to draw the arrow fire. Outpost down. Diakusi looking as dead as this guy right now. Oi, oi, oi. He thought that Gully was going to be the one sleeping on the job, but instead, Gully pushed out at the perfect time to catch that ram attempt coming from Diakusi. Oh, Lombos are going to move into food. 22 villagers here. Not enough room for safety, though. Lombos make it even better. That is now going to be a 14 eco lead. Chuginu get the best engagement they can. But even with the assistance of the double outpost, the Lombos will still win this. I don't know why Gully's killing a rat. Like, why? Like, he's got all the techs. He doesn't need the blacksmiths. And finally, Gully says, you know what, KP? Yes. Extra rams is what's needed here. Double fortified outpost is a nuisance. But Gully, with enough wood here to easily build multiple rams up. Yeah, I don't know, but Gully... I guess he's monogamous when it comes to his rams. He only ever builds 1 at a time. Guy's like, nah, more than 1 ram, too much APM, too much APM. Gully, I think he's just going to go Castle Age, right? He's literally just building 1 ram and sending it in at a time. Lombos are moving in now, though. God, did the villager losses? Diakusi, it is what it is, buddy. It's time to leave. Lombos are literally getting in CQB range with Chuginu and still winning. Numbers are getting a little bit low, but that's because the next wave hasn't joined in yet. It's still 40 Lombo versus 25 Chuginu. Men-at-arms also now getting a fight because Diakusi's slow to react. And Ram's now going again. And this should be the killing blow. Diakusi. He didn't pick English. I think he should have. Funnily enough, actually, Gully just said in the chat he wanted an English mirror. He didn't get one, but what he did get is an absolute easy win. Perfect example of why the Zhuji are hard countered by the English, regardless of whether they use a dirty palings trick they're not meant to be. You filthy paling boy. You know what you've done. Your palings. You had 2 permanent palings. So when his horseman came in, you had a paling at the gold vein that was sitting there. Yeah, you did. I don't know how you done it. Because I said, wait, has they changed something I didn't notice with palings? And then someone was like, that's technically an exploit. I'm like, yeah, but it's like, it's, it's kind of like, how do you discern intent, right, is what I was highlighting. Noticed that before, but only from other player. Yeah, so you had two. You had one on the ramp, and then one next to the gold near the ramp. I don't know how you done it, but as I was saying to chat, I don't really even know if you can ban that, because it's like, it's the same reason, you know what I mean, like why animation cancelling isn't banned, right? Animation cancelling isn't banned because it's like, it's so hard to discern intent, whether the person meant to animation cancel. So that's why it's allowed in tournaments. Oh, wait. I just had... Okay. I literally just have Core in my messages rambling about why did you not cast my game versus Killjadi. Dude, I love how Core is just like, he always, I love it. As soon as he has a game, I think he just comes in to check if he got cast every time. So basically, if those don't know, the reason why we did not cast the HRE vs Order the Dragon Core versus Killjadi game was because we cast a bunch of Killjadi already. I was like, hold up. Let's cast something else, give it a bit of breathing room, right? Yeah, tell us your tricks, Gully. How did you do it? Okay, we don't want this again, right? Like, what is today? I mean, I just said let's mix it up and not do Killjadi. I like how I check on what they're both doing, and it's English Yuji on Cliffside again. The exact same matchup. Guess everyone's just biting at the bit to do that matchup today, huh? So, let's have a look here and see if we've got any interesting live games. Yo, what's up, Atraxi? Thank you very much for the gift of sub, buddy. You got him back on course. Oh, God, I just noticed how cursed that is with the chat box. Let's bring that down a bit. Hell yeah. Game the good emotes. Well played, sir. Thank you very much. Okay. Do you guys want Core versus Vortex? Core really wanted us to cast his games. And if Core really wanted us to cast his games, we should really cast his games, right? Seems fair. We should definitely cast a game he doesn't choose. So, Core just asked us to cast his game against a certain player. So I felt it was essential we obliged, right? But when Core asks you to cast a game, guys, you don't choose the game he asks you to cast. You choose the next one afterwards. And the next one afterwards, he is up against none other than Vortex in a Mongol-Malian matchup. A matchup that used to be really good for the Mongols, but hasn't been for quite a while. In fact, if we look at the statistics on the leaderboard, I'm pretty sure Malians are like 60 or 65% favored in this matchup, if I'm not mistaken. Let's have a look. So they are sitting at, so Mongols versus Malians. Mongols? Okay, no, in fairness, 55.6%, but only 45 games played. And that was on the previous patch of over 2 months. So we'll see how this one goes. I imagine those maps where Mongols done pretty well, though, they had trade. Core. Buddy. There's no trade. Please tell me you random this, Civ. I feel like we went over this the other day, that this Civ feels really weird on this map. And he's going for an outpost rush as well. We're on 2x speed just to get through the early game and get him across the map, because this tends to take a while to arrive. And funnily enough, Vortex, buddy, you know there's no trade as well, right? Saharan Trade Network is coming out just to block the outpost rush and the burn down on the buildings. Should be quick enough here. The position means he can't dive in after the villagers or he'll die to the TC fire. And I don't think he can kill houses quick enough either. Core, did you actually pull a villager for this? No. This is okay. Oh, wait, no, he did. Oh. This is slightly less okay. The problem with this play now is there's another gold on the forge that you can access if you are Vortex. In the meantime, you've got a little bit of gold trickle to get into the initial javelins, which is all you need to then move out for the play. He tries to go for the outpost denial, doesn't quite get it though. Spearman are brought low, second wave of villagers coming in, and this is going to be good enough. Vortex goes in for the dive. Outpost is going to go down. Vortex doesn't even need to look at the other gold. Villagers able to pull it back. Now, you might be wondering right now, okay, Vortex, why did we go for a Saharan trade network then? The trade network is why that worked. Otherwise, the spin would have kept stabbing in. They would have body blocked. They would have made that a nuisance. So, well played by Vortex. He made the sacrifice of the Mansa Quarry, but he absolutely ruins Core's opening. Now, Core, he's able to get a worker kill there, right? And his own one was able to pull away. So it's not all for nothing, but it's still a heavy investment to go into racks, to build 4 of these spearmen, and then also to idle out the wood, trying to build an outpost there. So quite annoying, and now he does... Are you kidding? You've got to be kidding me. You piece of shit. Resilience! I like how suddenly he's like, nope, no, this is a dumb idea. I'm leaving. He's in feudal age. I shouldn't try this. Probably a good idea, Core. You would have died, for sure. So he's just going to back up. And apparently this village is going to find a new life as a vagabond. I don't really know what he's meant to do with this. Oh, dear. Meanwhile, Archer's actually being queued up by Vortex. So it looks like he just wants that one Archer to deny this play. He doesn't want to invest in more until there's reason to. Like, realistically, you want to prep for Donzos. Going for Jazz costs you a lot more food, and it means you wouldn't have what you need for Donzos in case you're up against Keshik play here. Can't. Cool. He wanted us to cast his games, guys. Is this going to be 2TC? This has to be 2TC, right? The outpost play failed. He's trying for another one on the flank, but he's still floating 500 resources. Wait, no. Cool. Cool. I'm sorry. It's just the timing on so many of these things. It's too funny to me. Outpost, funnily enough, has... Oh, one absolute disaster of an opening for Core. At the end of the day, he did get a worker kill, right? Like, from all this effort. And he is going for the 2TC build. So you can argue that he's been annoying for Vortex. He's slowed down the escalation. It looks really memey and bad, but actually I think Core has a decent position in this game. I do like to tease him. But the reality of what he's done here, by forcing his opponent to go away from Mansa Quarry, that's 75 gold a minute missing. That slows down the ranch escalation. And by going for such a quick TC play now for Core, he has eco-escalation at a pace that even if Vortex tries to optimize for a fast castle, he will have a decent amount of eco to buffer that away. At the end of the day, though, I've got to be fair to this. This is still going to be a Mongol pick on a map with no trade and limited gold funneled in one location. The problem of which is it forces you to typically go step readout to make your initial goals last longer, and that means you're weaker as the game goes on due to no Kurotai. Pump play coming in. Outside of this, of course, Vortex is probably going to remain more condensed. He could play for the deer behind his base. I just don't really expect him to here. I'd actually love if he took the archer around the back and pushed these deer in. But right now, they're just kind of idle protecting the pit mine going up. I think this is kind of awkward. Like, right now, he's probably expecting Core to get aggressive. He doesn't really know what Core's done behind this, right? Because so far, Vortex has been sitting at home. You can actually see he didn't even look any deeper into the initial Mongol base. So that's a bad sign, because right now, you've invested in racks, you've invested in archery range, you've invested in all the types of units, but you're not doing anything with them. You could even be pushing in deer right now. Instead, they're just sitting here on guard, waiting for an attack that is literally never coming. You crafty, crafty bugger. I wonder how much of this was the original plan of Core. I imagine to a certain extent he wanted to go 2TC in this matchup. But obviously the outpost fell flat. Some players would look to double down there, but I like the fact he didn't, because I think it's a terrible choice. In the Mongol Malian matchup, once you go past 6 spears, it's really bad, because your opponent, although they pay more for the Donzos, those Donzos have a ranged hybrid attack. So they over time whittle you down, and it's just a bad trade. On top of that, of course, Donzos just have better stats. You can see here, they start with 1 melee armor, which is a substantial amount actually in the early phase of the game, right? Like when your base damage is so low on these spears, that makes up a notable percentage of your damage output. So smart read there. And now Core already with an 8 eco lead. And the pit mines offset some of that, right? Like, so you've got about 200 gold income. That makes up 5 villages, around about 5 villages. Means Core's already further ahead. On top of that, he has got the Deer Stone, which is optimizing his economy on the path to drop-off. And step redoubt is on the way. Cool. I hate step redoubt with a passion. I think I've said about this before, that this is the one map where it's acceptable, actually. If anyone who wants to flame Core for this choice, don't. Step redoubt makes sense on this map. It's kind of a necessity, really, to get deep enough in the game. But also in this type of game, due to the aggressive timing of his tech up, I really like it. I think it's super effective here. Look at the Fulani progress. We're only 3 ranches in. We've still got 3 to go for Vortex. That means by the time he techs up, Core could easily have 7, 8 Keshiks out. He could even try to open Men-at-Arms if he chooses here. In fact, that's exactly what he's going to do. Double pump of Men-at-Arms coming out from double racks. Blacksmith also being prepped. There's a window to dive this, folks. I don't know if he can be quick enough to get across the field. If he wants to be, he needs to pack up the Deerstone now and move it over here. If he does that, he might be able to gap close before the Fulani is complete. I think Vortex, the most logical play here is stop producing cattle and get your tech up now. If you don't, you're going to die to this. In the meantime, Vortex just trying to idle out the second TC. Limited options here, though, right now. Like, you know, you can see that most of it's still condensed on the deer and the boar. The reason why Core was able to get this timing is because he played onto the deer and the boar. He didn't go for a single pasture here. So he's playing very light on food. And that's why Vortex is now circling like a shark. He's trying to block the berries and the deer behind. It means the first Men-at-Arms are going to have to react to this. So unfortunately for Core, he won't be able to go on the offensive. Good news is having this Yam means that he can actually chase down these Javs and look to pick them off. But he needs to be quick. In fact, can he even get in charge range here? This is going to be kind of tight. No. Fulani, meanwhile, is on the way. This is well played by Vortex, actually. That raid may have just saved him from danger. Men-at-Arms are going to get in. Crossbow follow-up now coming in from Core. Makes sense. Remember, the most standard follow-up for Malians is a switch over into Cav. And those Cav are getting countered by Crossbows best. And that's why also you're seeing Spearmen come through. Vortex is going to peel off the Donzos. I like that choice. The Javs are more expensive. Better to keep them alive, right? And also that's a little bit more useful up against the Crossbows later. And Donzos, in the meantime, can just keep your opponent idle. I don't really expect Core to go Keshiks here. The issue with going Keshiks is you have plenty of gold. You just don't have plenty of food, right? He hasn't got a single pasture yet. And although he'll eventually get access to these berries again, it's not the long-term food that allows you to scale Keshiks compared to Sofas. All right, Vortex up. What an interesting opening from both players in this game. This isn't exactly your standard Eminem opening, right? Usually he begins with Slim Shady. I'm sorry, that joke was terrible. But in this type of game, it's very effective what both players have done. Like, Core's opening, I absolutely loved it. Vortex was quick on the adjustment, though. So many players would have went for the extra ranches, and they would have been flatlining here. But that's his saving grace, and now he understands what this game's going to turn into. I think he might have got a glimpse on the Shaman Temple while he went through last time. So it's going to be a race towards relics by the 2. Difference, however, is Vortex, now with the triple stable drop, has the mobility to close on these relics quicker. Or rather, secure them and the area quicker. Although Core can actually get a few, he's going to have to take it slow, right? One by one. I love this snaky detail, by the way. So Vortex is going to wait back here on the relic. And the Monk, when he plays for this, he's going to be unguarded because Core's like, oh, that's free real estate, right? Take that every day of the week. So that means his first Shaman doesn't pay for himself. Now, he does have the step redoubt. He can afford additional quite quickly here. But it still hits you right where it hurts that your first guy is going to be inefficient. Vortex maybe getting a bit angsty here. I don't like this. What? He reveals the jabs. So instead, Core will be able to get it. Alrighty. And this Core has marched the army across the field, and that's exactly what I wanted to see from Vortex. First Monk Gatherer is going to be a fail there, so Relic is safe for Core to pick up at home and blocks the central play coming out from Vortex. Jabs are also going to get cleared up. The army already now diving into the base. Needs to wrap around here, look for the economy on the back line. There is a wall up here. There is also that Saharan trade network, remember. But right now, Core, much stronger than his opponent, and also an opportunity to get payday here. Remember, he is playing Mongols. This is free bounty. Double Mangonel! Okay, that's sick. He's forcing a fight. He's forcing a fight before Vortex is ready. Archers start to get sniped out. Crossbows to kill the Sofas. Men at Arms are going to charge in and immediate cancel. Dude, that is so big brain from Core. Dive now coming through. Needs to be careful not to overextend here. I love the beginning of this play, but he needs to maybe just have one unit building up a Mango behind this. I don't think it was the best idea to completely cancel both. Crossbows, Spearman now coming for the exchange. Sofas flashing up against this. They've got the most damage versus infantry, remember. And the crossbows are not targeting down the Sofas quick enough here, so it looks like Core, waiting for the reinforcements, is going to be in trouble. That overextension costing him dearly. Khan just trying to absorb some of the damage, but frontline forces have been reduced. Vortex able to peel this one back. The double Mango bait was a little bit too much from Core. I love the idea by Vortex as well. He says, wait, if you're holding on to that much resource, if you've got enough to prime 2 Mangoes and cancel, that means you've got 1,200 units less than you should right now. Sick read by Vortex to read the bait for what it was. Core with this slight overextension gets punished, and now Vortex looking to ride forward. Core needs a quick reboom here. Hasn't got much time to waste. He's got a lot of resources to work with, but remember, those are running out, right? He still hasn't solved for the permanent issue. Love the 6 pasture drop now coming in to solve that. Step readout is also going a long way, but he's also exhausting gold quite quickly with this comp, going into crossbows, men at arms, all these upgrades. And big shout out to Always Cursing coming with the sub. Appreciate you, buddy. Okay, everyone in the swarm. I got 16 new emotes on the way. I know you guys want them. I don't think there's any level of Pepe that can describe Core's sadness for that failed assault, though. Defensively, he's not too bad off here, right? The Yam is going to allow him to maneuver to block any Sofa raids. There's Clash in the center. Remember, there's a lot of Musafadi in the mix, so he's basically up against spears and crossbows. But great micro here. Vortex just targeting down the crossbows one by one. Javelins, just the right amount to instantly get a kill. Means that Core's army is being shrunk further. And although he has got an eco lead, remember, it's deceptive. You're up against the pit mines, one of which is a fat stat pit mine. You're also up against the Fulani, which makes up for about 20 villages at this stage in the game. And he hasn't even got the level 2 food gathering tech yet. Outpost. Now getting blitzed. Javelins beginning to dive in. Mangonel gets caught being built here, but at this stage you just have to finish it off. Core going to take some losses for this. The staggered formation can easily come out from Vortex instead. He perfectly dodges like Neo himself. Man, I feel like Core's just kind of in a blender right now. It's kind of crazy. His eco lead continues to build, but right now, with this dive towards his primary eco, he doesn't have food sources reliably. He's on berries at the back for the time being, but eventually he needs these sheep locations. That's why Vortex keeps pushing it here. Attack speed arrow is going to come out, but Core heavily discounted here. 14 javelins split into small groups with the Mango cannot find the value it needs. And Core looking like he's on the ropes here. That one Mango is the reason why he's not GGing out, but I feel like it's a matter of time. Vortex is just outplaying him. And you can see the Conga line coming. More troops behind this. Core now down to single-digit military. Just a really well-played game and execution by Vortex in this mid. The moment he started to get a small group of javelins out, this just began to snowball. And now the diving from the Musafadi, the desperation repair from Core. It looks like he should be able to keep the Mango up, but it's going to come at a cost. A lot of idle eco. Some villagers likely to be sniped. But it looks like Vortex instead backs up, seeing how weak his opponent is. Instead, he goes for a double proxy siege workshop. And this is crafty, or it would be, if it wasn't for the outpost. Core is going to see this. That Stealth Forest would have hidden it either way otherwise, right? So there is going to be an early heads up, but Core is lacking the wood to quickly rush up Siege now. Everything he has is going into food and gold to pump crossbow numbers. Now another clash comes in. I mean, it's just relentless. Sofas blindly charge on in. I love the split. Jazz just all over the place here, starting to snipe down what they need to. Sofas are going to ride in onto the Mangonel, forcing 11 villagers to commit to the defense here. But with no standing army, there's no hope in hell. This game is over. Even if he somehow keeps it alive, there's going to be a Springald soon. Jab count remains scary here, just whittling away at the crossbows. Core seems to refuse to give up, but I just don't see how Vortex is going to fail this right now. If he just refixes his eco right now, he's holding on to 2k gold. It's almost impossible for Core to claw this back. He has got the 4 Keshiks to begin with, but the Sofas to mirror that out is enough to hold you back. In fact, Siege Workshops are now up. Springle's on the way. This one Mango, this one hope for Core is now in trouble. The Keshiks, they're trickling in, but I'm a bit worried there's not enough here. Donzos, just 2 of them are going to be good enough to clear this up. One by one, the Keshiks go down, and now with the arrival of the Springles, you no longer have the Siege to win. Okay, is it anti-Siege or anti-Cav? I'm not sure. Are we returning to Age of Springald here? Good lord. Oh, we'll go for the shootout. Oh, wait, not ideal. Cool. Getting a bit of breathing room, actually. Did I call this too early? I'm skeptical, because Core's out of gold. I mean, the Keshiks have worked well, but guys, he can't afford any more right now. And he can't guard this area. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. This Springle's coming out behind him. This is an overextension. No, this is it. We called it right. No gold access means no crossbows, no Keshiks. I mean, Corey's got 2 relics, but that's not good enough. I can't believe how close this game is. This one Mangonel that's kept it this close is about to die, though. Springle coming out. Vortex should be looking to immediately target with at least one of them. It's an overkill. Double shot comes in. Gets what he needs. And Core does not. He has no gold income. That one Mango to turn it all. Unfortunately for Core, at this stage, he has no gold left over. Means he can only build Horsemen. Oh my dear God. No, 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 don't you dare. They're early Horsemen. They're not even upgraded. Oh. I think this game, it's fair to say, was defined by Mangoes. The Mango bait early on causing Core some concern, some loss of control, and then almost reclaiming this game off the back of a single Mangonel. But now, the step readout's going down, and Core, this game is truly over. Even with the eco lead he's built here, you just don't have the quality of units anymore. Step readout, tries to pack up to move away, but that means Javelins can kill you even quicker. Such a hard game. Step Redoubt miraculously does get away on fire, but it just doesn't matter because right now Core has no gold. So guess what Vortex does? Well, if you've got double workshop on the front, there's only one thing to do, right? Mango's coming out right next to Core's base. And what's Core trying to rely on to get back in this game? Spears and archers. Not exactly something that's quickly going to dive a Mango. Not someone that wants to be anywhere near a Mango. He's got a small battalion of horsemen here, but the problem is now these Siege Workshops create a choke point to hide the Mango in. And Vortex now taking the military lead. Even with the economy this big, Core just doesn't have the resource he needs. That's the beauty of Golden Pit. If you control the center, you control fate itself. Horseman riding in. Mango shot to the backside. Nice dodge out by Core. It looks like the Mango is going to get dove here. Spearman will look to clean up the remaining cavalry, but in the meantime, the Javelins are going to do what the Mango could not. Core, this will be the last stand. Sofas quickly dispatched to the front line, and now, with this flood over effect that's going to come in, Core has no way of buffering this back again. He's pulled off some miracles so far, but he's one short of what it would take to be Jesus himself. GG comes out instead. A cool game nonetheless. Core He made a matchup that's really hard to make look close. Actually, a lot closer than it was by the end. Let me know what you think about this, guys. Do you think that the Mongol-Mali matchup really is that much of a destruction for the Malians? Or is this more of a 50-50 and is it apparent? And what do you think of these picks on Golden Pit right now for Mongols? We've already seen a lot of people, a lot of pros finding it questionable. I wonder what's going through people's minds. Maybe a 9,000 ELO genius in my comments can dissect it. Food at 5? Poogers. Food at 5? Big Poogers. That one is going to be Mango Bait. Oof. Actually, I think I just call that Cause Mangonel Trickery. I quite like that name. Okay, there we go. Doesn't that landmark look like a cheesy Mexican restaurant? Oh, Jesus Christ. So what you're saying is when it packed up on fire and wheeled away, we should have been going. Hey! Oh, Jesus. I mean, maybe the reason it was on fire is because of the spicy and inviting menu. Yeah, there you go. We solved it. All right. What have we got up next? Let me have a look-see. Do we... Let me have a look here. I'm checking the live leaderboard to see what we've got. So... I mean, it's a Killjoy Vortex game. I've got like 25 minutes. Right? It wouldn't take that long, right? Maybe. Do we do the Killjoy Vortex game? It's pretty tempting. Either that, or I think... Wasn't there a GUA game we said we were going to cast, and we didn't get around to it? Oh, it was Give You Anxiety versus Certain, but I think... Is GUA now privated on his data? No, because we're looking... Yeah, no. We can... Yeah, let's do the Give You Anxiety game. Let's do the Give You Anxiety game. Okay. Okay. Let me load this bad boy up. Ayabiz Juji on Cliffside. I'll bite. Sorry, just sending a message and we again. Killjoy versus Vortex should be quick. Do you really think so, though? You believe that? I don't know. Maybe we'll catch it later if it's that good. Let's focus on this one. All right, let's hit the 2 times. I got to get some food, and I want to sink my teeth into this first. We have got Zhu Ji versus Irobids. NA versus EU. And 2 interesting faces. I don't remember the last time I cast a Zertan game, actually. Xerti always just kind of like creeping on in there. Zertan, who I believe is ranked 11th on the leaderboard right now. He also ranked very highly in Stormgate. This guy has got some skill. But I want to see how he solves the Irobids, because ever since the nerfs, man, I feel like everyone's looking and going and waiting for the solution, the new build, the optimal way. I've seen some logistics players in Feudal Age. I've seen some industry wings in Castle Age. But I want to see what Zertan's brain can unravel for us. We're hitting the 2 times speed to open this one up, to sink our teeth in the mid game quickly. Gio on the other side has got the Zhu Ji. Don't care about the Civ. I came to watch this lose. I'm sorry. In fairness, Zhu Ji aren't as obnoxious as they were. Ever since the nerf, this Civ has kind of fallen in the tier list. But you know what fixes that? Spawns like that. Yeah, doesn't look so weak anymore, huh? That's like basically, that's going to be pre-nerf numbers right now, folks. That's going to be 36 food, 50 gold, and 25 stone. Cha-ching! GUA. It's not everything he usually likes. He's more of a ram rusher boy, so he would like some wood in there. But I think when an opportunity presents itself like this, you don't spit in its face. So Meditation Garden on the way. That is going to be an over 100 Medi Garden, about 120 actually overall. Sick opening for him. On the other side of this, Zertan has gone for the reinforcement wing with the Desert Raiders, so he's getting the freebies. Pretty standard play here. It's a little bit dangerous when you're against the Zhu Ji, because if this turns into a mass push with Chiganu, you just get GG'd out. You just don't actually have a solution going with this wing as the Irobids, because your cavalry are terrible, right? Your Desert Raiders suck against ranged units. But with the outpost already going up, Zertan doesn't want to hang around long enough in Feudal for it to become a problem. This is going to be a fast castle build. Fast castle versus Chiganu all in is kind of weird though, right? Especially where your gold is located here. You don't have a safe nearby gold afterwards. It's quite far out to the south side. I mean, I could see Jiui hitting a timing. If he chooses to rush into the Jiangnan, or even without that, right? If he goes archery range with supervision, adds in 10 to 15 Chiganu, Xerti could be in trouble, especially considering he's being a greedy son of a gun. He has 0 wood income. Like, you crafty bugger. I've got such a big smile on my face right now. I wish you could see it. I've been begging for this for so... Okay, no. Okay, I was about to say I've been begging for this for a long time. Is to hold the 99% of the outpost, and if you get raided, you complete it. If you don't, you put it to use elsewhere. Instead, he's just going to complete it. Looks like he's going to get his tech up there. Advancement Wing. Oh, dude, I just don't like Advancement Wing anymore. I mean, you just don't have an immediate play out, right? Imagine if you had Logistics instead. The thing that kind of scares me here is, like, how many sheep have you actually got? Okay, he's got 11. So that's 17 total. He's got plenty to work with there, but my concern is if the gold gets taken away, you can't get your Castle Age units here, and you have no upside at the beginning of the tech up other than it being cheaper. Meanwhile, GUA, guess what he's doing, folks? GUA kind of built a reputation when Age of Empires 4 first came out. Can maybe my people in chat highlight what that reputation was in one word? What GUA would always do, how he would always give you anxiety. There was a nice little thing he liked to do, and it's a nice thing for the Zhu Ji to do right now. In fact, it's probably the best #1 strategy at the moment. It's the mass Chiganu, and it's to build rams. Siege engineering has already been prepped. He's on the move. First of the Ghulams is coming out, but folks, Ghulams don't work very well against mass Chiganu in small numbers. You need several. Right now, he only has 2. At least lets him use the gold quite well, right? 30 gold a pop means you could get several out here. But GUA, with Steel Arrow coming out and no Blacksmith upgrade yet from Xerti, it means that he's quite susceptible to the damage that gets pumped out here. Moving in. Villagers are definitely going to be in trouble. The good news about Ghulams, right, is they already have 4 armor, so you're already reducing the damage down to 1 per strike. But Clown Car is activated, folks. Zertan, with 290 gold, will shift the south side. He can still at least gather gold out here, but that's already being scouted on. I mean, you just move in for the racks quite quickly here, right? It's interesting, actually, because I think Ghulams are a lot better at dealing with Rams compared to the pre-nerf Rams, right? The melee vulnerability matters a lot more against that double strike now, especially with less base health. But to start with, Chiganu numbers, good enough to keep Zertan scared. Rams are dealing with the mining camp, and it looks like he is going to shift around for a rotation towards the secondary gold here. Ambitious right now, actually. Why is GUA holding so much resources is kind of what I'm wondering. Probably should have an extra archery range at this stage just to keep it pumping non-stop, but it looks like food and gold is a bigger problem. So maybe just adding in a Rax, and this is going to sound weird, people are going to cringe, but just a few Palace Guard here to idle out the Golems when they chase would be pretty effective. Meantime, Scout does know about the gold being gathered. Rams are going to move for the Rax though, and Zertan in a desperation repairs it up. All right, one's in chat if you think GUA is going to end this. Two's if you think actually Zerty's got the hold. Because I'm seeing 6 Golems scaling upwards still. Food is a problem though. Zertan is exhausting it far too quickly. In fact, if we look at his numbers, he's actually got, what, 15 sheep still to work with. Doesn't feel like it with the gathering rates here. Just always burning through the food a little bit too quick. Part of the reinforcements though. Zertan! Okay. That's what he needed. He cuts the reinforcements. Remember, folks, Golems, they move quicker naturally than Chuginu, so they'll always chase this down. Well played there. Even using the Desert Raiders in their range form to snipe out a few extra. GUA still scaling upwards, though. 35 Chuginu and busting forward. Ram, in the meantime, has dealt with the Rax. It's paid for itself at the stage, right? 200 wood. Even if it just killed the Rax plus the mining camp, it would have been good enough. But he also killed an outpost on top of it. However, we're now talking about 8 of these Golems. And one issue I'm seeing is that Zertan is cutting the reinforcements again. GUA. I mean, he needs to get the army in or get it back right now. At the moment, it's kind of like, you know, crap will get off the pot, right? Because as it stands, he's sitting in no man's land, waiting for things to happen. He needs to be moving towards the economy of his opponent because he's not getting any more troops out of this. So the only way this now works is if Zertan can't build more Golems. Ram now moving into the Rax to try and guarantee he can't through different means here. GUA rotating around towards the goal, but it's going to be a shift back north side. This is full Benny Hills now. And even more confidence coming out from Zertan now. He adds in the Mosque, looking to go for the relics next. Chuginu are going to dive into the base, looking for the eco. Zertan slow on the move away here. Actually, the Golems now come with the backstab. However, against this many Chuginu, I don't think you win this. No, you shouldn't be winning this at all. I mean, GUA needs to micro it back, but as long as he does that, it should be a win. Elsewhere, reinforcements are being kept at bay. But now, more food being denied away from Zertan. And losing valuable Golem that you can't easily afford to throw away like this. Reinforcements still kept at bay though, man. Dude, the Desert Raiders actually have impressed me. I question it. I said, I don't know if this is a good choice against Mass Chuginu. But in fairness, because of the Golems, it's just 3 extra damage added in. Finally, GUA is going to trade with the unit he needed to start with and get rid of them. But in the interim, keeping the reinforcements back, they've been super effective here. Golem count has been reduced. Dervish is now playing out towards those relics, but Villagers not going to be able to occupy the food for much longer. In fact, at this stage of the game, we are talking about apparently 10 sheep left over. They are so well hidden. He's already clubbed 10 down, though, so it's a little bit deceptive. Most of them are probably half food or less. So Zertan, at this pace, probably has enough food for about maybe an extra 10 Golems. Meanwhile, GUA has all the food he needs, right? He's moved out to the deer. He's also got the passive income coming from the Meditation Garden. Numbers now reaching up to 52 Chuginu and climbing. He splits into 2 groups. Peter crossbows. Do move forward. Golems are going to look to challenge that. However, the second group go unchallenged. And right now, this is kind of scaring me. I think Zertan, how do you get out of this right now? Marketplace might be a good start, right? Because you have to start buying food. It's almost like he needs Horsemen, right? But if you go Horsemen, Chuginu is still decent at dealing with that. That also then ends up countering you because it's more food that you can't afford. So Golems is really the only way. The other thing that Zertan could look to do here is a Manjani. The problem with that and the absurdity of Chuginu is that if someone builds a catapult against you with Chuginu mass, you just dive it. You dive it and you click it and it just dies. Because you do 3 times more damage than archers would trading with with Siege. It's one of my big frustrations is the things that are meant to be a good counter to Chuginu simply don't work that way. Like these Golems right now, if these were archers, Jiu would be in trouble because the archers would be doing no damage. Instead, because it's Chuginu, the Golems get hit for 3 times the damage they're meant to. Anyway, this Ram. Funnily enough, destroying a mosque already paid for it. right? 200 wood, 200 wood. Now this is just a cherry on top for him. Moves in with the houses. And we have got the Manjanique. Okay, so it's very, very important that Zertan keeps villagers near this. If he gets seen and there's a dive towards him, he's going to lose so much. First shot is good, though. Jiwei not looking. Uh-oh. He got distracted. He found Eco on the flank here. Zertan moved his villagers over to Jiwei's side of the map. Meantime, Rams able to get rid of the extra Raxes. Zertan did at least get some food out of this. That's additional Golem to defend. Chuganoo reinforcements are arriving again. These Golem numbers are getting scary. Up to 15 now. The Manjanique is still alive. It's very difficult to dive as well between all these choke points. It kind of funnels you in, right? When you try to gap close, it means you're running towards it clustered. Zertan. Look at that opportunity. Wallow coming out. Okay. Good for you, buddy. Nice relic. Chuganoo are going to get chased down, though. I'm kind of concerned that Gio is reaching a point where he can split into two groups of Chuganoo and still answer the Golems, though. Mangonel shots are decent. He needs like 4 more of those, though. If he gets 4 more, it's over. Gio, at least able to dodge better on that second shot. Okay, just imagine if he goes for 5 horsemen here. Like, it's a stretch because of his food, but if he could find the way, this Mango would be gone. Right now, though, GUA just continues to scale the numbers. Villagers have made their way all the way back home. Unfortunately, GUA is standing here. Of course he is. Oh my dear god, 90 Chuganoo now. Are you kidding me? Dervishes are at least bringing relics back. Warlord's coming in. GUA just trying to get an outpost up. Oh. Oops. All right, Zertan says free economy. I'll take it. Dude, you can see it. GUA's like, just Manjanique, just bring it past the choke point. Just a little bit out is all I need. Zertan is being so annoying, though. It's fitting. It is Chuganoo, after all. They deserve annoyances in return. Golem now diving into the base. Imperial Official actually tanking, not a good idea here. Will go down. That's an expensive loss. 150 resources down the drain like that for GUA. Golem are keeping him at home. The army is reconvening here. I mean, like, at this stage, the containment is starting to fail, right? You're seeing Zertan move out into flanks for gold, for food. He's finding everything he needs. The Golem numbers have been shrunk again, but the issue I'm seeing in this game is he can't get into the base. One Manjanique is ruining the entire game for GUA. Last of the Golems goes down. I mean, Zertan, that was an expensive throwaway, guys. Like, he has 6 left over. He has got a Manjanique, though. And apparently GUA, I don't know, he has some phobia of these things. He's seen some things in his time. The crazy part is legit. If GUA just moved in, lost like 20 Chuganoo, but killed the Manjanique, this game is over. Instead, he's taking a much slower approach to it. He just keeps trying to find the eco. Golems? Like, wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, no. No. I actually think Zertan's going to lose this game, guys. What's the giveaway? The 10x military advantage, maybe? Oh, my dear God. He's 100 Chuganoo now. GUA, you're disgusting. Build more Rams. I liked you more in those days. Yeah, that's not what 100 Chuganoo looked like, guys. The others are over here. He's split off into groups of 45. He's going for a pincer maneuver. He's also playing a TC out onto Zertan's resources. Oh, this is so done. But don't worry, guys. He's got a Manjanique. The Manjanique can do this. It can't do this. Oh, man. Villagers now being sacrificed. Chuganoo splitting up, chasing it everywhere. They're going to find the pocket extension to the north side. Zertan starting to get cut down piece by piece. Chuganoo now begin to dive in a little. TUA allergic to the idea of having less than 90 Chuganoo, never willing to commit into the Manjanique. But funnily enough, he's still winning the game regardless of that detail. villagers will at least be able to get away. But I mean, just where are you going right now? Well, that really defines the desperation in this game when he starts to build farms, doesn't it? And yeah, I agree. Like, the Chiganu are just disgusting. I can't believe this strat hasn't been nerfed. Actually, I can kind of believe it. You have to remember that because of the unique design decisions, there was some, like, you know, little uniques around that. Because they don't have archers, nerfing Chiganu directly nerfs Juji further, and they've already been crippled, right? So it's I understand why they remain as they are, but I'm not happy about it. Oh, look. Even with that inferior movement speed, there's enough of them to go around. Villagers going down again. Jiangnan Town now being built by GUA. He's... Okay, are you actually kidding me? He's not going Castle Age, guys. He's going for granaries. He has 1,500 wooden reserve. He's granary transitioning. He's going to keep pumping. Oh, my God. Manjanique's now moving out. I mean, if Zertan was going to make it happen, it's here. This is his best opportunity. Right now, I think GUA is spread a little bit wide across the map, right? Half of his Chiganu are nowhere near this skirmish. Manjanique's now moving in. Outpost going down. GUA. Like, let's get moving, buddy. This is a GGUA. You just have to move in for the kill. And yeah, like, these kills, what the how is he losing so much? GUA somehow is behind on Nico. Oh my dear God. What? I don't understand. I really don't understand. GUA, he decided to go for a tech up. Your whole army is countered by these Manjaniques. Upgrading this army is not going to change that. Oh my God. Mount Lu Academy, Granary's on the way. He's playing for late game. And I have doubts and questions and a desire to scream into a pillow right now. But GUA, despite the fact that his Chiganu had completely destroyed and unraveled Zertan, Zertan has somehow rebuilt himself up. 28 Ghoulems, 2 Manjaniques. He's heading down the center. Oh my God. I don't know how you lose this. I mean, we have gold vision, right? We can see everything, but GUA, did he really need to send 50 Chuginu to deal with 10 villagers? Did he really need that? Or did he need all those Chuginu building rams outside the base and going in? Like, here's another thought. Imagine if he'd just gone for ram clown cars to get close enough to the Manjanique. Ungarrison, shoot it down, Manjanique dead, game over. Well, guess what? Game is about to be over. But not the way you were hoping for. GUA has 78 Chuginu about to be upgraded, but the Ghoulems already have the +2 armor. They don't care about this. And the Manjaniques are simply unanswered. Still. Spriggles have come out, but at this stage, I don't think he cares. Veterancy is in, but congrats, you still hit for 1 damage times 3. Nothing has changed there. You have got more health, admittedly, and Zertan will have to reset temporarily, but guess what, folks? When you have 3 relics already garrisoned, a fourth one on the way, if there's something you can afford, it's gold, which means you can afford Springles. And in fact, those Springles are just dead! Oh my God. I don't think I've ever seen Mass Chuginu lose like this. Not to this extent. This is over. Another Springle comes out. He's at least going to get rid of one of the Manjaniques. The Ghoulems continue to push this back, though, and behind it, Farms slightly being added in, but still Deer to play on. Deer on the north side as well. So many questions about this game. Unbelievable. Chuginu now cut down to less than 40. Ghoulem is about... There are about to be more Ghoulems in this game than there are Chuginu. Rewind 10 minutes ago and tell me you ever imagined that statement being made. I cannot believe this. He's on one granary. He hasn't got mass food to keep him booming here. There's no way that this is bouncing back the other way anymore. Zertan, what a hold here. One-man unique to hold back an army. To hold back what felt like a doomed fate. A doomed game to be a win for Chigenu, but it will not be. The Smeagol's get the dub. Sleep well, sweet prince, for this one will be in your nightmares. That might be the biggest Chigenu throw I've ever seen. That... I mean, what do I even call that? Do I just call it Chigenu or OP? Wow. I don't know, I'm probably just going to call that one Chigenu not balanced, and then his one hope. DC. Wait. Huh? Cool. We could maybe cast the show match tomorrow at 1 p.m. Does that mean 12 my time, Core? Is that right? 1 p.m. Central Europe time, right? Yeah, we can do that, I think. Well, let me check. Emma, are you in chat? Did we have any plans yet tomorrow? Emma? Depends. So I know Emma was talking like, no, we have no plans. I could maybe throw up a short stream tomorrow. Yeah? Yeah, let's do that. Hell yeah, I'll do that. Probably won't be as long as my normal streams, but yeah, I'll do that. So tomorrow, guys, I just got informed there's going to be a show match, courtesy of Andy, the guy who hosted the last show match we cast. There's going to be a $100 prize pool show match between Core and Matisse tomorrow at 1 p.m. CET. So mark it in your calendar. You want to watch it here. I assume that's going to be a best of 5, right, Core? So we will hopefully get a best of 5, not a 3-0 stomp like before. And we'll see how the stream goes after that. Probably won't be as long as today's stream, but sure, absolutely. What we'll look to do now is Zigul will be... Actually, how long have we been live? 6 hours. Do we do Stormgate today or tomorrow? Wonder if I eat food, come back, and we cast some Stormgate games, or I do it tomorrow after the show match. Next year? Jesus, Crackety, you hate Stormgate. Fuck, mate. Calm down, mate. Tomorrow, more AoE4. I mean, I'm going to eat, dude. Well, if it's tomorrow, it's going to be show match into Stormgate, is the point. So what I'm thinking is I go eat. Then we either come back and do some AoE 4 to round out, or we do an hour or two of Stormgate. Let me think on that one. For now, let me get a replay for you guys to watch while I'm eating. We'll definitely be doing the best of 5 show match tomorrow, though. So I'm going to put a replay up. I'm going to go eat. When I come back, we'll decide if we are going to do Stormgate or Age of Empires 4 for 1 or 2 pub games. The difference, basically, is if we do Stormgate, we're doing tournament games. We do Age of Empires 4, we're basically doing pub games. Which, in my opinion, makes Stormgate look better. But let's have a look and see what replay we've got here. Do you keep putting off doing Stormgate? No, I'm going to think about it. Like, basically, it's not putting it off because I wasn't going to stream tomorrow, but now I'm going to. So it's a case of we might basically end up just doing it tomorrow. But I don't know, I'm leaning towards maybe Stormgate when I come back. to be honest with you guys. We've had 6 hours of casting Age of Empires 4. I would encourage people to hang around, support the channel, and actually give Stormgate a chance. Because I think the competitive games are actually really, really hype. But I'll have a final decision when we come back. Let me get you guys a replay to watch in the meantime. I'm going to go eat. When I come back, more live games. So we have... There was the Byzantine
I don't know
mirror,
what all this talk.
Yeah, Vortex versus Anatan was a pretty cool one. What are you eating? I don't know. Ask Emma. Whatever she's cooked. So, guys, I'm going to go eat. Enjoy the game. This was a sick one, actually. English versus Byzantines, Vortex versus Anatan. I think it might have been just after the 30th or just before. But this was a really, really fun game. I was actually really impressed by what I saw. So have fun with this. And when this is complete, we'll be back for more live content. Talk is about like someone else casted for me. I'm just going to train an AI to do it. All right, one and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We are here on Rocky River for one hell of a showdown. I'm excited for this one. Byzantines, manned by Anatan, up against the English of El Sensei, a.k.a. Vortex, one of the OG English pros. This is going to be a good one. Are we going to get longbow spam on each side? Are we going to get pseudo-Malians, which ultimately counters the English? Only time's going to tell. But you've got 2 minutes if you're watching this live to get your predictions in. Let's go. All right, opening-wise, let's see what the approach is going to be. We've seen a few players who try for that fast TC, but I think that's fallen off hard, and I don't think Anatan is a big fan of that. What's interesting in this matchup is whether we're going to be getting Hippodrome. Hippodrome is pretty effective against the English. Yes, they do typically go into Spearman as their opening format, but honestly, the more I've been seeing Hippodrome, the more it kind of begins to feel like a bit of a no-brainer if your goal is early mid-game. Well, I think you have to focus on that early mid-game, folks. El Sensei, aka Vortex, one of the most aggressive all-in type players. I can't believe people are doing Anatan dirty to that extent. Guys, 1% to 99? Okay, even if you believe Vortex is going to win, yeah, that's worth a counter bet to get the goodies, for sure. Yeah. If everyone right now is watching going, this is just like, as a Denta, it's easy. Vortex is like, he's got this, he's so good, he's so good. Like, he's incredible. I understand why you feel that way. Because Vortex right now, him and his bro, first and second on the leaderboard. Vortex has the second and third place. 2,345 elo on this account, 2,329 elo on his third place account. Anatan, on the other hand, is a riser. He's not that far away, actually. 22nd on the leaderboard with 99 games, 1,990 elo. I would not write Anatan off. He's proved to be very creative with these new civs, especially with what he's been doing with the Japanese at the moment. I haven't seen too much of his Byzantines, so we're going to have to wait and see. But no doubt he's going to deliver something exciting. And this is also just a matchup we haven't seen too much, right? I feel like English, with the highest level players, is mostly just being saved for competitive. And we aren't really seeing Byzantines at all in competitive yet. Probably going to change by the time we get into the first major tournament of AoE4 in 2024. But since Sultan's Ascend, the tournaments we have seen, Byzantines has been picked once, maybe twice. It never comes out. Hippodrome is going to come out, though, so it is as anticipated. We are getting bloodbaths, folks. This does mean if this game goes late, Anatan is weaker. Grand Winery is a huge boost to your late game olive oil income, right? It takes the olive oil generation of olive groves from 20% to 32%. So in terms of what you gain from your farms, it almost feels close to double. And of course, Council Hall on the other side of this. No one went fishing, which I'm not too surprised by. And people asking about Draft of Empires, where you pick opponent civ. I have not... What, is that even a tournament? I haven't heard of that. When was this? Oh, sorry. I must have missed that event. That was at the start, right? It might have come... Like, I don't... Here's the thing. That was like first week of the expansion, right? I don't know if that would have even came out because people might have thought that actually Byzantines were decent in the first week. In fact, at the time, people thought like Grand Winery was really, really strong, and they thought the Limitane were maybe going to be busted around then, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if it got ignored. But of the major tournaments, like I have not seen it coming out at all. In the last 2 months, it has been ignored. But hopefully Anatan has something magical in mind. Immediately starts pumping into the Horseman. Vortex on the other side already prepping the racks. He should have scouted this out. Let's check what the sheep haul is going to be. It's 17 for Anatan. That's insane. 7 for Vortex. This is already looking really good for Anno. That's a phenomenal start to the game for the Byzantines. Means you're safe for your economy. You don't have to run out onto your deer where you're going to get sniped by longbows. But he does need to move out for these berries quickly. This is critical. The reason you need to get the berries now, you need your first olive oil contract to get jabs. Then you have a counter to longbows. Otherwise, you might never be able to get this olive oil. Scouts just eyeballing what each player is doing here. Looks like Vortex is going to have to slow down his timing. This is pretty effective for Anatan. These first horsemen, even if they can't find a target, just slowing down the assault. Although, needs to be careful running in. Runs around the side of the palings, in fact. Yeah, not the best of exchanges there, right? A 90 resource unit for 120 resource unit. And you take more damage than the 120 resource unit. So, terrible start for Anatan. Really painting a picture of success here for our Belarusian boy, aren't I? But it's only the opening. What is important, I think, is either setting up an outpost on the ford or your strategy doesn't involve olive oil because you're about to be pushed off. And I'm imagining that this wasn't about the olive oil, it was only about the wheelbarrow. Interesting choice from Anatan then. So going into an archery range. We have seen this from a lot of Byzantine players. The reason is that the first contract of longbows or jabs, whatever you go, takes way too long to come, right? Like, it's wild because if you think of longbows as an example, 500 olive oil as well as the 100 for the contract, that means you have to stockpile 600 olive oil to finally get units. And then you have to wait the 50 seconds or so on average. Compare that to if you just pumped archers. 150 wood to get in, and then you start pushing them. 80 resources comes every 11 seconds. 80 resources, 80 resources. It's why a lot of players just can't rely on the contracts alone. The ramp up is far too slow in the early game for you. So we have got 4 horsemen here. Vortex has a very balanced comp, though. I like his approach. You know, he's got a lot of spearmen out there with the lombos. Has enough lombos that not only can he snipe eco, but he can deal with small trickles of archers. Unfortunately, this wall kind of screws everything for Vortex. It's a really smart play by Anatan. Just a small wall like this denies that critical vision. In fact, if he was able to have had the scout round the back, I think there was a sneak-in point here. Sometimes you can get by the TC, it's kind of tight. But if he could have got by that TC, these lombos would have been able to snipe everything. Instead, they almost kill a villager. Not able to finish it off, though. Anatan. This is what you want to do when you find yourself with mass horsemen up against someone like lombos. Is English usually, they trickle troops, right? Use your cav to cut reinforcements until your army's big enough. Unfortunately for Anatan, this is like a 50-50 spearman archer comp. So the horsemen are struggling to find entry points. Still, he might think about going for it here. I mean, you've got Triumph, right? Just activate it and go. Yeah, like 100% you just go for this. It's such a good trade with the Triumph. Spearmen are getting sniped down. Only loses 1 horseman. Already killed 3 units off. Made that 4. A spearman count getting a little bit low on the front side. Vortex may have underestimated the power of Triumph here. Just 1 spearman left. 4 horsemen. A great trade for Anatan. Should push Vortex back. Nice reset now. So militarily, he has the lead. And also in terms of the cost of the trade, yeah, he loses 1 or 2 horsemen, but you got to remember that a lot of longbows died on the other side, and those are premium archers. So Anatan able to hold. Does have a 2 eco lead here. And remember, the system means he's already got a 10% increased gathering rate. Compared to the English, they're only now really starting to add in those farms. And remember, he has to add in these farms. He ran out of sheep incredibly quickly. Anatan still has 15 more sheep. So much flexibility, so much wiggle room. This is the perfect type of situation, by the way, to play Hippodrome. I think, like, Hippodrome shouldn't be seen as a be-all, end-all. I actually think Hippodrome often should be treated as a reaction to your sheep state. If you get 12 plus sheep from the map, Hippodrome makes sense. If you don't, it's illogical because you just can't afford to scale infinitely, and it means a big kind of impact to that landmark is missing. But Anatan in this type of game with such a heavy sheep pool, I think the highest point was like 17, makes perfect sense. And I think he wants to know whether Vortex is maybe trying to snake Fast Castle, is he going for a second TC? We can see it's just still all in. This is kind of the tricky thing when you lose that many lombos, is just you feel this need to reinvest, right? And the price on those lombos is so lofty for you. Undermesh is also coming. That's a really big kick in the teeth, actually, because I noticed Vortex, he doesn't have a blacksmith's yet. And by the way, that's the difference of these farms being needed so early. If it wasn't for the need to spam out these farms a little bit quicker, if he had additional sheep here, he'd already have a blacksmith's. He'd already have Steeled Arrow in the way. Instead, these archers are about to get heavily discounted. Right? You're about to have a 1.5 number advantage for Anatan, but then the damage metrics are going to be the same, right? Like, the only edge you have is range. Damage-wise, both these units are going to do the same amount to each other. So pretty tough fight now for Vortex. Horsemen, in the meantime, are going to go in. Has he got his good old purses? Is there Expillatores here? No. No Expillatores, so he's not getting paid gold for this. A dive in with the longbows. It is going to be a trade out, so 1 villager for 2. Anatan, happy to take those trades. Steeled Arrow now coming in, and this is where he wants to fight. This is the worst possible time for Vortex to be caught in the midfield. And that's what's going to happen here. Horsemen, march out. They bait him to hang around. That pulls the spearman. I love this. This is such a bait from Anatan right now. Trying to force him out of position so the backstab can come in for the horses. Archers are marching forward as well. Needs to be careful. He's going to lose the scout. Anatan needs to gap close this. Right now, Vortex is about as weak as he's going to be in the first 20 minutes. If he gets a bit more time, though, if he gets the blacksmiths, it changes everything, and there it is. Steeled Arrow now on the way, so Vortex, game sense, on point. He read that he was being baited. He backed away at the perfect time there. Now, you might wonder, why did Anatan dive the base of this horseman and reveal it? We have God Vision, he doesn't, right? He didn't know exactly where Vortex was in that mid-map. If he had known, if he'd circled earlier, it would have been another army wipe. And at that stage, Vortex is the one being camped. But because of that lack of information, it shows you the difference that good scouting can make. Unfortunately, Anatan had to keep that scout with the army, and 2 more horsemen now going down. Anno very much lost the army value lead with that type of dive. Food-wise, he's still fine, right? But farms being added in, whilst a negative right now for Vortex, over time it becomes a positive, in that these farms are yielding a better return than sheep ever would. I think Vortex is quite chill in this game right now. Anatan needs to get out of Feudal Age. And it looks like he knows it too. The food and gold is being held. If he can just get veterancy and dive, it's going to be insane. I actually think, like, Dialecticus, people still haven't fully figured it out because of how weak the early game can feel with the Byzantines. But once the needle starts to get threaded, once people start to optimize around Dialecticus, it's going to be broken. Like, the timing he could get while being offensively positioned next to Vortex's base for veterancy with Dialecticus at level 4 insistence breaks this matchup. He has forgotten to add in an aqueduct here, folks. I don't... Wait, was there a sheep in the way? I'm not sure why. Oh, no. Anatan's... that's a big whoopsie. So he's not going to have the level 4 system because of a single incy-wincy little aqueduct. Wait, what? How do I keep hitting that? I think it's when I use the backspace. Please tell me he notices that. If he loses the game, because... And you could lose the game because that type of detail. Like, the difference in research speed, escalation, gathering rates, it matters. And also, keep in mind that your opponent has that 20% gathering rate increase with the farms. These systems are the difference maker, right? They put you up to that metric. Anna, still posturing aggressively here. Contract has been researched. He went for the Western contract. So, I love this. Instead of going for Javs, he wants longevity now. He locks it in by doing that. Javs makes a lot of sense if you need someone to dominate the super early game, but he played for a late timing, and it means that he can actually just, funnily enough, go into Lombos and outclass his opponent. Spin those Lombos from Vortex, pushing in now into the Blacksmiths. Trade coming out. Archers are actually camping the production. An interesting choice being made here by Ansand. In fairness, though, like, this is the weakness of what Vortex done. He built the council hall so far away. It's a mistake that we've seen many English players make in the early days. They kind of stopped it. Anasan decides he doesn't want to hang around. He does back away. He's coming home to defend. Villagers are out in the deer as well, but that doesn't seem to have been scouted yet by Vortex. I'd be surprised if he ever actually checks for it. Instead, he might get pinched here. I mean, Anasan, archer numbers, pretty lofty, right? 27 here, could do a lot of damage, but the Lombos will have the lead into this fight. And keep in mind, Anatan, trying to pull back home, needs to dodge this fight. Let's go shift south. Gets the line formation, starts running. So a few archers go down. He does minimize the losses. He is dragging his opponent towards where his eco is, though. So Anatan, there's a risk he gets forced to fight before he's ready. Archers poke in. Lombos. They have got the undermesh and the steeled arrow. Scout is a little bit ambitious charging in here. This feels like quite the throwaway by Anatan, though. I'm not the biggest fan of the way this fight is happening, but it's because he can't afford to lose the food on the south. Tech up is about to complete, and really, this detail here, like missing an extra 50% increased upgrade speed, like you need to get Archer upgrade immediately here. You cannot wait around. Tech up complete for Anatan. Archer upgrade coming in. Has he got the Dialectica switch? He hasn't. Please. There we go. It comes in. We're now 15 seconds away. He's going to buy the time. Anatan, this is a sick utilization of Dialecticus. It changes everything in this game. Upgrade just coming through so phenomenally quick. Wow, Vortex. He's starting to stockpile for his own, but he needs to get out unscathed now. A big army, so theoretically he should just get away without too much damage done. I think Anatan gave a bit too much breathing room here. Caliphrax also now being added in, apparently. Interesting choice here. Horsemen are also looking to raid around, but the time is going to be off, so King's Pass definitely is going to go up here. Also fishing coming out from Anatan, so starting to play a bit of cheeky pocket resources makes sense against the English at this stage. They can't check flanks. Anatan. It's awkward, right? Because like I think the timing on this where he had to kind of dive back, defend near the deer, near the paw. Maybe he defended a bit too hard. If he stayed in range there, I think he could have got the transition upgrade and then got a great fight. But instead, Vortex able to shift home, able to get behind the defenses. And these are going to be the English TCs, so pretty strong. Tech up complete. Upgrade queued. 30 seconds until Vet Longbows. Anatan needs a good fight. He needs it right now. Villagers are going to get sniped out, so that's a good start for him. Cataphract is now moving in. Archers will begin the dive, but the attack speed aura, Vortex can defend this quite well. Villagers are being sacrificed. The backstab from the Horsemen, but Spearmen are there to match it. And the Archers running around like headless chickens looking for targets here. Anatan has to back away. Anatan hasn't really just rested on his laurels behind this. He has a new wave coming. It's not just the Cataphract that just threw away its life. He's got Lombos pumping. He should be getting into the veteran contract soon, and that means he'll be able to kind of match what Vortex is doing. But he's going to need to exceed it, because Vortex isn't just now going to stop at a 1-2 punch. He's going to start adding in men-at-arms, right? Like, I'm expecting us to see a switch over in armor-clad men-at-arms by about 25 minutes, especially when he sees that Anatan has continued to go into light range units. Oh, are we connected now? We are. Anatan has got the level 4 system. And a TC coming in. I actually like this approach. Like, Anatan has identified this game is not going to end quickly. So instead, you might as well eco-inflate yourself. Cool thing, by the way, if he just gets level 5 system connected, you're as effective as these farms, right? Like, you get a 25% increased gathering rate as the English. Only for Anatan, that's going to be everything in range of the systems. So, economically, Anno will be ahead in this mid-game. And with him playing out into the map already for Relics, it's another area he can build a lead in. In fact, I don't think Vortex is playing for Relics yet at all. Makes sense, right? He knows he's up against Hippodrome, so there's going to be cavalry potentially prowling around. And right now, Vortex, he's limited in terms of vision in this game. Nice scout there, though. At least knows about the pocket eco. English late game versus Byzantine late game. It's starting to look more and more likely, right? I actually think the Byzantines win that. Armor-clad men-at-arms are pretty effective, but I think you have decent counter tools the Byzantines, especially with the Western contract, right? Like, if this turns into Limitane plus Streltsy versus, let's say, men-at-arms Lombos, Lombos can be pretty decent against Streltsy, but I just think that they don't necessarily kill quick enough unless they can maintain an aura in a fight. And you're not guaranteed that, right? Everything the Byzantines carry with them doesn't rely on some sort of outpost to give an aura. Speaking of those outposts, Mangonel Tower is making this really annoying for Vortex. He dives in, but not a great trade here. A lot of troops lost. And he didn't achieve what he came for, right? Which was to shut down the gathering on the berries. Like, that was a complete fail. It means that Anatan doesn't have to leave this area. He can come forward and pick the berries as well. double patch this close as well. It's kind of the crazy thing with Rocky River is quite often you get this double spawn, even deer between quite often, like in the center here. So it's a very high value area. And the reason Anatan is doing this is he's trying to delay the farm transition that would kill him. Varangian also now getting added in by Anatan. Interesting. Armorclad on the way, and we are getting that transition we talked about by Vortex into mass men at arms. This would be a great time for Anatan to go back towards some cav units, but he's not going to sense it in time. This Mangonel tower is so stupid. It's the fact it does siege damage that makes it so nuts. Wall attempt could be coming in from Anatan here. Looks like Vortex is going to back up before he even sees the relic, so not going to be able to get it there. MAA are in though, and Armorclad is about to complete in about 10 seconds here, so Anatan needs as many good trades as he can get before this gets dicey. Crossbows are targeting down those men at arms. A great micro there from Anatan. Vortex swarming forward with the Lombos. Lombo's now sniping out the counter, and the upgrades are now in. Only a few men at arms here, but now they last a lot longer. Vortex is getting backstabbed though. Varangian are coming in from behind. And this is just a trade out of Lombo on Lombo, right? Like, he's just trying to get rid of the mass on the backside of this. Moves in range of the Mangonel tower. And this is where Armorclad just kind of sucks, right? It doesn't do anything against this. Although, then again, if it potato aims, it doesn't really matter. So Vortex, I'd say he lost that fight. That did not feel like a good fight for Vortex at all. Anatan still has enough olive oil to keep repumping the Lombo mass. And still now has the advantage when it comes to Varangian coming out. Anno, who behind this also is now adding in the olives. This is probably the weakest point in this game. And he can sense that he took a win there, right? Like, he knows that that was him pushing back the beast. So now he gets away with adding in farms. And compared to other civs, this is a more cost-efficient civ for doing that, right? You don't pay 70 wood, you pay 65. On top of that, you're also getting 20% more resources compared to other civs in the form of olives. Yeah, I actually like Anatan's approach to this. You know, I remember a time when the idea of even going into the late game against the English would bring an almost constipated look across people's faces. It wasn't something you wanted to do, but I think Anatan has the right read here. And now, even adding in Langsnecht, this is a really cool build from him. Push back again. Varangian really are biting the bit for the fight. Langsnecht line is coming in behind this. Vortex, he's outplaying Anatan right now. Yeah, finally the Lombos are able to get in range. Langsnecht coming up behind this. Those cleaves can add in a lot of damage. Mistakes made. Actually not able to snipe them down quick enough. Finally they're going to die, but why are the villagers here? What? Oh, man. Anno, I think he's getting the better trades again. I mean, the Lombos sniping each other out, but Anatan with bigger numbers, right? And just enough Varangian to hold back those men at arms. And remember, like, the only thing that is keeping him from just doubling downing on Langsnecht here are those Lombos. As soon as Vortex gives that number over, he's going to get cleaved out of this game, which is why you see, instead of him going into crossbows, you might ask, why no crossbows versus Varangian? It's because the Lombo fight is the most important fight in this game. And now I've got to give a lot of credit to Anatan. Even though it's hard to consistently pump out Lombos, he's maintaining the lead in that department. Eco at this stage is also favoring Anatan slightly, right? I mean, the relic dispersion as well. It's about to be 4 relics compared to 1. So this is going to be a crazy edge for Anatan in this game. They're also both using a lot of gold in their comps. Varangian on one side, as well as some crossbows, and then men-at-arms on the other. So these safe golds are going to burn up pretty quickly. And then you have to start talking about, like, flanks. Who can actually play onto them? Who can afford to? Because right now, the amount of infantry they're both pumping down the center, it feels like you can't afford more than maybe 1 men-at-arms to run around on the sides. I would actually love to see Anatan just squeeze in a cataphract or two. It's something that you can easily like do at this stage. I mean, I say easily. It's quite an expensive unit, 330. But around like 25 to 28 minutes is when you should expect your opponent to move out of their base, right? And that's when you should be hunting. Vortex is saving up for Imperial, by the way. That's pretty bold. I don't think you can just run it down like this. Anatan isn't going to allow it either. He moves in. An arms backstab coming out. Lombos need to target down the enemy ones quickly here. Remember, the attack speed aura is there. This is what we're talking about, where Vortex can actually win fights when he's got that aura on his side. Dives forward, though. Varangian getting better trades. Men-at-Arms finally arrive, but keep in mind, this is just wave number 1, right? It's almost like Anatan is throwing away the Lombos for something. He's starting to stockpile resources himself. So LB trade out again. And that attack speed aura, you really do see the difference it made. So many dead Byzantines here. Anno needs a lot more farms, though, to keep this going and actually tech up. I think Vortex is going to reach Imp first, and you're just going to see a reaction choice by Anatan. This is his only real approach, right? Like, this is the weird thing with Varangian. It just feels really bad in this matchup. You've got less ranged armor, right? Like, you've got less overall health. Like, your effective HP compared to Men-at-Arms is just terrible. And that's why you're seeing Anatan shift away from longbows into more crossbows, but it does mean LBs can kind of win this. This is dangerous what Vortex is about to do, though. If this gets sniffed out at all, it could be GG. Vortex just out of vision here. Oh my god, he almost revealed it with the capture there. I thought he was going to actually do it for a second. Anatan, he's going Imperial himself now by the looks of it, but unfortunately for him, Vortex lays claim to the strongest point on the map. Sick move here. Same time, though, we're about to crack late game on both sides. Remember, Streltsy becomes a reality as these olive groves continue to scale up. So although this is a good edge for Vortex, doesn't really dictate the game, and oh my god, he's doing it. That's wild. I would never have expected that. Foreign engineering company when he went Western contract. That doesn't happen. By the way, it's being built all the way over here. That's crazy, actually. Is this about the Nesta Bees? This must be about Nesta Bees. That's a sick read by Anatan. Most players would go Palatine School in this matchup because you've got Streltsy late game, but the issue for Anatan is like Streltsy on their own kind of feel underwhelming against Lombos. By maxing out Nesta Bees against Men-at-Arms, great counter, right? The Armorclad doesn't count for anything against siege damage, and Lombos just get melted. I've not seen someone take this approach, but I'm actually a big fan of what Anno's trying to do here. So tech up's complete on both sides. And although Vortex has the lead, remember, it's not going to be a big lead here, right? By the time he gets his Men-at-Arms upgraded, Anatan should have all of his queued upgrades. Well, if he uses Dialecticus, that is. But for the time being, it seems like he's not doing that. A little bit surprised he isn't, actually, because he could take a fight sooner if he did. Vortex will march in. Please use Dialecticus. You know it's busted. Please. Just hit that button. Make it all okay, Anatan. Whisper in my ear. Well, he's done it somewhere. Yeah, he's got elite contracts coming through really quickly here. Dive in. And Arms are going to find a few of the Lombos. And we've got Volley coming. This is the thing I was looking for. Volley can be really sick here, but folks, here's the interesting thing. Guess what? Anatan went for Foreign Engineering Company. He also has Volley. I mean, there's so many times with this contract where Foreign Engineering Company makes so much sense, but I love Anatan's game sense in this one, his understanding of this matchup. Foreign Engineering Company almost feels mandatory to clash here. There we go. Moves in for that clash. Berkshire is going to be revealed, and Anatan immediately resets. So this is where we should see Siege Workshops being dropped. You can't dive that Berkshire, not at this stage. It's too expensive. And people asking what are the neutral mercenaries. In this game, it's going to be Musafadi and Camel Archers. He's not going to play for it, though. Like, we never see it get played for. Magadai and Desert Raiders. It doesn't really make too much sense. Actually, Camel Archers could. Camel Archers would make a hell of a lot of sense for Anatan. He knows about this marketplace, right? Yeah. He went Foreign Engineering Company, so if he gets a Merc House here and builds a few Camel Archers, he's going to get +2 armor on all infantry. I actually think if Anatan does that, this game is so brokenly easy to win. He does have to be a little bit careful with the positioning of the Camel Archers because of Lombos, but if you use it just to defend your Lombos alone, it's still worthwhile here. And funnily enough, I've yet to see more than maybe 2 players leverage that fact. Don't sleep on the Camel Aura, folks. The Abbasid Camel Aura for the Byzantines breaks the late game. Another way to think of this is like right now you're trying to do budget English, do everything English does but better. And right now one of the big edges is Armorclad. But if you get the Camel on ease, you have Armorclad on a unit with higher melee armor. So it's just better. Interesting enough, raw cannons being pumped here. Makes sense, he needs to get through the Berkshire, but it means you're slowly going to get whittled away at, right? So it feels like you need like 2 or 3 cannons to make it fast. Flash comes out though. Varangian charging forward. Men-at-Arms backing away, so Vortex just trying to get in range of that attack speed aura. You see it triggering there. Volley is being held as well, so they're not rushing to pump it. Cannon is moving in. Anatan wants this fight, and there it is. Volley gets activated on both sides. Machine gun mode underway. Varangian, they're tanking a lot of damage here. I start to feel like this is a fight that Vortex is losing. Down to 15 men-at-Arms and being forced back. Cannon now in range of the Berkshire. Great fight from Anatan. Great momentum on his side. Crossbows, now that they've cleared up the men-at-Arms, they open the way, right? Cannon bringing the Berkshire down to half HP. Villagers have not been pulled for repair. There's a risk that the Berkshire is going to be lost from this push. Well, Varangian are on their way. Vortex hasn't got elite army tactics yet. He's trying to get into it, but by the time it arrives, you're going to have no men-at-Arms left in this fight. Food is also fully strained for him. Look at the difference here. Anatan isn't running out of resources, but the Berkshire is running out of time. Vortex loses his strongest defense, and Anatan is still better for a fight. Volley again. Dude, this is sick. Anatan is dominating these engagements right now. Even adding in hand cannoneers. Wait, what? When did you ever see Byzantines build hand cannoneers? I've never seen it. They always just get Streltsy. But he's still not confident. He continues to push forward here. This game, close to done. Vortex right up against the edge here. Volley comes out once more. Still on cooldown for Anatan, but I mean, honestly, these numbers, they speak for themselves, right? Anatan just feels like he's a mile ahead. The relic gold, the food income always sustained, and premium units also being queued up behind this. So many Streltsy coming. I think the goal for Anatan is to try and force Vortex off of Lombos and then come in with a bunch of gunpowder units. Now we can see that Vortex is going to keep queuing up more Lombos, but right now he lacks the men-at-Arms to hold back the Varangian. Let's push behind the walls. Man, this is cool. Volley on volley. I wasn't expecting to see this in this game. You know, we started this game by highlighting that you can play discount English or you could just play Marlins, which is the ultimate counter to this strategy. But Anatan wanted that runway, and funnily enough, even when he got that runway, he still relied on Lombos throughout this game. But now, I mean, if the goal was to beat the English at their own range game, he's now going to beat them at their own melee game. It's Mass Varangian to crush the hopes of the Mass Men-at-Arms. This is so cool. An ambitious few Streltsy are going to just check in on what Vortex is doing here. Oh, hello, honey. Abort, abort. Varangian is trying to burn through. It looks like the wall comes in just in time from Vortex, though, so we'll be protected against this flank attack. However, those are palisade walls, and those are very angry Vikings. Clash in the center. Vortex doesn't have aura right now, guys. This is dangerous. Volley was activated quite early by Anatan, though. Villagers aren't going to be able to get this up. Outpost is going to be a fail, so Vortex losing 5. Being pushed back again. Varangian, in the meantime, are trying to torch through the wall. Villagers going to be pulled to repair that. This is getting dicey, though, man. I feel like Vortex is just stuck. And he's running out of wood, right? Like, he's already taken the safe wood line. He's chopping through these ones. Gold-wise, he's playing dangerous games, like limited resources. Sure, he's got enclosures, but it means he can only ever really do men-at-Arms. And the wall's been broken. Varangian, they're in. Anatan not slowing down. He has got the elite army tactics. What a crazy game. Anything the English can do, the Byzantines can do better here. Go trade out again. I mean, it's the Varangian push, man. It just feels so much loftier than what the men-at-Arms spam is here. You see the results of the food income in the late game. They have the same amount of villages on food and the Byzantines can match that economy. That is the power of system play. Only they don't match it, do they? They exceed it, right? Even when you take the gold trickle into the equation, I feel like the olive oil just feels better than what you're getting out of that infinite gold. Well, you're not going to be getting that infinite gold anymore. Not when they ride in like this. The angry men are swinging. Even with the textiles, it only takes 3 hits for these Vikings to slay you down. 30 damage per strike. Good lord. Eco being shrunk. Vortex, he can't afford any losses right now either. Anatan, with a very ambitious pull of villagers across the map, is going to discover the hard way that's not a good idea, but something temporary loss for him, right? Oh, man. How do you guys feel about this? Like, does this feel like they should play this way? My instincts kind of say yes to an extent, but I think a big part of it is the way Anatan played this game. It's crazy as well, right? Like, you might argue, was the Hippodrome necessary? I think so for the early game. He wouldn't have got out of the early game without it. But just imagine how this play would have looked with Grand Winery. That's an insane thought. Vortex, once again, having to dive in for trades versus the Streltsy. That Stealth Forest is a little bit tricky in this area. Varangian just getting freebies as a result, though. And the cannon, I mean, the cannon has been the MVP, just destroying any attempt to extend that network. Cataphrax also now coming through. Numeria is on the way. Vortex, he hasn't been able to gain any ground for the last several minutes now. This is over. The Varangian aren't being stopped anymore. The Longbows just got pushed to the west side. He's taking a fight and then diving the eco at the same time. I think that says everything that needs to be said about this game. Vortex, a man who is considered one of the top 5 for microing, even losing track of some of his troops here, shows you how desperate and scrambled in the brain he is right now. And that's all the Anatan effect. Anatan, the guy who I believe started in the low elo tournaments, now here, stomping on the 2nd place person on the leaderboards. He's, let's say, ranked in the top 8 of the performance of 2023. 2024, though, starting to show how strong Anatan is. Byzantines will take the win. Don't get to say that often these days. Cool game, right? Dude, that was a sick game. I'm trying to remember if that was just before the nerfs to Streltsy or not. The interesting thing we discovered about that matchup, actually, is that Byzantines can still win it, even without Streltsy, because you just mass English Longbows as well, but you have Limitane, right? It's very, very strong. It's very obnoxious. And if you're a foreign engineering company, then you also have Siege as well. Nestaby's phenomenal against men-at-arms and Longbows alike. Guys, we are going to be switching it up. We're going to be doing something pretty cool, actually, some tournament games. So we're going to be doing the EGC Open Stormgate recap. Which means we are going to be casting some games of Stormgate. What? So let me update the details so we shift into the right category. Don't worry, if you guys don't want to hang around for Age of Empires, I respect, like, it's not Age of Empires, rather, I respect that. I definitely recommend giving Stormgate a look in. If you haven't watched some of the tournament games, they're actually fantastic. The Observer tools are a little bit limited, a little bit rudimentary, but it's still very fun. In fact, let me just double check. I'm going to open one of my solo replays just to see if the UI is showing spoilers or not. If it is, we'll quickly cover it. But I personally have really enjoyed casting some Stormgate games. I think the game has a lot of potential. And honestly, I think RTSs should support RTSs, in my opinion. I think multiples can exist without any harsh damage being done to one or the other. Oh, nice. By default, it actually can, like, by default, it actually hides the replay duration, which is sick. So that's cool. So the UI is a little bit limited. What we'll do to start with to keep things less confusing is we're going to open up with some series that were between players that were not playing the same faction here. So let me have a look down the list, because I know I had a few here. So I think there was a Hydra versus Euthermal game, if I can find that quickly, which was not cast from what I can tell. And that was Vanguard versus... Wait, is that the right game? Yeah, there we go. That was Vanguard versus Infernal. So unfortunately, you can't look and click and see who's the person. So when we do these mirror matchups, it's going to be a little bit confusing. But what we at least have, was pretty cool, is we'll be able to update the top. Whoa. That was a bit funky. Wait, did we... Oh, it does pause. It's a bit weird. Oh, sorry, you guys can't see that. Let me switch over. So, here we go. So we'll open up the game. And let me quickly update the names so we're Gucci to go. So it looks like Red is going to be playing as the Infernals, which means that is going to be Hydra. The other person is Euthermal. So let me update this quickly. This is a very rudimentary spectating system. The live is a lot better, but we make do with what we got here. So make it work. Yo, what is up, Hanor? Thank you very much for the sub, buddy. Welcome to the Swarm. I think, wait, notifications turned on? They are. There we go. Fantastic. Legend. All right, so the UI is very limited. If you guys have questions, I'll be keeping an eye on the chat occasionally, and I will respond. If not, I'll respond between games. SG seems to be a StarCraft clone. I disagree. I think it's actually taking elements from different games. It's taking elements from Warcraft. I've noticed some unit designs that remind me of Red Alert as well. Big shout out to DeSantiago. We got a sub-train going. You absolute legends. I think it's taking things from a bunch of other games. And another interesting thing to kind of highlight within that is that this is a game that is very early in development. And I know some people feel like there's not enough difference right now. All I'm going to say is I like that they are getting the base model right before extending on it, so that they have no spaghetti code going on. On top of that, I've talked to the devs. I've even done interviews with the devs. Some of the things they're looking to do are very interesting. Around the co-op experience is already incredibly different within the RTS sphere. Another thing I'd highlight, actually, to take a look at, is I've done some interviews with Bearmorph where we interviewed some of the devs, and one of them actually highlighted, for example, they don't like the fact that other RTSs just copy and paste the 1v1 format into team games. So they're actually looking to make that difference. They don't like the... Have you ever played an RTS and you're playing 3v3 and the meta is kill someone to make it a 2v3? That sucks, right? Comebacks become impossible. It's a very boring game. They're already working on that. They've already highlighted that's a very big key sticking point for them. One cool thing they already have talked about is also the potential to actually have the heroes from co-op appear in the team games. So there's already branching elements. Another thing I'd highlight for people that want a bit more unit depth, there's an entire tier 3 missing from the unit factions right now. And one thing, like the reason why I'm putting some confidence in them, I played the game back in September. I didn't care to play it. I played some games in the open access here, and I really enjoyed it. And that's literally just a few months. They've actually made a lot of progress. And back when I played it, they only had Vanguards as well. So they've actually done a really good job. Have I got a link to the interview? Give me a sec. So we had a few different interviews. I'd recommend checking them out later on tonight after stream, just because I think we done like an hour and a half of interviews in total. But I believe the comment about like multiplayer being different, for example, was in Bearmorph's video here, where we interviewed Monk. So that's one to check out. I put it on your watch later because that one's 42 minutes. The Tim Campbell one's 36 minutes, but there's some really cool like insights. I could feel the passion talking to them, man. And I trust the dev capabilities. I don't know if you guys know this, but Tim Campbell, for example, the guy who runs Frost Giant, was the OG like game director, I believe it was, for Warcraft 3. And on top of that, he's worked on things like Red Alert 2. So like there is a clear capability and history in that development studio. The fact, and do you want to know why I'm actually a very big support of them right now? Because they listen more than anything else. As someone who spent a lot of time in Age of Empires 4, and that's not to say there aren't devs that aren't listening. Some try, but that's the issue, to try and not follow through. It's like it's very difficult because of how monolithic Microsoft is for them to both listen and then do. And what I can say from what I'm seeing so far, the devs are listening and they're doing very quickly. That's impressive considering that these guys have, even off the Kickstarter, less than a quarter of what StarCraft 2 had in terms of budget to make. I'm impressed. So, yeah. I've said this already. There will be a mixture of Age of Empires and Stormgate content coming from me. I have a lot of love for both the games. I like a lot of the units aren't even final form. You guys have seen Hedgehogs recently. Before we hop on this, just highlight Hedgehogs are very different in function and appearance than they were just a few months ago. I can tell you that much. So if you're worried about the final look, there's a lot of changes still to come. The graphics are already improved big time since the last closed access point. I can't say much more without like breaking NDA, but fair to say that like TLDR, a lot of progress in short time. No, thank you for joining, Hanor, man. I appreciate you. And thank you for the gifted subs going out. You're an absolute legend. If you want to catch these games, they'll be here in the VODs later. And I'm prepping a YouTube channel that I want to use for Stormgate content specifically. I should hopefully have that up after EGC's tournament this weekend, later in February maybe. So if you were itching for a bit of that content, it'll be available later. But shall we get to it? All right, one and all, welcome back to the Stormgate content. We are here for the EGC Stormgate Open recap. This is a day filled with replays from the qualifiers. The UI is a little bit different for that reason, as we have to watch these after they've happened, but I figured it'd be cool to check in this. We're going to kick off with a Vanguard versus Infernal matchup. To the south side, in the blue, playing as the Vanguard, we've got none other than Ufernal, a very talented player from StarCraft. Hydra, hail to them. On the north side here is going to be playing as the Infernals in the red. We are going to be opening up this series, interestingly enough, on Jagged Moor. This is a very dominant map, actually, right now. Typically, you see a lot of early aggro play out into the central camps, because what I've noticed is these games can snowball and end very quickly off the power of these siege camps. So curious to see if both players do pivot towards that. The opening, we are going to actually see at home, it looks like we are going into a Conclave, so it should be an immediate play out into the Gus. Makes a lot of sense. The follow-up here should be for the Infernal player Hydra to play forward and drop an Iron Vault about here. His goal is to reach across to the speed camp, but I love the opener coming out. This is pretty meta at the moment from Ufernal. There's going to be a patch coming that I think is going to change this, but for the time being, typically you open up to 4 scouts, you go for the Virilium Claws, and you munch down. Funnily enough, though, he doesn't have the claws, yet he's still able to out-micro here and block the first Gorn. That's impressive, actually. Typically, you only see players make that play if they have access to the Biokinetics lab. But we can see by the opening from Ufernal, that was just a blind trust in the power of the scouts. And instead, now, after blocking out the initial Gorn, he's already prepped and ready to go with the Vanguard Lancer. And the cool thing about this is actually, although these scouts are low, if he starts attacking these camps with the Lancer, he can absorb while assisting the scouts. In fact, is he going for... Is it repair time? It's repair time. That's cool. I love that Ufernal is using that. So interesting thing about these dogs, you might be wondering why are the robots setting the dogs on fire? They aren't just bio, they're mechanical as well. So instead of just needing to like build a building to heal or settling for them on low HP, he pulls them back and the Bobs repair. Cool thing about Bobs, by the way, when they repair, whether it's building or units, you don't spend resources to do that repair. The only thing you're going to miss out on is gathering resources when they're idling up doing that. So cool little detail. Love the supercharge coming through. The overcharge here is going to allow him to build this up a lot quicker on the second command center. And on the other side of this, we have got a shrine almost complete. So a slight edge here in terms of timing on the second command center for Hydra. But you have to remember what he sacrificed for this. He didn't get the speed camp. He had to reset and go for something safe instead. He missed out on what's one of the strongest points in this game for the Infernals, which is speed camp into 5 of those fiends, plus the vision camp, and then you snowball from there to move on to the siege camps. Instead, they're going to have to play a bit of a longer game here. Already up to 3 Lancers on the forward as well, so a good solution once he starts to see his opponent. Interesting detail here. We haven't got the kinetic yet, right? The kinetic redirections. There's no extra movement speed coming out from these Lancers every time they get hit. He's going to prioritize that before they fight with the Gaunts, because these Gaunts, they don't do much damage. They hit for 6. Interesting detail with the Lancers. They start with some armor, plus they have an inbuilt ability that reduces damage they take by 3. That means they've already half the damage Gaunts do. Then on top of that, they take away an extra 1 damage, which means the Gaunts are only doing 2 damage per strike to a 240 HP unit. If that wasn't crazy enough, here's an added-on detail that's really spicy. Whether intended or not, the attenuation armor that reduces the damage you take by 3 is affecting the damage over time of the poison from Gaunts, which means the Infest isn't hurting for anything extra on Lancers. Makes it a very strong unit to the comp that we've got coming out right now from Hydra. Ufernal able to deny this away. Looks like the Shroud Stone's not going to go up, and instead, an Imp loss here. That's cheeky, actually. Hydra, I think he was trying to set up to capture the siege camp here. This has been a popular play. Either you Zerg in and you overwhelm, or you use Shroudstone Towers to wipe this out from the high ground, because these are melee units that have to wrap around. But yeah, well played there, actually, by Ufernal to get in early. Looks like we are just stockpiling more Lancers in the interim. Wait, have we got air units? Oh, this is sick. Is he going Hornets straight away? I mean, we've got upgraded command center. This is Hornet play. That's pretty crafty on this type of map. Like, think about the way that it spawns. Air is pretty powerful on this map because of the short route you have to your opponent's base. But already jumping ahead of him, Hydra comes in with the drop. Bubble Shield's going to come out, though. Sick read there by Ufernal. 1,000 HP on this, and the teleport out is just in the nick of time. Great read there. It does mean now that Bubble Shield that got used is on cooldown for 2 minutes. But Ufernal now knows about the play. He knows that it's going to be the greatest shrine coming out from his opponent, the greatest shrine that allows you to get into these transport units. And now he'll understand that he probably needs to set up a sentry post here and maybe look to garrison it. Typically you need an Exo, and I don't think he's actually got the necessary unlocks currently to go into Exo play. Might be the next step. For the time being, actually just stockpiling Hornets might work as well. The issue is now your opponent's seen this, so we should be seeing a move into Shadow Flyers, which is the airborne Zerg for anyone from like the StarCraft universe. For those from Age of Empires, imagine an airborne petard. I think that's legitimately the best way I can describe it to you. But you're not looking to blow up buildings, you're looking to blow up air units. Meanwhile, good mid-map control actually coming out. I like the fact that Ufern was just not giving this over for free, right? Hydra has had to take a much slower approach than I think we actually see a lot of these Infernal players doing right now. But he's finally going to be able to make his move out towards those siege camps. Love the drop of the Doombringer. Just give that Shroud over. Keeps his units tanky. Looks like we are going to get some Fiends popping out as the Brutes do fall, but the camp's going to be cleared up quite quickly here. That's going to give him additional Fiends, and if he breaks through this tree line, which he's already done with the Imp in preparation, what Hydra's trying to do here is get a 1-2 punch timing going with the siege camps. Funnily enough, though, he's backing away after just securing 1. That's not standard play here, actually, and it's because of what's happening back at home. The moves out of Ufernal have ruined the timing. Sick read there. Hornets dive into the base, and now, all of a sudden, you have this siege going towards the enemy base that doesn't have any guards. So it's going to be a cleanup. Dude, this is a really cool game. I think we've seen a lot of games so far on Jagged Moor that feels very snowbally and almost unfair when those siege camps come out at the same timing. But so far, Ufernal has just been checking every move that Hydra's been making. The Hornet to block the first Doombringer drop. The Hornet raid to actually block the double siege camp stack. And all of a sudden, you start to feel like Hydra made a slight mistake there. Grabbing the siege camp straight away instead of just waiting until he was ready meant he wasn't able to pivot on this timing. Another issue I'm seeing right now for Hydra is a lack of Shroudstone defenses. He's trying to compensate for that right now, but typically, when you see your opponent go Hornets, you want to set up double Shroudstone on each base. And although the bubble can still do some work, these Hornets' damage are too low to actually take out the Shroudstones freely. I've actually seen quite a few players do this. Top-level Infernal players will stack 2 to 3 Shroudstones. They only cost 25 Luminite each. It's insanely valuable and an incredible bargain considering how powerful those units are, especially against air raids. But it looks like now Hydra on the move. Love the fact he's still got the Doombringer. That's going to provide this shield on the ground, right? Keep these white bars filled. So extra effective HP in these fights coming for Hydra. Ufernal has got defenses up, so we have got the Buzzsaw defense on the Sentry. Double Sentry now being added into this, but the Bobs are going to need an overcharge to stay alive. Medtechs to come out behind this. The army's moving in quick. And oh, that's GG. Instantly calls it. If you're wondering what's happening here, this is what happens when a GG comes out. So that is actually simply a GG call coming out. It looks like a Hydra took game 1. In fact, I will open up the stats page just to confirm that. Oh, sorry, no, it's Ufernal. Ufernal took game 1. I got them mixed up again. So the reason why Hydra called GG, the Buzzsaw is already up. He sees the Medtechs. Medtechs are really strong here. When you're only on Tier 1 Gaunts, the problem with that matchup is that Tier 1 Gaunts already struggle to dent Lancers, as we highlighted. With the Medtech, it's impossible. The Medtechs with Medpatch are able to heal for 20 instantly, heal for 20 over, I think it's 10 seconds. And on top of that, for the duration of that effect, the unit you're healing also gets 25 armor. And you have to think of armor as percentage damage reductions. That's 25% more damage reduction. What it basically means is that your backline of Gaunts hit for 1 damage against Lancers. And in return, those Lancers with kinetic redirection are moving faster and attacking faster. It means that eventually, once they stockpile up to maximum attack speed, they can even beat Brutes in one-on-one. So, good read there. He understood he was done for. Sick opening game from Ufernal, though. I think what really impressed me was his reactions time and time again. It felt like he was blocking each and one of the plays that the Infernal player was trying to make, and that's not easy to do, because right now I'd say that map, Jagged Maw, very good map on the first few minutes of play for Infernals if they hit the timing. Not able to do that, but folks, these are best of threes, which means we have got 2 more games potentially ahead of us. Let's load up number 2 between Hydra and Euthermal. Let's get a point on the board for Euthermal as well. So game 1 goes to him. Loading us in now. Let me know what you guys are thinking of watching this as well. Like, once again, if you have questions, if something seems a little bit confusing, just raise your hand, say something in the chat, don't be shy. Here to help make this easy experience. So we're going to pause for a second to make sure that we are set up correctly. We are not. We need to switch colors. So let's flip them around. Did that work? We need to swap teams, don't we? God, that's the only annoying thing here. All right, there we go. Fantastic. We're in the right place. All right, game number 2 of the round of 32 between Hydra and Euthermal. Game 1, of course, went to the Vanguard there. Euthermal, a sick reaction to the plays by Hydra on Jagged Maw. We now move into a classic map, one that I think a lot of people have quite a bit of experience with here. The Hinterlands coming in, the wide map, the fat map, one that I think actually does favor the Infernals in the opening. We've seen some sick plays by chopping through the tree lines that allows them to get into resources quickly. Let's see how Euthermal's going to try to answer this. Opening-wise, it looks like he's setting up the racks on the ramp, so looking to guard against some potential rush-in plays. And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, this is already a different build, right? Last time, Euthermal went for the racks, I think, a little bit earlier, maybe? And then he followed up with scouts. I'm wondering if we're going to see the same type of scout pump up to 2, and then a move over to Lancers. Quick follow-up in the habitat. We'll find out in a second. On the other side, it's just going to be the standard play here, right? Conclave coming out to open up from Hydra. He hasn't sent an imp yet for the chop through, and the issue right now is this scout. So this is a really strong play, what Euthermal was doing in the opening. He's going to just rotate around this location to block the second base coming out from the shrine. But with the Gauntlet arriving, he can't hang around for long. And was that a Shroud Stone? Oh, wow. That's quite creative, actually, because if you go straight away for a shrine, the dogs rather can ruin you here. But by going for a Shroud Stone first, it means he's going to be slow on the shrine going up, but it stops a dog rush. Now the Gaunt is going to get pinched. No Virilium Claws coming out, however, which means that he's quite tanky. Imp's getting pulled. Sick moves there. So the workers are going to save the life of the one Gaunt. Second one does come out. And this is where you need to be careful because these scouts can feed over. That bounce damage and them getting low means they will turn into fiends soon. So Euthermal backs away, but now with the Shroud Stone up, it means the shrine can be complete successfully. Something that's very different in this series is actually the timing around camps. I've noticed this in Game 1 from Hydra, and we're seeing it again in Game 2. A lot of players try to move out, chop through the tree line, and go for an Iron Vault to get into a Brute with Gaunts to contest the speed camp. But it seems that Hydra plays more of a kind of macro-focused opening, where they tend to go for a second base much earlier than we're seeing a lot of Infernals players do. The interesting thing about this is actually right now, I feel like the meta for Infernal players is to try and take control of the map in the first 10 minutes to end the game fast. When they try to play more of a macro-heavy game and you reach later in, I think we've been seeing Vanguard players take a lot more dubs there, especially if they're scaling for eco themselves, especially if it turns into a base eco scaling race, right? If you're just rushing up command centers and shrines on each side, one big edge that the Vanguard have is they can overcharge and they can also even put more these workers on it to build it up. On the flip side, Hydra has to sacrifice a worker to build a shrine, and he cannot accelerate it quicker. It's just stuck there, right? Like, for anyone who comes from StarCraft, I know, like, people say this is a Zerg Civ. It's kind of comparative in that way as well, right? Like, the slower kind of timing, you can't ramp it up. And typically, the interesting thing that's quite different about dynamics is, for anyone who's watched StarCraft, the Zerg typically look to scale bases to take advantage. Whereas, I think the cool and different thing about the Zerg-like Civ in this game is that they're more focused on map control to gain an advantage. We're already seeing that effect now. Takes the speed camp. Fiend's numbers are scaling. Doggos are coming. He has got full Lancers to play with, so Euthermal looking to contest this, but there is a Brute in the mixer. I assume we have already got kinetic redirection coming out. Be pretty weak to try and contest this without. I just realized I don't have much in the way of audio on. I'll fix that before the next game starts. Need more good vibe music. But I'm a bit worried that Euthermal's giving too much map over here. He saw what he was up against, and he was got a little bit hesitant there. I assume he had kinetic redirection. It's weird if he doesn't at this stage. Instead, he's trying to go for the full heal. In fact, you can't even get the full heal here, right? No. So you need to go up into Medtech. He has actually got the tier 2, so it's possible we're going to see Medtechs coming. At that stage, this army will be full HP, but in the meantime, think about what Hydra's getting. They're getting access to both speed camps. That's 10 Fiends for free. They got both the vision camps. That's an extra 2 Fiends. And now they have the rotation potential to go for the health camp near your base that will top up every one of their units. Also, at home, we have now got a Greater Shrine coming in. So this means there's going to be a Doombringer follow-up. That has multiple layers to it. Not only is it a way that you can actually drop the main, but it's also a way for you to get Shroud on the offensive, which gives extra effective HP. And no small amount, folks. For these Fiends, it's 15 shield. That's a quarter of their health. That's a 25% increase in your effective HP in a fight, just because a Doombringer exists. Let's see if he wants to go for it. Third base could be being set up in a sec. Looks like the Wolf is going to try to block it. I keep calling them Wolves today. I'm having one of those days. Doggo is going to have to walk away, though. The Imp able to actually beat him in a one-on-one right now, so Shrine is going to be summoned. The good news, at least, actually, for Ufernal is he knows about this. He knows that there is a third base coming. Unfortunately, because that army is so big, he's not yet ready to move out himself. And because he went for this tech-up choice and went into Hornets, he actually has to get some eco damage done ASAP. Otherwise, you're going to start to fall behind here. And the question mark I have in this game is we saw in game 1, Jagged Maw, just how strong the Hornet spam can be. Is it going to hit the same this time? We've already got Shoutstone up in the natural. We've got double in the primary. If you try to dive these bases, anything but the third Shrine location is going to be defendable. And the Mass Gaunts coming out could also help hold this area. Doombringer now arriving. Funnily enough, he could actually just deploy, pick these up, drop them on the high ground, but he doesn't want to, right? This is all about vision. I love this. He's baiting the Hornets out, so that's going to reveal the next step in the transition. I like that Hydra didn't overcommit. If he picked up the units and went in, there's a risk that the Hornet will shut you down. But by doing it this way, he just got free information. He knows that he's up against air again. And for that, Ufernal got nothing in return. Now moving out, though. Hornet's trying to whittle down the front line. It's damage done. I'm kind of surprised that Hydra isn't trying to deploy the Doombringer more, but he has now got the Shadow Flyer, so the Hornets are a non-factor. Okay, so what we're essentially seeing here is one player copy and pasting his build from the last game, and the other adapting. Ufernal, it worked really well, but, fool me once, right? Hydra, this one Shadow Flyer is able to do significant damage if it touches, and there it is, goes in against the detonation! Alright, that's going to delay him. Ufernal, the good news is it was only one Shadow Flyer, so he can at least repair this damage off, but it offsets his timing, and I imagine we've got multiple Shadow Flyers coming behind this. If there's not an extra 2, it feels like a bit of a mistake. In the meantime, just scouting out what's happening in the main. There's only one hangar so far, so this army is not building quickly. Medtechs have at least been added in. So if it turns into a ground fight, it's a little bit better now for Ufernal. I imagine, considering we're not seeing more Shadow Flyers coming out, there must be some sort of transition underway behind this for Hydra. Against this type of comp, now that you're up against Lancers, Megmadons isn't a terrible shout here. Looks like it's going to be fun in the meantime. Doombringer goes to the drop. Bubble Shield gets activated. Gaunt's trading out as they dive in on this. And it looks like the Doombringer is going to be taken down. But a messy fight on both sides here. Workers falling. Buzzsaw defense goes down. Lancers essentially being ignored until the last. Infest Bomb now coming out. And Ufernal makes the mistake of standing on top of it. Chase away. Bob's now being popped. Fiends coming out from it. The Hornets do go down. And even though it looks like there's a lot of Lancers left, this army is big on the side of blue. The 4 brutes remaining is quite threatening. And the Infest is at least going to run out. But the more important thing here is that Hydra blocked the third. Ufernal was looking for something here. That drop of the Sentry is about building up a command center, and although he might eventually get it, it's going to come at a cost. In fact, I'm not even sure he's going to get it here. Second wave comes in. Brutes stacking up against this. Lancers are getting low. Look at the health bars. Oh my god, oh my god. This, I mean, he's going to rush up the command center, but the cost is going to be high, right? Ufernal, barely any troops left to defend. Only 2 Lancers, no HP left. And this might be a snowball effect. He's at least got 1 Hornet to work with, but the body blocks come in. Lancers cannot get away from this. He has just 1 Lancer left over. And when you're transitioning Exos, this is a critical point. Overcharge also got used, so those brutes, they move in and get a few claps out. Bobs are going to be going down. Behind this, we have got the transition. Confirmation in, it's going to be the Weavers. What? Dude, I feel like Hydra's reading his mind here. If this was mass Hornets, Weavers can't lash in. But the thing is, this is now an Exo transition. And funnily enough, it's going to be a hook to just smash down the Lancer there. So that's the ability of the Weavers, by the way. If anyone plays Dota 2, you might remember Pudge or Stitches from certain games. It's that type of thing you yank in. It's super effective. I think it's a 12-second cooldown. And against Exos, it's a perfect answer. This is over. What a sick read. Hydra, I don't see Weavers often. A lot of people going towards Magmadons instead, but this is exactly what he needs. GG comes out. Game 2 goes to Hydra. We are gonna go all the way in this best of 3. So let me load that game up now. Wasn't that cool, though? Like, I think that's the first time I've seen Weavers utilized in a competitive game for the Weavers' active ability. I've seen them in the past, but most of the times when people get into them, they add like one, and it doesn't really look like it's got a full plan. It's more like it's meant to be a tanky unit, because they are tanky. They have 700 health. It's insane. 720, actually, as well as a good base damage, but they're very slow and immobile. The whole point of them is you're meant to use them to pull value units out of position, whether that's Atlases, whether that's Medtechs, or in this case, Exos. Whatever it is, it gets you what you need, and it gets you Thermal into Game 3. He thought he'd be able to end this earlier. Let me actually score it up. We have now got a 1-1 scoreline. Let me just double check. I believe Thermal, I think they've swapped places. Excuse me, they swapped places again. So we are going to be getting... Let me see. Is it showing correctly? Let me open the game. It's not showing correctly. 1 second. I hit the wrong thing. So let's flip the players around. That has not worked. Which one was it? I pressed the button before. It was a good button. Did I just swap the names last time? I might have swapped the names. I think I did. Let's just do that again. All right, it's fine. All right, there we go. Takes a little bit of setup. But let's go. Oh, I love this map. All right, here we go. Game number 3. We are going the distance here. Hydra versus Thermal. It's going to be a showdown between the Infernals and the Vanguard once again, this time on Secluded Grove, a map that is uniquely marked by its powerful base placement in the center that is double the value of anywhere else in the map. But that is getting a bit ahead of ourselves. We need to focus on the opening. Thermal, looks like he has gone for the scout rush across the field, as you also will always do. Interesting detail about the starts of these two factions, by the way. Did you guys know that the Infernals start with 1 extra worker? It's because you get the scout on the other side. And the trade-off, though, is quite funny, because it's still an edge for the Vanguard, because the Infernals have to use that extra worker to then immediately build something. So kind of an interesting little detail about the way these two civs begin. But it looks like are we getting a dog rush? Wow. Okay, this is at least different. This is what I think was missing from Thermal. That game 1, great strategy. Game 2, he didn't pivot, Hydra did. He's going for biokinetics with Rax Drop, so this is going to be Beryllium Claws on the scouts, which is super effective, by the way. It triples their damage output. They go from hitting for 8 damage to hitting 24 damage on light units, of which pretty much everything Hydra is going to open up with will be light, right? The Imps are light units, the Gaunts are light units, and because he's already dropped a Conclave, it means he hasn't got the beefy boys, the Brutes, to protect against this. He's also trying for a very quick expansion into Natural. Wolves dive past it. I love that detail. The Shroudstone Tower is going to come up. That's just undeniable at this stage. So you waste time there. You waste an opportunity to try and do some damage. He needs to do damage, by the way. The Beryllium Claws is only 50 resources total. 25 of Luminite, 25 Therium. But it's still an investment, so you need to get some payday for it. It's one Gaunt, though. I love how he's camped him in the Imp line, so you can't reach him straight away. One Imp on the Therium is going to go down, though. Also very important, because right now you need Therium. Hydra, if he wants to get more of these Gaunts, they cost 15 Therium. So you need to get someone out here. You need 3 runs from a worker for each one. It looks like we are now getting the Iron Vault added in the choke point. Scouts do commit in. They're going to have to go for one more dive and then back away, though. And behind this, we're yet to see a second base being set up for Thermal. A little bit of lag coming in there. More scouts on the way. Dude, this is all in. Oh, man. This is actually very dangerous. So you'd think this would look bad for blue, but it doesn't. Dive comes in. Gaunts get the invest, but not enough damage to finish off. The Imps are going to turn around the claws, though. And all but one scout going down. So now Fiend's able to defend this. Sick play there. No Therium to work with, right? So we can't get into extra Gaunts right now. But the Fiends, they no longer lose their HP. They only lose their Shroud. So they'll be able to defend against this. Becomes a raw micro battle. Scouts trying to dive in. Beryllium Claws is still strong here, yes. But now a new Gaunt joins the fray. Looks like he was able to get what he needed together. And now this gets dicey. Apparently I've been disconnected. I'm going to ignore that and keep on playing. You can't keep me away from the action, Frost Giant. Scouts have to back away. Second command center is now coming up, but keep in mind you're heavily behind, right? Like, in terms of what your opponent should have here, he's got double shrine. He's probably sitting quite a few of these imps that you can start spawning, and he's already up to 3 again on Therium. So, let's talk about that very interesting interaction there, right? And why that looked a little bit dicey with the dive in from Ufernal. The issue with that move in there is even when your opponent has, like, no resources left, even when you've blocked out the Therium, as long as he has a few of these imps left, you have to delay your timing on those scouts diving in. Otherwise, that Infest can pop, and all of a sudden you've given extra units over. Ufernal got impatient there because he saw that the Iron Vault was being built. If a Brute comes out, it's GG anyway with scouts. So he makes that dive in, good trade comes out, and now we're getting a knock-on effect. Double Gorn, able to move out. A great read by Ufernal to block this opening, because right now, this feels very hard to contest as Vanguard on the map. The whole goal is, what you typically do with the Infernals is you move out with an imp, you chop this tree line, and then you chop around the other side. And that gets you double speed camp and double resource camp very quickly. It allows you to spawn a lot of fiends, and from there, the game tends to snowball. So I like that Ufernal tried to contest it. What I don't like is how much he invested into that. He still went back for additional scouts. He's going to get into his natural. He's going to actually have the Lancer inside the outpost to guarantees holding here. But right now, we're at risk of blue easily moving towards, say, a third base very quickly, or just looking to snowball into mass gaunts with Fiend frontline. Already doing a good job of just making sure he doesn't lose any of these Fiends. The whole goal is you want to rotate and then eventually go for the health camp afterwards, so you top all these boys off. Nice micro there. Wow, Hydra doesn't even lose a single one. Does get the speed camp. And this should be a rotation. Probably round to the health camp at this stage. He's already blocking a sneaky third. Some players like to do this, so this is a great read by Hydra. Ufernal could go for the third near his base, but I've seen quite a few players sneak up into here because it's off the beaten path. It's not looked at quite often. But by being here so early, it eliminates options from Ufernal. Scan comes out, but right now it's just 4 scouts. Ooh, does get in for the dive there, though. Finds the Gaunt on his own. So trade out 1 for 2 so far. Doombringer's on the move, though, and this is going to spawn the Shroud on the offensive and allow him to commit to more of a dive. Needs to be careful about that Buzzsaw defense, though. Similar to the Gaunt effect, it bounces between targets, so very high damage. He does still need to top off, so I imagine we're going to be rotating towards the health camp next. Other side of this, we are actually now seeing a play on the Division camp coming out from Ufernal. But third base now being added in. This is a bit dicey, folks. It's not bad if Ufernal's teching when he's on 2 bases, but it looks like he's actually gone for the Hornet play again. And that's been scouted super early here. Teleport out. What? That looked like it complete. It did! Are you kidding me right now? Ufernal doesn't get the kills. The Doobringer lives, practically no HP, but it's still an asset you now have in your arsenal. And also, the more important detail is the Hornets have been scouted early before Ufernal can scale them. Gaunts are going to try to contest this, but that bubble shield is so strong, man. Hornets are kind of insane at this stage because of this maneuver. It does only last 10 seconds, by the way, and after it's on cooldown for 120 seconds, so it's a very limited play, but it gets some good aggro in, pokes at the enemy, and pushes it back. Unfortunately, if I'm not mistaken, he didn't scout the third shrine, right? He might have just about glimpsed it. Either way, he's going up to the command center on his own now. And the question is, what's the switch up going to be? Last time we saw it's Weavers, but now that it's Hornets again, Weavers doesn't make much sense here. It should be a play into Shadow Flyers. Shadow Flyers is a pretty sane and logical play. We have got the buildings appropriate for it. I think, is that Doombringer loaded? Okay, I like that he's loaded at light. Remember that Doombringer almost died. You can see by his health bar, it's not going to last much longer. So instead of sending a whole army in and risking losing 8, he just sends in 3. Oh, wow, and it's imps. What? Ufernal scouts it at perfect timing. That was going to be a snake into Shroudstone play. Unable to connect, though. Sick read there by Ufernal. With limited vision in this area, he sniffs it out. Timing is everything, folks. The game sense for it, but unfortunately, Hydra is making a move elsewhere as well. So this is going to be a base extension on the north side. Is this Shrine into double Shroudstone to set up for the resource camp? It might be. Hornets, in the meantime, move in for the third. Shroudstone's towers are being brunted down pretty quickly, but the army is on the way, and that's going to buy enough time for them to arrive. Double Shroudstone trying to be set up, but one's going to be cancelled. So he will be quick enough to back out of this before the Gaunts do arrive. Shadowfly is getting close, but not able to touch it here. Reminder, this unit is basically a flying Bane, a flying petard. It is an explosive drone ready to detonate. And those Hydras, those Hornets rather, not going to last long against it. Oof, this army's pretty big, actually. What does Red have behind this? Ufernal, it's mainly just Lancers. He's in the beginning of an Exo transition. Scary time. Looks like the Imps are going to go for Flame on, though! Oh, 6 scout there, Ufernal. That was critical. If he hadn't seen that, 1 Flame on in here, and that's your third down to practically no bobs. So the game sense in this one, man. I think Ufernal has really impressed me time and time again, sniffing out these plays just short of their completion. However, even those details, I'm looking at the size of this army, and I'm fearing for how Ufernal survives this. Hornets are a raiding unit. They don't want to take a direct fight yet, and this many Gaunts are going to force it. That cleave as well, even bouncing off the buildings. In fact, this dive-in is already costing him 2 Hornets low on HP. He's got the kinetic redirection, but the problem here is the Brutes behind. Love the micro. Hydra goes in with the range unit, starts to force the fight. He's got Brutes waiting behind this. He's got Shadow Flyers to hold the fight hostage. And the Hornets are going to go pop. Oh, no. I mean, he bounced when he should have bopped, right? Like, I think the issue here is now with no medtech, I don't know how you survive this. He's not able to walk up to this. This is simply too many Gaunts. Scouts are going to arrive. That's going to be a Fee Fiesta. 3 more Fiends now coming out. Lance is diving in, but the Brutes are on the way. And the army is not looking big enough here. Exo count too low compared to the Gaunts. And Rax falling fast. Sick min-max as well, just out of range of the Buzzsaw defense. So it's going to be a poke back. We have got extra units coming in though, right? Gaunts on the way, an extension into the center. So even though Hydra can't close the game now, he's so far ahead with this play. Remember, this is the power of 2 bases. And I love the fact that he's defending it as if it was here. All these Shroudstone towers being set up. The cool thing about this detail is it's going to creep the Shroud beyond the tree line. So it means that when you're walking towards the enemy base and around the central area, you're going to have that secondary layer of health via the Shroud to work with. Meanwhile, only 1 Hornet remains now for Ufernal. Not really the strong raiding power he was looking for in this game. Another cool thing about this is he's starting to reach a point where Hydra has quite a few shrines, so he can start spending extra imps. And he's going to use them for the Flame on plays, right? Like, it's a very powerful element, especially against mass Exos. If there's not enough Lancers to hold choke points for Ufernal, he's going to get wiped out by the Flame on effect. Flame on, remember, for the imps is basically Banelings. You have 4 seconds before they self-detonate, so you have to be quick about finding value. But right now, he's looking to do exactly that. Imps rotating around the flanks. Flame on is going to be activated, but a quick move away then. It looks like no value found. Hydra trying to be a cheeky troll will be scouted out. It's tough. I love the way he's actually trying to use the kind of hidden area, but with the trees being chopped down, he hasn't really got that sneaky spot anymore. Looks like some more of these guys are going to be found. No Flame on activation. It's a great read there by Ufernal. I love that Hydra is fixating on that idea, though. Like, as we highlighted, he has way too many workers as the scales up, right? So he should be able to keep his bases at max and then just use all that surplus insta-spawn worker force to fight. Shroudstone Towers. Looks like there's going to be a poke back coming in. A chop down at the tree line by the Bobs and a move into the base. Army is here though, so I don't know how long he can hang around. Bubble Shield is going to last a while to tank this up for Ufernal, but I don't think you're breaking this. And the concern I now have is look at what's coming. Hydra, it's just like game 2. He's got the Weavers. The Lash ability is going to allow him to pull these Exos as well as the Medtechs out of position. And it begins now. Dragging them in. Not letting them get away with this. The big shunt punches. Shroudstone's also just making this annoying with the dive. Weavers have to back up. They are going to get another pull in a second. If he gets those Medtechs, there's no sustain here. Instead, it's going to be the Exos. 1 by 1, they fall. Weaver count now up to 3. You just see how insanely tanky these units are, by the way. 720 health. And now the Infest Bomb hits everything. Medtechs have got their work cut out for them. Ufernal trying to push in here, but this choke point, you'd figure it would work for him, but it's kind of working against him. The Gaunts, there's just so many behind this. The Weavers just always leading the way. 700 HP, just too much to get through. For reference, this is the health pool of 3 Lancers combined. Okay, HP a bit different, but in terms of raw HP, it's that big. 4 of these Weavers now. Exo numbers are shrinking. The heal station's a bit too late. Exo count now already halved. Lance is barely alive. Only 1 left alive. I mean, it's a nice attempt by Ufernal, but unfortunately, trying to blunt this choke point has drained him dry of his front line. So that's going to reset him. And after that reset, we're now talking about, what, 4 Weavers? Probably 5 or 6 soon. Yeah, more of them are on the way. And at that stage, it starts to become a game of just fishing, right? It's already happening here. Exo's once again getting dragged back. It's so annoying as well because it just means not only are you losing your squishy glass cannons, but the Gaunts are immediately killing them off and converting them into more cannon fodder for Hydra. I think Ufern will need something else, right? An Atlas transition would be great here. It's very expensive, but in this choke point, it can be very strong. I guess the only weakness is if you do that, there's nothing to really stop Hydra from opening up more of this pass. Weavers. Up to 5. Make that 6. Oh, these pull-ins are getting ridiculous, folks. It's just taking way too long to kill off a Weaver. Exolina spread out. He's at least getting some upgrades in, but this is why I love the Weaver players. Like, if you see those nice little chevrons above those units' health, yep, just yank him in. Oh, congratulations on your promotion. You are now field officer, which means everyone in the neighborhood wants to kill you. By some miracle, I don't know how, but Tony, the 2-pip man, managed to actually get out there. But this pop lead is scaring me right now. I think Ufernal, I love that he's gone for a 4th here. He can try to slowly skirt into something a bit more premium because it doesn't look like the Exos are really doing enough anymore. Credit to him, actually. The Sentry Post, double Sentry Post plus heal play was really smart here. But it's just not effective enough. And now the Flame On gets rid of those defenses. It's a push out. And a pushback at a critical time as well. He needs to hold this area. Remember, he went for a 4th to the south side, but now it turns into an open spread. He no longer has range advantage. Weavers ready to hit this more. They've also got the Dragon ability. More Exos being dragged to their death, and this is looking over for Ufernal. Oh, come on, man. He just got into them. He just got his buff boys from the sky that he needed, but the question now is, did they come in too late? Weavers hooking in more. There's barely anything left for him to buff. Apologies, the middle mouse button is a bit weird in this game, in the beta right now. The good news about this right now is that he's not losing his 4th, right? Like, Ufernal's snuck base to the south side is safe for the moment, but he has to keep showing like this, because if he backs up, he knows that his opponent is going to go looking. Hydra. I feel like the more you try to poke at this, the worse it gets. Like, if you can't hard commit into a fight, these Weavers just keep lashing back the good units, right? In this case, it's all the high chevrons. And now, oh god, he actually got the Flame Dragon! Okay, that's it. Infest bombs come in, the pushing continues, and GG gets called. Unfortunately, Ufernal's defense, that might have eventually amounted to something, cannot do anything against the Godly Dragon. It does mean that Ufernal is going to get eliminated, and Hydra continues through to the round of 16. Let me know what you guys think about this, though. Wait, he didn't GG? Did he not GG there? Did he disconnect? Rage quit? What happened? If he disconnected, I think this game is still kind of against him. The Flame Dragon doesn't have any great answer. But it looks like it is going to be a 2-1 rather anyway for Hydra. If you guys like what you're seeing here, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I'm going to be uploading all these videos to a new YouTube channel. I usually do Age of Empires content on Maverick. So we're going to try to grow a second platform here. And be sure to check me out live on Twitch if you want to see more of these. Is this Hydra, the former SC2 player? Not sure. He felt he outplayed Hydra. Okay, so it's like I mean it's a GG. Like he might not give a GG, but it's a GG. Like he might think he outplayed Hydra, but he lost still, right? I actually think he was getting outplayed by the Weavers there, in my opinion. That element didn't feel like an outplay. It's not Idra. It's definitely not Idra. So that's one series done. Don't worry though, guys. We have got more up. I need to change the audio levels a bit. Dude, the Weavers are sick. I actually really love the Weavers. I mean, dude, I'm a Dota guy, right? We love Pudge. Of course I love a Weaver. So, looks like we have a login issue. I think that is because the patch is releasing now, if I'm not mistaken. Patch has some potential interesting implications, by the way. They buffed hedgehogs, they nerfed scouts. I think I put a tweet out about this where it's like, are hedgehogs now man's best friend? It's a slight buff. They went from 1.2 reload time to a 1 reload time. But it might be enough to make it a decent rating unit now. But yeah, like to me, I mean, like he might be annoyed. That doesn't mean it's not a GG, Jesse. I mean, he might not feel like it's GG, but like honestly, I think, yeah, Hydra earned that victory well and truly. That was a good game out of both players. Could you cast Eric versus Ray Rain? Was Eric versus Ray Rain cast by the main channel? I'm aiming to cast ones that weren't already covered because I hate double coverage. If it was not covered, we can definitely check in on it. I don't think I downloaded that game already. Let me have a look here. I can quickly download it if I haven't got it though. Just bear with me one sec. So, where did I download these two? I think I made a separate folder called Stormgate. So it was Eric versus Ray Rain. I might have grabbed that one. I don't think I did. Let me have a quick look in... Yeah, I'll put some music on while we wait. Let me have a quick look in... Because I don't like the awkward silence. Let me have a quick look in the EGC channels because a lot of the replays were uploaded. I don't know if that one was in there, but I'll have a look. So, it would have been posted by either Eric or Ray Rain, right? Oh, I see it. Yep, we can do this one. Shout out to Eric for actually naming his files correctly. I rolled my eyes when some players uploaded their files with no names on them. I was like, bruh, come on. So, I will need to quickly restart the game, and I can load these games in. So, I need to put them in percent app data. Percent. And it should be under... Is it local? I think it's local. Just give me a sec. There we go. Oh, wait. Did I already download it? Oh, I guess I did. Well, look at that. Done something right. Did anything change in the patch for Infernals? Yes, a few things, actually. So, I can pull it up, actually, if you guys want to look at it quickly. You guys want to see the patch details? I can quickly show you. Oh, I just remembered the... And no, people watching on YouTube, this is not Age of Empires right now. We're doing some Stormgate. So let me update that to be Stormgate now. So, 1 second. Let me pull up the patch notes, and I'll run you through what changed and what looks like it might matter. Take a minute to look at those, and then we can hop into another game. So, one big thing is they nerfed... Well, they changed Hellborn quite a bit, actually. So they had some lofty changes. So here you go. I'll show you guys. Someone did post it on Reddit, but we'll pull it up and we can look over it quickly before we hop into another set. So here you go. So, like, some nice little changes around. I know there was some freeze issues with, like, high APM players. One big thing is they fixed the issue where mass medtechs would crash you eventually in co-op games because active abilities were, like, causing frames. Some big things here. This is huge, actually, for the early game. The speed cam rotations are less efficient now for Infernals because there's less free units to get with the Gaunts, right? Does mean, however, you need less units to contest those speed camps. Another really big change here, Beryllium Claws now costing 50 Ethereum. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it actually is when you consider that you don't start with any workers on Ethereum. So that snowball point, heavily delayed, especially in conjunction with the fact that now you are holding up 100 resources for 60 seconds instead of 30 seconds. This is why I was saying Hedgehogs might actually look a bit better, at least in the mid-game. Because Hedgehogs, look at this. Big change in recharge time from 1.2 seconds to 1. The deployed Hedgehog matters a lot less. I don't feel like many people were leaning into deployed Hedgehogs outside of the Hornet matchup, but it is going to be a better solution there now as well. Vulcan buff was a little bit unexpected, but then again, I don't think I've cast a single game where a Vulcan came out yet. I love the medtech nerf. I think that they were already very effective in small numbers. They didn't need the supply efficiency as well. Interesting change around evacs, by the way. The Sky Mines are now cost dependent, but they come out a lot quicker and they sustain. Hornets have been nerfed. Had to happen. The anti-air flat cannon being buffed, I think, was definitely a good call. Like, it's not been used very much, and it needs to be a little bit more effective at stopping the Doombringer drops before they even begin. Outside of that, some interesting changes here. Imps are now going to be less effective with their flame on against buildings. Outside that, brutes have been changed now so that the fiends have maximum white health if you spawn them, if you hit the spawn button. So that actually aligns with what Monk said. Monk said he wanted to make it more of like an 80-20 micro mattering situation where you're actually getting a bit more value there. And that actually is a perfect 80-20 because you're getting an extra 25% HP, right? So you have 60, you're technically adding on an extra 20%. So I like that detail. Outside that, they have changed fiends to now start with 0 health by default, which I honestly like. I think this was part of the snowball factor that was a problem. It allowed you to go from camp to camp very quickly with no real ramifications. It felt almost impossible to lose a fiend, even if you microed poorly. And interestingly enough, movement speed went up, which was a little bit surprising there. Gaunts, the bounce range makes sense. We saw what they were doing in that siege where they were just hitting the Hornets unintentionally. It's kind of crazy. The Doombringers, this is wild. I actually think that, like, despite the small nerfs to Infernals, they kind of got more buffs than they got nerfs. This is actually quite a big one. Doombringer is now able to be loaded even when mobilized. Basically now makes me wonder in what way evacs are better outside Atlas play, right? You can argue the obvious one of, yes, Atlases are great. Outside that, it just now feels like the Infernals win air. At least from a deployment perspective. Like, units is a bit, for trade, it's a bit different. Hornets are still good. But, like, outside that, unless you're getting hyper late game and seeing Sentinels, which we only just saw our first Sentinel in quite a few games, I think the mid game now is much stronger with that Doombringer change. Yes, Skymines now persist. And also, in your mentioning of Shadowflyers is quite appropriate. Shadowflyers got nerfed. So their primary damage isn't full now. So they won't just instantly wipe out your Hornets in 2 hits, which is quite a nice change. Hellborns, this is the big one I was talking about. Check these changes, guys. So Hellborns now, whoopsie, they are a lot more impactful per unit. Overall, I think it was a slight nerf for their stats compared to where they were at for what they cost and what they do. But the thing that I quite like here is that one of the big issues with Hellborns is as you scaled Hellborns, they became really clunky to use. I think we've seen a few games like that where someone has 8+ Hellborns and they just can't move units. They can't retreat. They can't reposition. So I think a big part of this change was targeted at the clunkiness of Hellborns so that now you have similar firepower in fewer units, which A, means you can mobilize them, move them around a bit better, but B, counterplay-wise, means that if you misuse them or misposition them, you get punished much harder for it. I actually really, really like that change. Out of all the changes here, I think this and the Fiend one were the best ones. Magmadon, yeah, Consume needed to be changed. Agreed on that. Weaver, Lash getting nerfed, I'm a little bit sad about, but I do understand it. I do love the change on the damage, though. The damage kind of felt sucky. You had to just go after specific units, but now it being a 20% health means you can actually go after tank units as well. I think this is especially going to be very interesting in Infernal matchups, where you can target Magmadons and Weavers, because they have very high health, remember. Weavers have 700 health. So if you now Lash a Weaver, instead of doing 60 damage, do 144, I think it is. Kind of wild. How long is the Stormgate beta open for? So it closed yesterday, but if you have got, I think you can get access, it might have been through backing on Kickstarter, or if you're a content creator or someone just got early access, you can still access it. The keeping this open until I think it's the 31st, if I remember correctly, is when they're closing it off. But your favorite content creators will still be able to do it. So, well, I don't know if I fit that mold, but I'm here. Hi. We're going to be casting plenty of games on this channel in the coming weeks for not just Age of Empires 4, which is our usual content, but also Stormgate as well. And the goal was to get into a series. I think there was actually a request for a specific series, wasn't there? Definitely felt incomplete. Agreed. Wait, I have no permission. Why do I have no permission? Are the servers down for everyone? Have I got anyone else who's got sneaky boy access? The servers must still be down. There's no patch out yet. All right, maybe we go back to talking about the notes. One thing that is interesting, actually, is that it didn't change siege camps at all. Got to say, that was kind of surprising. I don't know, maybe siege camps just don't feel that powerful and I'm imagining it, or maybe it's just like too little data to make a full judgment call. Yeah, they're dropping the patch. Okay, guys, so we're going to hang here and we can talk about the game. We are going to be casting more, don't worry. We just have to wait for the patch to deploy. So, should only be a few minutes, I imagine. Oh, should I bring that back up on screen, actually? Let me open it up again. Whoop. I shouldn't have logged out. I think I could have kept watching replays there. Is it possible to open the replay directly by using Stormgate? Yes, that's how we've been doing it in the menu. So actually, the way we've been casting has less information than if you're in lobby. If you're in lobby, you can actually use the UI and click on units and show their abilities. So right now, when I'm talking about things, I basically have to remember off the top of my head. I haven't got everything locked in my brain yet. I still need to remember the full costs of like later game units. For example, now Hellborns have changed, 250, 225. But I remember a pretty good amount. So what are the other like implications of this? I do wonder if the Hedgehog opening is good again. There was this really cool build that Probe came up with, which he basically designed just to deal with Hornet raids, but I'm wondering if like it has more value than that, where Hedgehogs, especially in Vanguard mirrors, could be pretty effective considering how delayed the scout timing is. It's a bit risky because Hedgehogs are light units, which means they get shredded by Virilium Claws. But if less people are going into scout spam now because it's not as easily accessible, Hedgehogs might have a lot more viability considering how early in the game you can access them. Isn't the beta ending today? Yes, but I have Special Boy access, we'll call it. So after the patch is complete, I should be able to get back into the game. We're just keeping an eye out for when it is done. In fact, I need to double check. I should have Special Boy access. Because I started playing again on Steam Next Fest, we'll see. But I should be safe to get him. Medtechs were too easy to mass? Agreed. Medtechs were really, really strong. So the thing that a lot of people don't realize with Medtechs is that Medtechs have a secret ability. And it's on the active. So the Medtechs have Med Patch, which heals a bio unit for 20 health. And then it's 20 more health over 2 seconds. Sorry, I think it's 2 seconds. The thing that isn't mentioned is the fact that they give 25 armor for that duration as well. So that's why anyone who's been having issues getting through Lancers and Medtechs, that's why. The Medtechs are basically not just healing off the damage you're doing, they're making it difficult to do follow-up damage at all. So it's a really strong play. By the way, I love how Magmadon's trample ability was affecting air units. Okay, please tell me that was because a Doombringer would pick them up and then they'd stomp everywhere, because I find that way too funny. Didn't know about the armor? Yeah, a lot of people don't. Shout out actually to Probe for doing the hard work finding that out. That's how I knew about it. Probe's been really, really cool with his informative tip videos he's been creating. Definitely recommend him as a subscribe. But then the other thing... What was the other thing with the early comp? It's weird because... I don't think there's like... I can't show you on a Wikipedia or whatever, right? Because that doesn't exist right now. But one of the interesting things, actually, is that with... Still no patch yet. Is that with the Lancers, you have to remember that they have attenuation armor already. So they're already taking free damage off of anything hitting them, right? That's why Gaunts do no damage, because they hit for 6 base. Half of it is already gone. Funnily enough, that works on all kinds of things. So, for example, the Infest doesn't hurt Lancers at all because they reduce the damage over time to nothing. So that's why Lancers, I think when people are watching right now, that's why Lancers seem so stupidly tanky, is all those components together mean that there's this very interesting tier 1 comp that works. And yes, they have fixed the overcharge on buildings. Thank you for highlighting that. So if those didn't know, you used to be able to actually use overcharge on a half-constructed command center to rush it up. Now, you can't. That does make it a little bit harder to greedily rush a command center when your opponents are attacking you, but it won't hurt the build speed. So a little tip here is Bobs, when you overcharge, as long as a Bob that's overcharged touches a building before overcharge runs out, it will accelerate the build speed for the whole cycle. So if you start, you touch it, and then the overcharge runs out, you'll still maintain that faster build speed for Bobs. Little detail there. It means that you can still overcharge from a primary command center, run a Bob out to a secondary, and get that faster build speed. Also, we have here. So, like I said, the unit active abilities thing was actually mostly, like, there was a few different things, but one really big one was medtechs. Medtechs were plummeting people's frame rates, especially in co-op games. I remember my frame rate was abhorrent because of it, because they just, like, every time they used the active ability, it would just hit your frames. There was a memory leak, basically. And interesting, I didn't realize about that one. Sensor drones could be launched from Command Center. One interesting thing, by the way, Shroudstone Manifestation has been fixed so that you can no longer cast it on enemy shrines and Shroudstones. So we might see more aggressive Shroudstone plays now in the tournament, because that was banned in the rules. There hasn't been a ruling yet on whether it's going to be allowed, but considering that issue has been fixed, I can't think of any logical reason why the rule now needs to exist for the main event. And yeah, this is quite nice late game. Like, System Shock not working correctly on the Infest was kind of weird. So, like, if you think about the values of the Dispel, that was basically the #1 value. System Shock is pretty useful in Vanguard mirrors, though, right? Because you can remove the active healing and armor from your opponents. That's kind of an interesting thought. This is beta, not alpha. Game has changed a lot since. I mean, I still feel like this game, like, to me, this game's still in alpha because I can see that they've still got a long way to go. I'm still impressed with what I'm seeing for a game that, like, feels like it's in an alpha phase. Okay. I think the game might have updated. Let's have a look. And, like, the whole issue of, like, you know, the game having balance issues or bugs, honestly, any game does. Dude, like, I'm a caster and host from Dota 2. And I still remember stuff like TI3 or like TI2, the fountain hook, man. The fountain hooks in TI2, good lord. You know, even years later, other exploits or opportunities have been discovered. It's just like, you know, you're never going to solve for everything anyway. There's a bug that Lancer's medtechs could fit through the blocker forests. Oh, interesting. I do know that Lancers basically had been on the dust-only diet. Basically, I don't know if you guys knew this, but like Lancers could get through like 1 block thick gaps. So if you had like 2 Raxes really close together and like Exos can get through, Bobs can get through, Lancers for some reason could slide through. It's really weird. But that seems to be fixed, I guess, with that change. So, guess what, guys? We have access. What was the game that was requested? It was Eric versus Ray Rain, right? Was that correct? I think that was correct. No! Wait, can we not, like, watch them now? Oh, no, guys, we might not be able to watch them. That might be a GG. I mean, it's old game version, right? Is there a way to load the older version of the game, though? I don't think there is. Crap. That sucks if not. I thought we actually had, like, another 2 hours. That's kind of unfortunate. Let me see if there's a way to... I don't think there's a way to go for the old build, is there? Let me quickly check with the community guy, because he's really quick to respond. Hey, Gerald. Beta branch to old version, maybe? Let me have a look. I couldn't see a beta branch option. Having a look now, though. No, there's no beta branch. I'm checking with Gerald now, but we might be chalked. It's not there. I've checked. Good idea, but I had a look there. I'm going to check with one of the devs quickly to see if there's a way of casting them, because it would be really nice. There was so many good sets that just didn't get cast. There's so many. I at least had like 8 or 9 downloaded sets to cast that like just never got coverage. So it would be a heartbreaker if we couldn't do it. But I just need to find the Discord, because I've messaged Gerald. I'm going to try and message someone else as well. Where is it? There it is. So I don't think Monk's around, so I can't rush ask him. I wonder. Is there any way to cast replays from the previous batch? Be a shame, actually. I was hoping to cast some more games before the weekend, but I don't think there's any tournament organized for Wednesday or Thursday. Like a midweek little small tournament. I know that Adiko is working on something later on. Why don't Ultra settings look really good? Probably because we're very early on in development, and there's no point trying to create all the different graphical settings to that extreme if your game isn't optimized yet. It's kind of a waste of like resources, especially if you're not at like the final form, which they aren't, by the way. They've already made big improvements to the graphics, and they're going to make more. I'm pretty sure of that. You can actually see, like, for example, how Hedgehogs look. Hedgehogs look sick now, right? Compared to what they did. They used to look terrible. Absolutely terrible. So still a lot of units that are going to get changed still. Weird about this NDA. Wait, I am good still, right? I should be good. I checked with one of the guys before. So we should still be good. I mean, there's going to be a bloody tournament on it. But look, I can't, for example... So we can't cast them as it currently stands. So these, by the way, like these are actually... These heroes, this is one of the ideas they had behind team play games, 3v3s, that they were thinking, they're looking at. Is maybe making it so that you can basically have these units as part of your like faction when you're playing team games with people. I'm really curious to see what they're going to do fully with team games. Can I stalk people's games, maybe? Don't know. I don't know what the custom is right now, because now we're back down to a very small behind the closed doors community. I don't know if I'm going to get a reply quick enough here, folks. So I wonder if we have to just call it there, which sucks because we only got to do one series. I was really hoping we'd be able to cast like 5 or 6 series tonight. The nice thing is, like, within 2 hours or 3 hours, I can feel confident that I'd be able to cast like 6+ series actually of Stormgate, which is crazy. In Age of Empires, that's one series that I'd be able to cast. It's kind of crazy. The pacing is just wild. So, let's see. I don't think anything else is happening tournament or similar wise. Dude, I still need to fix that chat box. That looks kind of obnoxious, doesn't it? I'll hide the in-game chat thing there. So, let me check. Maybe. Does Mr. Adiko know something I don't? Let me ask Adiko. Adiko might know. I don't want to go off if there's a way that we can actually make this work. So let me check with Adiko.
It's here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is gonna be 10.
Is there any way to cast replays
11,
from
13,
a
14.
previous patch?
We do this one.
Any hint on the third faction? Sorry. Yes. Let me do that correctly.
On that one.
You're right. That was my mistake. I should have given the clue. There we go.
Yo, is there any way from the previous patch? Not at the moment, Killer Pigeon.
Boo!
I am sad to tell you that those replays are goners at this point.
No.
Unless something changed from the way Frost Giant was doing it, they're gone. Or
Big Saj.
maybe we could ask if they would be if they could do like the beta stuff, like the beta stuff from Steam, and have the previous patch still available as a beta. But I don't know if their infrastructure is set up like that. to allow it. So yeah, unfortunately, those are gonna be gone at this point.
Any chance of a beta branch to watch EGC
Let's
game
go ahead and add the
from
folks
the
here.
previous patch? Let me ask that in esports.
Yeah,
Actually,
it's gonna be very sad that we
Dude,
don't get
that
to
is big sad.
see
Actually,
those replays anymore. It
Yeah, I've
also
got-
means the tag replays are gone, which is unfortunate, but
no, those are
happens.
fine, mate. I already cast a bunch of those.
I think everybody is particularly hurt about losing the replays from the AGC Open
Well, yeah.
qualifiers, obviously.
So like that's actually a really big deal. So like losing the replays means that if like people hadn't already analyzed their opponents, they now can't. That may be a big disadvantage for the IEM players actually, because I imagine a lot of them are just getting back from travel now, which means they probably didn't have time to look at the replays of their opponents. So now when they're drawing against people, actually they won't know who they're going to draw against until the end of Friday, right? But they haven't actually got an opportunity to prep. So that's kind of a funky advantage actually for the people who done the previous weekend compared to IEM. Because now the people that are already qualified through the qualifier as well as direct ranking can sit and watch the Katowice qualifier people, right? That's a pretty big advantage. By the way, did anyone check how many Vanguards made it through between the rank ladder and the qualifiers? I think everyone's cheering for Eric from the Vanguard camp right now, man. Literally one Vanguard player made it through the open qualifier, 7 Infernals. Oh, all right. I guess if there's no other replays, we might just look to call it. Which sucks. I would have liked to have done some more games, but it is what it is. We deal how we deal. So, guys, with that in mind, unless I can find something else to cast for Stormgate, tomorrow's stream will solely be Age of Empires. I will fish around, though. Maybe we have something. If you guys did come for solely Stormgate content, I recommend following this channel. You should hopefully be seeing my face a lot. You'll definitely be seeing it across the first tournament of Stormgate. But I'll definitely be looking to do more content in the future around Stormgate. Probably later this month, actually, especially. I know there's going to be 1 or 2 smaller tournaments after EGC that a few people are organizing, and I will definitely look to cover games for those. So definitely want to be following here. If you came from the Age of Empires side, don't worry, more AoE tomorrow. We are going to be casting a show match, best of 5, in fact, between Core and Matisse in Age of Empires 5. A best of 5 that kicks off at 1 p.m. CET. So mark it in your calendar. Make sure you've got notifications turned on, and make sure you're tuning in tomorrow for that. But let me find someone to raid now so that you guys can keep the fun up. Who have we got? Raided Attico last time. Let's go. Who's this guy? I've never seen him before.
Then we'll see how it pans out. Don't really need to
Just seeing who's on the game. Not many people playing right this second, but the patch just came out, right?
I'm pretty sure Inferno need more income.
Okay, let's try raiding this guy. We've got Enticity. Looks like they're actually a Warhammer player normally, which is sick. Actually, I've been playing a bunch of Total War Warhammer 2 at the moment. Love that game. So what I'll do, I'm going to raid through to them, go give them some love, and be back on this channel tomorrow for competitive Age of Empires 4. We're going to have a show match. Should be a good one. Hopefully we get 5 games. The last one ended up being a free game stomper. I prefer to get 5 games out of it. It's more entertaining that way. But big shout out to everyone who has subbed today and subbed throughout the month. Don't forget to drop those primes here if you haven't already. 30 plus hours of content a week. Don't want ads getting in the way of that. But for now, go give some love to Enticity. Take your pigeon emotes. Spam your K-Pig hypes. and hype up their gameplay. They are currently playing as Vanguard, all these filthy infernals everywhere, and he's trying to hold the fort as the filthy humans. Let's see if he can do it, and I'll see you all hopefully tomorrow, or at the latest for the weekend. Doodly.
And then I think we just walk out and kill them. Oh, the Vulcans are super good against the dogs. I just remembered that. Because they're light. Oh my gosh. Killer Pigeon. What the crap? 100 people? That's a raid. Hello, everybody. I am Anticity. I'm a near master's level. Oh, wait, crap. I forgot ads are probably playing. Ah, God.
Oh, bye, YouTube.